For ease of navigation, this communication has been divided into 11 tracks. The tracks are as follows. Track 1. Contents, Foreword and Introduction. Track 2. Chapter 1. Who are the UK's NEET people? Track 3. Chapter 2. In their own words. Track 4. Chapter 3. The Youth Economy. How the labour market produces detachment. Track 5. Chapter 4. Education and Skills. The Faltering Foundation. Track 6. Chapter 5. Health. Configured for treatment, not participation. Track 7. Chapter 6. A welfare state not designed for participation. Track 8. Chapter 7. The Architecture. A system in name, not in design. Track 9. Chapter 8. The Consequences. Lost lives, lost output, and rising fiscal risk. Track 10. Chapter 9. The Fork in the Road. Track 11. Annex. The Benefits Landscape. Track 1. This track is approximately 52 minutes long. Young People and Work. Diagnostic Report. May 2026. Table of Contents. Foreword. Introduction. The review, including how I went about it, what I found, what this report does, what this report does not do, what I ask of the reader. Chapter 1. Who are the UK's NEET young people? Track 2, including 1.1. The scale of the problem. How the UK compares with other countries. 1.2. Complexity and risk. Age, gender, ethnicity, inequality, place, education, disability. 1.3. Health. The defining shift. 1.4. The hidden NEET population. 1.5. Conclusion. Chapter 2. In their own words. Track 3. Including 2.1. A generation under pressure but bursting with potential. The weight young people carry. The cost of living, housing and the closing door to independence. Social media, smartphones and a mental health crisis. The long effects of COVID, an interruption that became a rupture. Loneliness and belonging. 2.2. The first part of their journey to becoming NEET. Family, poverty and the foundations for a good life. Experiences of school, the roots of disengagement. Those facing additional barriers. 2.3. Their entry into the labour market. The application's black hole. The catch-22. Entry-level jobs requiring past experience. Practical barriers, transport, money and the costs of getting started. The lost years, doing nothing. Getting into bad habits. Quitting. 2.4. Confronting the myths. Myth, they don't want to work. Myth, they are a soft generation and just need to try harder. Myth, mental health is an excuse. 2.5. The honest question. Are they different? Summary. Chapter 3. The Youth Economy. How the labour market produces detachment. Track 4. Including 3.1. Trends in youth participation. A structural shift in participation. Unemployment rises aren't just about weaker demand. 3.2. The first rung has thinned. Youth employment sectors have declined. Fewer entry-level jobs. The death of the Saturday job. The apprenticeship drift. Changes in how jobs are recruited and filled. 3.3. What employers now face. Work readiness, health and the pastoral burden. 3.4. The economics of hiring. 3.5. Future risks and opportunities. Technology, migration. 3.6. What does all this mean? Chapter 4. Education and Skills, the Faltering Foundation. Track 5. Including 4.1. What happens outside the school gates. 4.2. Early years, where the trajectory begins. 4.3 Schooling. The attainment gradient. Teaching quality. The children who need the most get the least. Resources not aligned to need. 4.4 Send and mental health. 4.5 School absence. 4.6 Suspensions, exclusions and home education. 4.7 School belonging. 4.8 The school curriculum. 4.9 Careers guidance, work experience and employer engagement. 4.10 What the system measures, recognises and rewards. 4.11 Skills, training and the post-16 cliff edge. Further education, weaker and smaller. The changing challenges facing further education. Apprenticeships have drifted away from young people. Qualifications and progression. Declining employer investment in training. Policy churn and the fragmented skills system. Participation is mandated but not enforced. Government reforms. Higher education, not always the answer. 4.12 Conclusion. Chapter 5 Health. Configured for treatment, not participation. Track 6. Including 5.1 The social foundations of poor health. 5.2 The scale of the chain. Mental health. Neurodevelopmental conditions. 5.3 The evidence debate. 5.4 The spectrum the system doesn't see. 5.5 Unequal access. 5.6 Slow access. 5.7 A thin evidence base. 5.8 Funding, gaps and variations. 5.9 Activity, not outcomes. 5.10 Silos, not integration. 5.11 What is being done. 5.12 Conclusion. Chapter 6 A welfare state not designed for participation. Track 7. Including 6.1 Investment in benefits is prioritised over employment support. 6.2 A failure to prioritise early intervention to prevent young people falling NEET. 6.3 Insufficient practical help to enable young, sick or disabled people into work. 6.4 How support is provided does not fit the needs of sick or disabled young people who are job seeking. 6.5 Incentives and processes make participation less attractive for many young people. 6.6 Assessment processes are locking in permanence on benefits. 6.7 Participation outcomes for young people are deteriorating. 6.8 The financial costs. 6.9 Conclusion. Chapter 7 The architecture, a system in name, not in design. Track 8. Including 7.1 Too many cooks. 7.2 National framework and local delivery. Confused and becoming more complex. 7.3 No focus on outcomes and destinations. 7.4 Funding has been cut and prevention has been deprioritized. 7.5 No integrated service and no shared data. 7.6 Wild variations in local performance. 7.7 Government is seeking to address system-level issues. 7.8 Why the architecture matters. Chapter 8 The consequences. Lost lives, lost output and rising fiscal risk. Track 9. Including 8.1 Where we are heading. 8.2 Lives on hold, the cost of early detachment. Scarring, the damage that does not heal. 8.3 The direct economic cost, output foregone. 8.4 Fiscal exposure, a cost dispersed across the state. Lost tax revenues, benefit spend, health and broader public spending costs, the consequences. Chapter 9 The fork in the road. Track 10. Including 9.1 This is not a record of passivity, it is a record of failure. Annex: The Benefits Landscape, Track 11. References. Foreword: 1 million lives. Nearly 1 million young people aged 16 to 24 in the United Kingdom are not in education, employment or training. 1 in 8 young people, and rising. Behind the statistics lie individual lives, aspirations thwarted, opportunities lost, futures placed on hold. Numbers on that scale should command national attention in their own right. Too often they haven't. The NEET rate has barely crept below 10% in 25 years. What should have been treated as an urgent national crisis has been absorbed into the background noise of public life. That tolerance is no longer acceptable. This review exists because today Britain faces a generational fault line. Britain not only has a chronic problem, it is one that is getting worse, not better. It is no longer simply a question of temporary youth unemployment. Today, the deeper problem is youth detachment from the labour market. Nearly 60% of young people who are NEET now are economically inactive. They are not just out of work, they are not looking for work. Shockingly, 6 in 10 young people who are NEET today have never had a job, up from 4 in 10 in 2005. At the very point when they should be starting adult life, gaining confidence, building skills, learning the habits of work, and taking their first steps towards independence, too many are becoming detached from education and employment altogether. We are at risk of a lost generation. That is a moral crisis. It has economic consequences. Every month a young person spends detached from education or work adds cost. Cost to them above all else. To their confidence, their health. Cost to their future income. Of today's 24-year-old NEETs, 45% have never had a job. We estimate that even if they re-enter the labour market, they will lose up to £300,000 in earnings over their lifetime as a result. There is a long-term scarring effect which being NEET exacts on a young life. And then there is the cost to the taxpayer and to the economy. The longer a young person is outside work or learning, the harder and more expensive it becomes to help them back. In this review, we estimate the cumulative annual cost to our country of almost 1 million NEET young people at £125 billion. That is more than we spend on education each year. The question is no longer whether the current position is affordable, it is whether it is sustainable. Youth disengagement is fast becoming a strategic economic risk for Britain. We cannot complain about labour shortages, low growth, rising welfare costs and pressure on public services while allowing the talent of nearly 1 million young people to go to waste. As an ageing population becomes increasingly reliant on the next generation to sustain it, every young person has to have more opportunities to learn or earn. This review unashamedly extols the virtues of work. Not any work at any price under any conditions, but good work. Work that gives structure to the day, purpose to the week, confidence to the person and contribution to the country. Work is not only about income, although income matters. It's about connection. It is about self-respect. It is about independence. For young people especially, the first steps into work are often the first steps into adult life. I start from a simple proposition. Every young person has something to give, a skill, an aptitude, a potential. No young person should be written off because of where they start in life, the family they are born into, the school they attend, the health condition they have, or the barriers they face. The NEET problem is grounded in social disadvantage. The people and places that suffer most are too often those with the least. The risk factors for becoming NEET as a young person are well known. We document them in this report. But risks can be overcome. Becoming NEET does not have to be inevitable. Other countries prove what is possible. A decade ago, our NEET rate was closer to the average of European Union countries. Today, Britain is an outlier. By 2025, only Romania recorded a higher youth NEET rate. While we have tumbled down the league table, other countries have improved. That should also tell us that this problem can be solved, but only if we change course. To do so, we have to understand what is causing the UK's chronic NEET problem to worsen in the first place. That is what this diagnostic report seeks to do. There is no singular explanation, but there is one standout change. Over the past decade, the proportion who say they are NEET due to a work-limiting health condition has increased by 70%. The proportion of disabled NEETs citing mental health as their primary condition has almost doubled to more than 4 in 10. Among disabled NEET young people, anxiety, depression, neurodevelopmental conditions, and other forms of distress are no longer peripheral factors. They are among its defining features. Once health-related inactivity takes hold, it sticks. That's what makes the problem different and worse than before. Of those who fell into health-related economic inactivity between 2017 and 2019, almost 8 in 10 were still NEET more than 2 years later. Successive cohorts of young people are doing worse than their predecessors. A young person first claiming health and disability benefits in 2019 is a third more likely to be NEET 5 years later than those who first claimed in 2010. Today, around 7 in 10 young people claiming a health and disability benefit are still claiming a decade later. The damage done to the life chances of these young people is almost incalculable. This is now an interlocked health, disability and participation issue. The sharp rise in young people suffering ill health has coincided with another shift in the labour market to create a perfect storm and a national crisis of opportunity. The youth share of labour market has decreased even as employment overall has increased. Entry-level roles have become less plentiful and more demanding. Recruitment has become more remote, more automated and less human. The young person who once might have walked into a shop, spoken to a manager and been given a chance in the past is now screened by a portal, a test, a recorded interview or an algorithm before anyone has looked them in the eye. Apprenticeship starts for young people have declined by over 40%. In other words, the first rungs on the old career ladder have weakened. For too long, public policy has treated youth disengagement mainly as a supply-side problem. The answer has been to make young people more employable, more skills, more CV support, more job search, more benefits conditionality. Those things matter, but they are not enough if the labour market itself is no longer reliably bringing young people in. Better prepared young people arriving at a labour market that has thinned its entry routes will still be left outside. It is striking that of the NEET population, nearly 30% are now getting good GCSEs or equivalent. Over 21% have a level 3 qualification and 15% have a degree. Yet the labour market is not absorbing them. There is evidence of a structural weakening of the transition into work. Part of the reason this has not had enough focus is that the labour market doing less has been, in part, compensated for by the education system doing more. But over recent years the education shock absorber has weakened. Overall, by age 18, a lower proportion of young people were in education or apprenticeships in 2024 than 10 years earlier. Of those who were, more were in higher education and fewer in further education or apprenticeships, even though the latter two routes are the ones that are most accessible to the potentially NEET cohort. More young people are being exposed to the risk of becoming NEET as a result. In other words, the demand side matters as much as the supply side. That is why it is a core focus of this report. When I have engaged with employers over these last few months, I encountered an overwhelming enthusiasm to do more to address the NEET crisis. Part willingness was tempered with concern. Employers described a growing pastoral burden. They talk of a generation that is less work-ready. Many young people arrive in the workplace with anxiety, low confidence and, in some cases, health needs employers do not feel equipped to support. A large employer may be able to absorb that. A small firm often cannot. The result is caution. The safer hire is the older worker with experience. The young person with potential but no track record loses out. If employers are being asked to take on more of the work of induction, confidence building and support, they need a system around them that makes doing so easier, not harder. Taking on a young person is always a risk for an employer, precisely because they are unproven. If public policy aims to increase youth participation, it has to minimize risks and maximize incentives. Policies have to be judged through a participation lens. Running through every conversation conducted by this review, whether with employers, mayors or charities, and in every part of the country, was the same diagnosis. There is neither a system nor a plan to increase youth participation. Worse than that, the institutions that were designed for a different era, a different cohort, and a different set of problems are now escalating rather than defusing the NEET crisis. Time and again, the system from education through health to welfare fails to enable labour market participation. Instead, all too often it ends up putting young people on a path to a life on benefits. These fault lines are limiting the opportunities for too many young people to learn or earn. Education should be the bridge between childhood and the world of work. For many young people it is. There are excellent schools, colleges and teachers doing remarkable work. Good qualifications are still one of the best defences against a young person becoming NEET. But for too many of those most at risk, the system does not provide the foundations they need. It knows early who is likely to struggle. Becoming NEET does not start at age 16. Children who are not school-ready at ages 4 to 5 are nearly 3 times as likely to be NEET at ages 16 to 17. It sees absence, poor attainment, SEND, family adversity and disengagement. But too often it acts too late or not at all. Schools, like colleges, are measured overwhelmingly on attainment, not on outcomes. Ensuring fewer young people leave school at risk of becoming NEET depends on getting the right balance in the school curriculum and the right exposure to work experience and careers guidance. That balance is still not right. Careers guidance has improved, but remains too unequal. Work experience is too often an afterthought. The young people who most need exposure to work are the least likely to receive it. If the school and college system does not have labour market participation as a sufficiently core objective, the same is true in spades for the health system. Ill health is now a primary driver of who becomes NEET and who stays NEET. For the first time in perhaps 2 centuries, changes in health, especially mental health, are impeding economic growth and causing a contraction in the supply of labour. All too often, the way the NHS works inhibits rather than enables participation. The NHS treats symptoms, but for too many young people, diagnosis, treatment and discharge do not lead back to education, training or work. They are being categorised as unfit to work, not least through the fit note process, when, with help, support and earlier intervention, they would be able to do so. As thousands of disabled people prove every day, it is entirely possible to have a diagnosis and a disability and still be able to participate with the right support. All too often, a diagnosis becomes a gateway into the health and welfare system and to a life outside the labour market. Instead of assuming that people with a diagnosis cannot participate, the first question the system should be asking is, what can they do and how can it enable that to happen? The welfare system must always protect those who cannot work and provide proper financial security for people with severe or enduring disabilities. That is non-negotiable. But for young people who could participate with the right support, the welfare system should be more than a safety net. It should be a springboard. Today it is not. It is focused more on income replacement than enabling people towards participation. The benefit system is founded on a deficit model of disability, one that pays for what a young person cannot do rather than investing in what they could become. Analysis for this review has revealed that of the young people who are NEET in England, only around 1 in 5 are getting meaningful employment support from the welfare system. Less than half of the total £8.1 billion currently spent on key benefits for young people aged 16 to 24 years old has any participation support or requirements attached to it. For a young person with a health condition who is unemployed and potentially seeking work, taking a pathway to inactivity can offer higher income, less hassle and lower risk. This is a perverse incentive. It is the polar opposite of what a participation-first welfare system should be providing, and means more and more people are being trapped on benefits. Perhaps unsurprisingly, their employment prospects are deteriorating as a result. Today, of those who first claimed a health and disability benefit aged 16 to 24, almost half are not in work or education 15 years later. This is a catastrophic failure. It is obvious from this assessment that reform is long overdue, in education, skills, health and welfare. There is much focus on the latter, but welfare reform without wider state reform will not deliver the goods for this generation. The same is true for labour market reform. A whole system reset is needed. The conclusion I have reached is stark. Britain has institutions for young people, but it does not have a participation system that is capable of taking young people from the world of education into the world of work. The labour market does not provide enough early entry opportunities. The education system produces qualifications but does not guarantee transitions. The health system is configured for treatment, not participation. The welfare system replaces income but does not build pathways. Responsibility is dispersed across many organisations, but there is no shared accountability and no clear governing philosophy. Confusion reigns between what happens nationally and what is owned locally. Data is not shared. No amount of reform to individual policy areas or institutions alone will fix this. The architecture itself is the problem. The incentive structure reinforces the problem. A school is recognised, regulated and rewarded for examination results, not on where the student ends up. The same is true of a college. The money it attracts is dependent on student numbers, retention and completion, rather than sustained outcomes beyond it. Health services are rewarded for activity but not outcomes. The welfare system compounds this. It measures incapacity. It does not plan for capability. Young people fall through these structural fault lines. One of the most troubling findings of this review is how many are hidden from the very systems meant to help them. In England alone, in 2023/24, around 314,000 18 to 24-year-olds were neither in work nor in education, and are not themselves receiving benefits. They are out of work and out of sight. No institution is responsible for finding them or helping them. A system serious about participation would know who these people are. Ours does not. What I find hardest to accept is that we often know enough to act earlier. Risk is identified early. Poor school readiness, persistent absence, low attainment, SEND, family adversity, poor mental health and weak exposure to work are not mysteries. These are signals that are seen. They are recorded. Often they are measured. But they are not acted on. No one is accountable for what happens next. And, to compound the felony, prevention has been cut at every level. Early years, public health, youth services, further education. What has grown is crisis spending, late intervention and income replacement. The tragedy is that we are paying more to manage the consequences of disengagement than being prepared to invest in preventing it. We end up spending more to achieve less. This is a whole system failure. and the price is paid by a generation of young people. Overwhelmingly, they want to work. In a survey carried out for this review, 84% of NEET young people said they want to find a job, education or training. I do not accept the caricature of a generation that is not interested in employment. I do not accept that mental health is simply an excuse. Nor do I accept that the answer is to tell young people who are struggling simply to try harder. These are myths, sometimes cruel ones. Young people are not to blame. Institutions that should have provided opportunities to them are the ones that have failed. During this review I have spent months with the evidence, but I did not find the truth of this issue only in data tables or research papers. I found it in communities. I sat with young people in youth hubs, colleges, voluntary sector drop-ins and community organisations. Their voices are not an appendix to this review. They are part of the evidence. I heard young people describe applying for dozens, sometimes hundreds of jobs and hearing nothing back. I heard about interviews followed by silence, automated rejections months later, and entry-level jobs that somehow required previous experience. What I heard more often than not was effort matched with frustration. Young people were trying. They were tired of being ignored, tired of being rejected, and tired of being judged by people who had not listened to them. It's hard not to be pessimistic when you examine the data, but the reason to be optimistic is young people themselves. In almost every conversation I had, there was an interest, a passion, a talent just under the surface. A young person who wanted to work with children, another who wanted to care for older people, another who had taught herself how to build a business online, another who wanted to make things, fix things, design things, help people. Too often those strengths had gone unnoticed and overshadowed by the labels attached to them. Absent, anxious, difficult, behind, disabled, care experienced, NEET. The question is not whether young people are different today. They are. Not worse, not less intelligent or less capable, but different because they have grown up in different conditions. A new digital world in which they live so much of their lives, and a pandemic that hit them hard and amplified the greater anxiety they were already feeling. But the NEETs crisis is just the tip of a far bigger iceberg. Wherever I have been and whoever I have talked to about this issue over these last months, I have encountered a concern, bordering on a fear, across our country about what the future holds for the next generation as a whole. Parents are more worried than ever, grandparents too, about their youngsters' prospects for a job, a home, a decent future. For decades in Britain, the foundation of our unwritten social contract has been that each generation would be able to do better than the last. That great British promise for this generation is being broken. Our job is to fix it. The question is whether we are willing to embrace what is different about today's generation and meet them where they are, rather than where we wish they were. Every previous generation was different from the one before it. The systems that existed to transport them from the world of education into the world of work had to adapt. This time they have not. That is not a failure of young people, but a failure of a system stuck in the past. It would be easier to blame one thing: COVID, smartphones, benefits, schools, employers, parents, or young people themselves. The evidence does not support a single explanation. It supports something harder to accept: that the institutions we built to support young people into adulthood are no longer fit for that purpose, and that the country has known this for some time. None of this is to argue that personal responsibility does not matter. Effort matters. Habits matter. Families matter. Families are not a peripheral influence, but are central. The roots of youth disengagement are formed well before the end of the school years. The state and the market cannot do all the heavy lifting to give young people the best chance in life, nor should they be expected to do so. Parents have responsibilities too. Young people have the same. Aspiration is not something that can be gifted to them. Governments and employers can do more to help young people succeed, but young people and their parents have to contribute too. They have agency and obligations. But it is dishonest to pretend that individual effort alone can overcome systems that are badly designed, poorly connected, and, too often, indifferent to whether young people actually make it into sustained participation. If we go on as we have been doing, the NEET problem will only deepen and grow. Forecasting conducted for this report suggests that the NEET rate could increase to over 16%, or more than 1.25 million young people not fully able to participate in society within 5 years. That is not a price we can ask those young people to pay. This interim report does not pretend to contain the final answer. It is a diagnosis. It sets out who young people who are NEET are, what they face, why the systems around them fail, and what the consequences are. It follows the journey from risk to detachment, through family and early years, school and skills, the labour market, health, welfare, and the architecture that is meant to join them together. Too much past policy has leapt to programmes before facing the deeper design failure beneath them. The final report will set out what a coherent participation system for early adulthood should look like. Britain has had no shortage of initiatives. Many have helped the individuals they've reached. Some have been excellent, but none has altered the architecture that produces sustained disengagement. Another short-term programme layered on top of fragmentation will not be enough. We need to change the way the system works. The old welfare state was built for a different age. It was designed to protect people against the risks of unemployment, sickness and poverty. That mission remains vital. But for this generation it is not sufficient. The task now is to build a working state, one that protects those who cannot work, but actively enables every young person who can participate to do so. One that does not wait for young people to fail before it intervenes. It must ask less often, what can't you do? And far more often, what would help you take the next step? Government cannot solve this crisis alone. Employers, schools, colleges, health services, councils, mayors, charities, families and young people themselves all have a role too. But only government can set the architecture, incentives and accountability that allow those efforts to add up to a system. One that increases opportunities for every young person to be able to learn or earn. This is a generational challenge. Our country's future rests on the next generation. We all have a responsibility to ensure they are set up to succeed. Young people have not given up on work. We must not give up on them. Introduction. The Review. 1. It is a generational fault line that nearly 1 million young people aged 16 to 24 in the UK are not in education, employment or training. The proportion has only once fallen below 10% in the last 25 years. The risk of a lost generation has prompted the government to act. Through the Get Britain Working White Paper, it established the Youth Guarantee and is investing in pathways to work and the right to try. But the scale and complexity of the challenge requires a broader and more integrated response, one that bridges education, skills, health, employment and welfare systems and draws on both public and private sector innovation. That is why the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, supported by the Secretaries of State for Health and Social Care and for Education, commissioned this independent review into the drivers of youth economic inactivity, with a particular focus on young people with health conditions and disabilities. 2. I was asked to analyse the trends and drivers behind the recent rise in young people who are NEET, economically inactive, and claiming health and disability benefits. To identify how the interaction between education, health and employment systems may be contributing to poor transitions into the labour market. To assess the effectiveness of current interventions. To explore the fiscal and productivity implications of inaction, and to propose recommendations for reform. 3. The final report I will publish later this year will set out what a coherent participation system for early adulthood should look like. Who is responsible, how it is funded, what it is accountable for, and how it reaches the young people the current system fails. This interim report sets out my diagnosis and establishes why that coherent system is needed. It makes the case that the current architecture is itself the problem, and that no amount of reform to individual policy areas will fix it. 4. A note on terms. Throughout this report, the ugly phrase NEET refers to young people aged 16 to 24 who are not in employment, education or training. Economic inactivity describes those who are neither working nor looking for work. It is a statistical convention. It does not imply that these young people are not contributing to their families or communities. The system refers to the interconnected architecture of education, skills, welfare, health and employment services through which young people are supposed to be supported into participation in the labour market. Where policy areas discussed are devolved to Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, this is noted. How I went about it. 5. I was supported throughout by a project team comprising a secretariat and analytical team based in the Department for Work and Pensions, working across government with the Department for Education and the Department of Health and Social Care, and PwC, who provided analytical and strategic support. I established an expert panel drawn from across the education, skills, health, welfare, strategic authorities, labour market and youth policy sectors, as well as from industry, including representatives from major employers. I also drew on a wider community of subject matter experts. Their input has been invaluable. The content and conclusions of this report, however, are mine. 6. We issued a public call for evidence and received submissions from local authorities, combined authorities, mayors, employers, trade bodies, charities, voluntary organisations, health bodies, education providers, young people and members of the public. We held round tables with employers and with voluntary and community sector organisations. We convened sessions with local authority leaders, health professionals and frontline practitioners. We spoke with hundreds of young people. We drew on data analysis from across government. We commissioned new research and undertook surveys of employers, teachers and health professionals. We did the same with young people who are NEET, asking about their hopes, aspirations and barriers. 7. We applied a system lens. We examined the supply-side systems that are supposed to passport young people from the world of education into the world of work, from parenting and early years through schools and skills, employment support and the health and welfare systems. We also looked at the demand side, how the labour market is working or not for young people. This unique approach allowed us to build up for the first time a holistic assessment of what is not working and why we have almost 1 million young people who are NEET. What I found. 8. I have spent months with this evidence, but I did not find it only in data tables and research papers. I found it in communities, where 1 in 5 young adults are outside education and work, and where the local economy can feel like it consists of little more than a supermarket and a care home. 9. I talked to young people and heard them say the same story in different ways. A system that sees them but does not help them, that assesses them but does not support them, that refers them but does not follow them. I heard from a young man where I grew up in Newcastle's West End who dropped out of school in his early teens, then applied for dozens of jobs and pulled himself up by his bootstraps to get qualified as a community worker so he could help other young people succeed where he had been failed. His story was not unusual. It is not the story that is sometimes told of a soft generation who lacked the appetite to get a job. The story I heard most often was of endeavour, of trying, of a desire to work. 10. I heard from employers, large and small, across hospitality, retail, construction, social care and professional services. They are not hostile to young people. Many are desperate to hire them. What they described was a growing gap between what the workplace demands from day one and what a significant proportion of young applicants are equipped to provide. This gap is not the result of laziness, but of anxiety, of inexperience, of a system that may have given them qualifications but not the chance to learn how a workplace works before being expected to perform in one. One large employer told me it had found it necessary to employ a full-time social worker to support younger staff. For smaller firms, hiring an inexperienced young worker has become a bet many cannot afford to take. 11. I heard from the voluntary sector, from the Child Poverty Action Group, from the King's Trust, from Youth Futures Foundation, from Barnardo's, from Disability Rights UK, from local charities like Patchwork and the Newcastle United Foundation in the North East, often running on short-term grants and shoestring budgets, doing extraordinary work with the young people the statutory system has failed to reach. They described being commissioned in isolation, without joined-up referral routes, funded year to year, unable to plan, unable to deliver the medium-term outcomes they know their work can produce. 12. I heard from local authority leaders and from mayors. They described a system in which responsibility is dispersed and accountability is absent. They described health boundaries that do not align with council boundaries, skills funding that flows through different geographies again, job centre districts that follow yet another map. They described wanting to act but lacking the levers, the data and the funding flexibility to do so. The best of them are building local coalitions despite the system, not because of it. 13. I heard from GPs, from child and adolescent mental health services, CAMS, clinicians, from mental health charities, from school special educational needs coordinators, SENCOs, from further education tutors, from job centre work coaches. Dedicated people. All of them are working hard within a system that is not designed for the challenge it now faces. The failure is not theirs. The failure is in what they have been given to work with. 14. And running through every conversation in every part of the country was the same conclusion. What this report does. 15. This interim report examines why youth NEET rates remain too high across the UK. The report traces the journey from risk to detachment. 16. It begins with the young people themselves, who they are, what they face, and why the claim that they are a soft generation does not survive contact with the evidence. It examines the labour market they are trying to enter and finds that the bottom rungs of the career ladder have been kicked away. It follows the pathway through education, health and welfare and shows how in each case there is a failure to prioritise labour market participation. It examines the institutional architecture and finds not a system but a collection of institutions operating in parallel, measuring activity but not outcomes, losing sight of hundreds of thousands of young people entirely after the age of 18. And it sets out the consequences, personal, economic and fiscal. What this report does not do. 17. This report does not yet set out solutions, nor does it draw on what we should learn from countries with far lower NEET rates than our own. That is deliberate. They will all be covered in my next report. 18. Our country has had no shortage of programs, pilots and initiatives. Many have worked for the individuals they reached. None has altered the architecture that produces sustained disengagement. Another set of proposals layered on top of a broken system would repeat the pattern. 19. As the review has been commissioned by the UK government, it recognises that the UK government only has direct control over all relevant policy levers in England. Whilst this report highlights differences in systems across the UK, the devolved picture is complex. The report does not pretend to be a detailed analysis of each country's specific setting. 20. It also does not try to make unknowable assertions about the future. There is a live debate about the extent to which advances in technology, particularly artificial intelligence, will completely upend the labour market. I have tried to present the evidence that exists today, and my challenge in the next report will be to design a system which works not only for the problems of today, but is resilient to those of the future. Devolution Overview. In Wales, local welfare assistance, the careers service, health and social care and education are all devolved matters. The UK government is responsible for social security benefits, the national minimum wage and child benefit in Wales. The UK government and the Welsh government both have different powers to provide employment support in Wales. Legislative competence for employment support in Wales is reserved, meaning the UK and Welsh governments both have executive powers to establish employment support. However, Welsh ministers' powers are limited to establishing support for sections of the population as opposed to for all Welsh citizens. Social security, child maintenance and the core labour market regime remain reserved to the UK Parliament and are administered by Job Centre Plus /DWP. The picture differs further in Scotland, as greater powers in relation to social security are devolved, leading to Scotland-specific payments such as the Scottish Child Payment. The Scottish Government also has broad powers to provide support for training for employment, and additional powers to provide support to help specific groups of citizens to select, obtain and retain employment. In Northern Ireland, employment support and skills policy are largely devolved and delivered by the Northern Ireland Executive, while social security operates on a parity basis with Great Britain under UK legislation. What I ask of the reader. 21. This report is long because the problem is complex. Stay with the evidence. 22. I ask the reader not to look for the chapter that confirms what they already believe, but to follow the argument as it builds. Each chapter rests on the last. The diagnosis is cumulative. The weight of it is the point. 23. By the end of this report, the reader will know who these young people are, what they face, why the system fails them, what it costs, and where the current trajectory leads if nothing changes. 24. This report makes the case for change. This concludes Track 1. Track 2. This track is approximately 86 minutes long. Chapter 1. Who are the UK's NEET young people? 25. This is a story of 1 million lives. Behind every number is a young person. This chapter sets out who they are, the risks they have faced, and how the NEET problem today differs in important respects from the past. 26. NEET is not a homogeneous category. It includes young people with severe health conditions, young parents, care leavers, and those with criminal records. It also includes those on gap years or waiting to start courses. What links them is that they are not currently participating in education, employment or training. 1.1. The scale of the problem. 27. The UK is approaching 1 million young people aged 16 to 24 who are not in education, employment or training. At the end of 2025, 957,000 young people were NEET. Note 1. Young people not in education, employment or training. NEET. Office for National Statistics. www.ons.gov.uk. February 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/ employment and labour market / people not in work / unemployment / bulletins / young people not in education, employment or training NEET / February 2026. And the text continues. If they formed a city, it would be the third largest in the United Kingdom. larger than Leeds, Glasgow or Cardiff. 28. In the last 25 years, the NEET rate peaked in 2012 at 16.9%, largely due to high long-term youth unemployment in the aftershocks of the global financial crisis. This was a time-limited peak, which eased when the economy recovered and post-16 education participation expanded. 29. During the extraordinary years of the pandemic, the headline rate fell further, reaching 9.7% in early 2021. At the time it appeared to indicate resilience, but it largely reflected the temporary effects of furlough, which suppressed unemployment through unprecedented state intervention. Since 2021, the trajectory has reversed sharply. At the end of 2024, the rate rose to its highest level for a decade, 13.2%. Although this rate is below the peak of a decade ago, the NEET issue today is more entrenched because it is less responsive to cyclical economic improvements. In the sections that follow, we explain how economic inactivity has displaced unemployment for the majority of young people, NEET, in recent years. 30. Tellingly, the NEET rate has only fallen below 10% once in 25 years, during the COVID-19 pandemic. Not in boom or bust, not before the pandemic or after it. Britain's NEET challenge is not cyclical. It is structural and becoming increasingly so. It is a chronic problem and it is worsening. Figure 1. The UK NEET rate, seasonally adjusted, 2001 to 2025. A line chart showing the quarterly UK NEET rate from October to December 2001 to October to December 2025. The green line starts at 12.9% in late 2001, fluctuates mostly between 12% and 14% through the 2000s, rises to a peak of 16.9% in July to September 2011, then falls over the following decade to a low of 9.7% in April to June 2021, before rising again to 12.8% in October to December 2025. A horizontal dashed line marks 10% and a vertical dotted line marks January 2019. Source: Labour Force Survey. And the text continues. How the UK compares with other countries. 31. The UK now sits above the average youth NEET rate for high-income countries, the EU and the OECD. In 2025, the EU average for 15 to 24-year-olds was 9%, compared with 12.8% for 16 to 24-year-olds in the UK at the end of 2025. Figure 2. The gap is no longer just with the strongest performers. In 2014, the UK was around the European average. By 2025, only Romania recorded a higher rate. France, for example, entered the pandemic with a similar youth NEET rate to the UK at 10.6%, but has since stabilised. The UK has not. Denmark's 2024 NEET rate for 15 to 25-year-olds was 8.4%. The Netherlands' rate for 15 to 24-year-olds is now around 4.1%. These are not marginal differences. The UK has moved from being an average performer to an outlier. Figure 2. UK NEET rate performance for 16 to 24-year-olds relative to the European Union, 15 to 24-year-olds, 2015 to 2025. A slope graph comparing NEET rates in 2015 and 2025 across 28 European countries, ranked by their 2025 rate from lowest at the top to highest at the bottom, with lower rates indicating better performance. Each country is shown as a line connecting its 2015 value on the left to its 2025 value on the right. Most lines slope downwards, indicating lower NEET rates in 2025 than in 2015. The Netherlands ranks first at the top with the lowest 2025 rate, 3.9%, down from 4.7%. Romania ranks last at the bottom with the highest 2025 rate, 16.5%, down from 18.1%. The United Kingdom is highlighted in gold and appears in the lower half of the ranking, rising from 11.1% in 2015, 14th position, to 12.8% in 2025, 27th position. Most other countries are shown in light grey, with selected stronger performers in green. Country names and percentage values are labelled at both ends of the lines to show both rank and change over time. Source: European Commission, Eurostat, Labour Force Survey. Young people neither in employment nor in education and training, NEET, UK Labour Force Survey. Note: approach to measuring the NEET rate can vary across countries. EU chosen as comparative base due to data availability. 15 to 24 rate presented. 1.2 Complexity and risk. 32. Tempting though it might be to treat NEET young people as a single group, the reality is a multitude of overlapping cohorts shaped by interacting risk factors. The evidence on how those factors combine challenges the view that this is primarily about individual choices. 33. Our most comprehensive understanding of the lives of NEET young people comes from longitudinal data sets, which track individuals over their lifetime. Well-established studies such as the Impetus Youth Jobs Gap. Note 2. Youth Jobs Gap. Exploring Compound Disadvantage Impetus. Published May 2025. Available at https://impetus-org.files.svd-cdn.com/productions/assets/report/impetus Youth Jobs Gap Exploring Compound Disadvantage.pdf DM equals 1747140359. And the text continues. And the Youth Futures Foundation and NatSen Risk Factors Study. Note 3. Risk Factors for Being NEET Among Young People. National Centre for Social Research for Youth Futures Foundation. Published December 2023. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/wp-content/2023/overla2.pdf. And the text continues. Have found strong links between low qualifications, disability, family circumstances and NEET risk. Figure 3. The Department for Education has recently conducted similar analysis for young people born in 1998 and 1999, finding that those with education, health and care plans, EHCPs, or who are persistently absent from school carried the greatest risk across the variables, while achieving less than 5 GCSEs was the most prevalent risk. Around 1 in 3, 33.6% young people in the study had 2 or fewer risk factors at age 20 to 24. Around 1 in 10, 9.4%, had 10 or more risk factors. Note 4. Risk factors for becoming NEET, a statistical analysis using linked data. To be published May 2026. Department for Education. Link to published report on www.gov.uk. Not available at the time of publication. And the text continues. Figure 3. Relationship between risk factors and the likelihood of becoming NEET. Dot chart showing the likelihood of becoming NEET by risk factor. Along the y-axis are the risk factors for being NEET, and along the x-axis is the odds ratio of becoming NEET. The odds ratio is an estimate of how many times greater someone's odds of being NEET were if they have experienced a particular risk factor relative to the group who has not experienced it. The green circle represents the odds ratio for each risk factor, and the black line the distance from the odds ratio value of 1.0, which would mean no difference in likelihood. An odds ratio above 1 indicates an increase. Having a child before age 21, or a limiting disability, or having only below level 2 qualifications increase the odds of being NEET by 2 times, while a ratio of below 1 indicates a decrease, for example having SEN and a below level 2 qualification. Source: reproduced from the National Centre for Social Research. Risk Factors for Being NEET Among Young People, December 2023. And the text continues. 34. Common themes emerge across the research in this space. The importance of school experience and outcomes. That family circumstances and early disadvantage shift the starting line, and that risk factors compound in terms of both prevalence and sensitivity. Age: 35. NEET risk is not evenly distributed across the 16 to 24 age range. It rises sharply at the point where formal education participation requirements end. 36. Among 16 to 17-year-olds, the overall NEET rate in England is more than 4%, even though legislation is supposed to require all young people to be in education or some form of training. There are nearly 57,000 16 to 17-year-olds in England who are NEET. Note 5. NEET age 16 to 24. Department for Education and Department for Work and Pensions. March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/neet-statistics/annual-brief/NEET-2025. And the text continues. But the proportion who are either NEET or not known in England ranges from 1% in Barnet to 21.5% in Dudley. Note 6. Participation in education, training and NEET age 16 to 17 by local authority. Department for Education. www.gov.uk. Accessed April 2026. Available at https://by-local-authority/2024-25. And the text continues. That variation is not explained by local labour market conditions alone, and reflects differences in how young people are tracked and supported. 37. At 18, the NEET rate nearly trebles to 13%. Note 7. NEET age 16 to 24 statistics. Department for Education. www.gov.uk. Available at https://forward/permalink/forward/79829E0-B505-4BFC-653B-08DEA5DC48-4B. And the text continues. This is the first major cliff edge, the point at which statutory participation duties end. Tracking of young people by local authority largely finishes, and institutions relinquish responsibility without anyone picking it up. Among 21-year-olds in England, the rate reaches 20%, and among 24-year-olds, 14%. Note 8. NEET age 16 to 24 statistics. Department for Education. www.gov.uk. Available at https://4/deb/08deb08deb18A3771. And the text continues. Nearly 44% of all NEET young people in England are concentrated in the 22 to 24 age group. Gender, 38. In 2012, the UK female NEET rate exceeded the male rate by 1.8 percentage points. By 2024, males were 2.9 points higher at 14.3% compared with 11.4%. Figure 4. Note 9. Young people not in education, employment or training, NEET. Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, February 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people not in work /unemployment /bulletins /young people not in education, employment or training, NEET /February 2026. And the text continues. The improvement for women reflects in significant part the decline in teenage pregnancy, with under 18 conception rate in England and Wales falling 66% between 2007 and 2022. Note 10. Conceptions in England and Wales, 2022, July 2025. Available at Conceptions in England and Wales - Office for National Statistics. And the text continues. The reasons for the rise in NEET rates specifically for men are complex, but more health issues, the erosion of traditional employment routes, and a growing gap in educational outcomes are likely to be contributing factors, although the evidence on relative impact remains limited. Figure 4. NEET rate by gender seasonally adjusted, UK, 2001 to 2025. A dual line chart showing quarterly NEET rates for men, dark blue, and women, gold, from October 2001 to December 2025. Women's rates are consistently higher than men's until 2016/2017, when the lines converge. From 2022 onwards, men's rates are higher. By late 2025, the male rate is 13.3% and the female rate is 12.2%. A vertical reference line marks January 2019. A 2019 vertical reference line is shown to indicate a break in series. Source: Labour Force Survey. And the text continues. Ethnicity: 39. The ethnic profile of who becomes NEET also shows stark variation. 40. In 2024, Black, African and Caribbean young people had the highest NEET rates of all ethnic groups included in large-scale national surveys, at 15.2%. White young people sit just above the average at 13.2%, with Chinese young people the lowest at 8.7%. Note 11. Trends in young people not in education, employment or training. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published January to March 2025. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/trends-in-young-people-not-education-employment-or-training January-March 2025 And the text continues. Pakistani and Bangladeshi young people have a NEET rate of 12.6%, which sits just below the overall average. The evidence also shows that although NEET rates for the majority of broad ethnic groups are relatively similar, the gap in unemployment rates widens as individuals grow older. A stark example is the Pakistani/Bangladeshi group, with an unemployment rate for all adults aged 16 and over of 9%, 3 times higher than the white British group at 3%. Note 12. Unemployment, www.gov.uk, 28th of November 2023. Available at https://www.ethnicity-work-pay-and-benefits/latest/by-ethnicity. And the text continues. This highlights the importance of not only considering NEET rates but also longer-term trajectories for key groups. In part, differences are driven by likelihood of staying in education. As shown in Figure 5, Chinese young people are much more likely to be in education or training, 78% compared to around 70% of most other ethnicity groups. The exception is white young people, who are over 10 percentage points more likely to be in employment, nearly a third, but less than 60% remain in education. Note 13. Participation of young people by ethnicity. Young People and Work Interim Report. Analytical Annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. Figure 5. Participation and Activity by Ethnicity, UK 2018 to 2025. Pooled data. Horizontal stacked bar chart showing the activity breakdown for 16 to 24-year-olds by ethnic group, covering in education or training, green, in employment, gold, unemployed, dark blue, and economically inactive, light blue. White young people have the lowest share in education or training at 56%, and the highest share in employment at 32%. Chinese young people have the highest share in education or training at 78%. Black, African, Caribbean and Black British young people have the highest combined unemployment and economic inactivity rate at 14%. All ethnic minority groups show a higher combined education and training share than the white group. Source: Annual Population Survey. And the text continues. 41. Particularly high NEET rates also exist among white Gypsy or Irish traveller communities, young people with migrant backgrounds and unaccompanied asylum-seeking children. Around half, 50.8% of females and 41.3% of males in England with an ethnicity of white, Gypsy or Irish traveller are NEET. Note 14. Characteristics of young people not in education, employment or training, NEET, England, March 2021. Published March 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market/people not in work/economic inactivity/bulletins/characteristics of young people not in education, employment or training, NEET, England /March 2021. And the text continues. Unaccompanied asylum-seeking children remain largely invisible in national NEET statistics, but we know they are more likely to experience factors which increase the risk of being NEET, such as being care leavers. Note 15. Children looked after in England, including adoptions. www.gov.uk. Published 26th of November 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/children-look-after-in-England-including-adoptions/2025. And the text continues. Or being behind at GCSE level. Note 16. The education outcomes of refugee and asylum-seeking children in England. epi.org.uk. December 2021. Available at https://refugee_asylum_paper_epi.pdf. And the text continues. 4 cohorts face acute risk of becoming NEET. Each illustrates a different dimension of how the system fails at points of transition. Care leavers. There are approximately 81,770 looked-after children in England, a rise of almost 18% since 2015. Note 17. Children looked after in England, including adoptions. Department for Education, www.gov.uk, 26th of November 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/children-look-after-in-England-including-adoptions/2025. And the text continues. Care experienced 17 to 19-year-olds were more likely to be NEET, at 26% compared to 11% for those without this risk factor. Note 18. Department for Education, Risk Factors for Becoming NEET. A statistical analysis using linked data. To be published May 2026. Link to published report on www.gov.uk. Not available at the time of publication. And the text continues. At age 17, they are more than 5 times more likely to be NEET than the general population. Note 19. Department for Education, www.gov.uk. Care leavers now 17 to 21 years. From Children Looked After in England, including adoptions. Created 8th of May 2026. https://forward/forward/explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/ECD-94F9-0352F69-6302-4ECD-94F9-08DEAA7729F8. And the text continues. By 20, more than 40% are NEET. Note 20. Department for Education, www.gov.uk. Children looked after in England, including adoptions. 26th of November 2025. https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk find-statistics/children-looked-after-in-England-including-adoptions/2025-section-22-2-25-year- old-care-leavers. And the text continues. In 2022, only 22% of 27-year-old care leavers were employed, compared with 57% of the wider population. Note 21. House of Commons Education Committee, committees.parliament.uk. Oral evidence. Children's Homes, 1st of March 2022. Available at https://committees.parliament.uk/oral evidence/9805/PDF/ And the text continues. Only 2% enter an apprenticeship. The care cliff between ages 17 and 18, where NEET rates move from 22% to 31% for this group, is perhaps the clearest example of the age-based institutional fracture this review identifies. Support, stability and oversight are withdrawn at precisely the moment they are most needed, the moment every other young person still has a family to fall back on. Carers. The number of informal carers aged 16 to 24 years old has risen from an estimated 200,000 in 2014/2015 to 300,000 in 2024/2025. Note 22. Family Resources Survey, Department for Work and Pensions, available at Stat Explore, Family Resources Adult Dataset. https://stat-explore.dwp.gov.uk//web-appy/JSF/dataCatalogExplorer.xhtml. And the text continues. A cohort the size of a mid-sized city has emerged in 6 years, largely invisible to the institutions that should be supporting it. Half, 51%, do not achieve 5 or more GCSEs at grades A* to C, compared to a third, 36%, of non-carers. Note 23. Young carers and education. An analysis of how caring influences educational attainment. Nuffield Foundation, 2023. Available at https://www.nuffield-foundation.org/wp-content/young-carers-education-policy-brief.pdf. And the text continues. Their persistent absence rate from school is 35%, around double the national average. Note 24. Pupil absence in schools in England, Department for Education, www.gov.uk, 26th of March 2026. Available at https://find-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/pupil-absence-in-schools-in-England/2024-25. And the text continues. Almost a third have special educational needs. Those from homes with non-working parents are 4 times more likely to be carers, and those in the most deprived areas twice as likely. For many, the caring role is invisible to every institution they encounter. Youth Employment's 2023 Youth Voice Census found that 23.1% of registered carers and 9.8% of unregistered carer respondents were currently NEET, compared to 5.3% of those who were not carers. Within the carer group, 40% of registered carers and 31.3% of unregistered carers had been NEET for more than 18 months. Note 25. Youth Employment, youthemployment.org.uk, Youth Voice Census 2023, available at https://youthemployment.org.uk www.forward/wpe/files/youth-voice/census-2023-report.pdf. And the text continues. Young mothers. Having a child before the age of 21 more than doubles the likelihood of being NEET. Note 26. Risk factors for being NEET among young people. National Centre for Social Research for Youth Futures Foundation, December 2023. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/wp-content//2023/12/over-ERLA2.pdf. And the text continues. And early pregnancy is often associated with pre-existing disadvantage. Following a rapid decline between 2009 and 2020, the under-18 conception rate has been showing small increases in the most recent data. Note 27. Office for National Statistics. Conceptions in England and Wales 2022. Published July 2025. Available from https://www.ons.gov.uk/people, population and community /births, deaths and marriages /conception and fertility rates /bulletins /conception statistics /2022. And the text continues. Social isolation and the transition back into workplaces are challenges faced by mothers of any age, but are heightened for younger women given stigma, reduced bargaining power, and greater cost of living pressures. Mental health outcomes for young mothers are significantly worse than for older mothers. Note 28. The maternal mental health experiences of young mums. Maternal Mental Health Alliance, maternalmentalhealthalliance.org, published October 2023. Available at final__the_young_mums.pdf. And the text continues. Getting young mothers into work early changes outcomes for 2 generations, not 1. Youth offenders. Those supervised by youth offending teams are more than twice as likely to spend 6 months or more NEET. Note 29. Reducing the number of young people not in employment, education or training NEET. UCL Institute of Health Equity and Public Health England. Published September 2014. Available at https://5A7dd2A040F0B65D888634A03 Review 3_NEETs_health_inequalities.pdf. And the text continues. Young men who are NEET are 5 times more likely to hold a criminal record than those who are not. Note 30. Reducing the number of young people not in employment, education or training NEET. UCL Institute of Health Equity and Public Health England. published September 2014. Available at https://review3-health-inequalities.pdf. And the text continues. Half of 15 to 17-year-olds entering young offender institutions have the literacy and numeracy levels of a primary school child. Note 31. Review of the Youth Justice System in England and Wales, Ministry of Justice, published December 2016. Available at https://youth-justice-review-final-report-print.pdf. And the text continues. The pipeline from education failure to offending to sustained detachment is one of the most documented and most neglected in the country. But very little has changed or improved for this cohort. And the text continues. Inequality. 42. The NEET phenomenon is grounded in social disadvantage and inequality. 43. Figure 6 shows that young people from lower working class backgrounds record a NEET rate of 22%, compared with 9% for those from higher professional backgrounds. Note 32. Social Mobility Commission, State of the Nation, 2025. The Evolving Story of Social Mobility in the UK. www.gov.uk. Published 18th of December 2025. Available at Chapter 4. How have intermediate outcomes changed over time? Gov.uk. https://www.gov.uk/how-have-intermediate-outcomes-change-over-time. And the text continues. That ratio has not narrowed in a decade. Almost 30% of those who lived in a household at age 14 where nobody was earning are themselves NEET. Note 33. Main earner in household at age 14 by NEET status. Young People and Work Interim Report. Analytical Annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. A decade of policy, programs and spending has not shifted the fundamental relationship between social class and labour market disengagement. Figure 6. Change in NEET rates by socio-economic background, 2013/2014 to 2022/2024. Slope chart with two time periods, 2014 to 2016 left column, and 2022 to 2024 right column. 5 socio-economic groups shown vertically. Lower working class, 23% to 22%. Higher working class, 15% to 19%. Intermediate, 13% to 12%. Lower professional, 10% to 13%. Higher professional, 9% to 9%. Blue dots at left period. red/gold dots at right period, connected by dotted lines. Source: Social Mobility Commission, destinations following the end of compulsory full-time education, December 2025. And the text continues. 44. Longitudinal evidence has found that over half of incidents of being NEET at 17 years of age were attributable to persistent exposure to poverty and family adversity. Note 34. Udukalu et al., BMJ Public Health, 30th of March 2026. Poverty and family adversity trajectories are not in education, employment or training. NEET. Status in late adolescence. Evidence from UK Millennium Cohort Study. Available at https://bmjpublichealth.bmj.com/content/4/1/e003958. And the text continues. Almost 4 million children live in relative poverty after housing costs in the UK, with 1.9 million in deep material poverty. Note 35. Households below average income statistics, Department for Work and Pensions, 26th of March 2026. www.gov.uk. Available at Households Below Average Income, an analysis of the UK income distribution. https://www.gov.uk/government/statistics/households-below-average-income-4-financial-years-ending-1995/2-2025 //the-UK-income-analysis-of-the-UK-income-distribution-FYE-1995/2025. The text continues. The depth of poverty has increased. 6.8 million people are living below 40% of median income, the highest in 30 years. Note 36. UK Poverty 2026, Joseph Rowntree Foundation, www.jrf.org.uk, published January 2026. Available at https://www.jrf.org.uk/UK/essential-guide-2-understanding-poverty-in-the-UK. The text continues. The NEET problem is shaped by the conditions in which children grow up, and in many cases those conditions have become more challenging. Place 45. The concentration of risk is not only social but also spatial. The geography of where young people are most likely to be NEET maps onto the geography of labour market weakness with an almost perfect symmetry. 46. 8 of the 10 local authorities with the highest likelihood of being NEET are in the north of England and the Midlands. Note 37. Youth Jobs Gap. Exploring Compound Disadvantage, Impetus. Published May 2025. Available at impetus_youth_gap_exploring_compound_disadvantage. And the text continues. In Blackpool, almost a quarter of young people are NEET. In Bath, the rate is less than 1 in 10. Note 38. Characteristics of young people not in education, employment or training. NEET. England. March 2021. Published March 2026. Available from Characteristics of Young People Not in Education, Employment or Training. NEET. England - Office for National Statistics. The text continues. In Birmingham and Bradford, more than 8% of 16 to 24-year-olds are on universal credit and looking for work, more than double the national average of 4.1%. In Hartlepool, the UC health caseload for 16 to 24-year-olds exceeds 5% of the age group. In Guildford, it is less than 1%. Note 39. Get Britain Working. Labour Market Insights, January 2026. Updated April 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/get-Britain-Working-Labour-Market-Insights-January-2026 get-Britain-Working-Labour-Market-Insights-January-2026 #A-percentage-of--and-people-age-16-2 And the text continues. 47. Place acts not as a backdrop but as a multiplier. A young person facing identical risk factors will have worse outcomes in Hartlepool than in Harrogate, not because of anything they have done differently, but because the local economy produces fewer opportunities and local public services face more demands. The NEET challenge is not evenly spread across the country. 48. There is no data source that gives a timely, comprehensive picture of how NEET rates vary at a local level. Administrative data, such as that published in the January 2026 Get Britain Working Labour Market Insight, can proxy with universal credit claimants, but does not capture the hidden NEET population not claiming benefits. Note 40. DWP Get Britain Working Labour Market Insights www.gov.uk January 2026 Updated 30th of April 2026 Available at https://www.gov.uk/get-Britain-Working-Labour-Market-Insights-January-2026 get-Britain-Working-Labour-Market-Insights-January-2026. The text continues. Risk level is generally higher in the north and in coastal communities. Figure 7. Figure 7. Index score of NEET risk across England local authorities. Higher scores indicate a higher chance of a young person being or becoming NEET. Data October to December 2025. Hexagonal map of England shaded from light to dark blue to show NEET risk, with darker areas indicating higher risk. A call-out marks Middlesbrough as the highest risk area and City of London as the lowest risk area. A ranked list shows the highest NEET risk areas as Middlesbrough and Blackpool, risk factor 32, and Redcar and Cleveland, 27. The lowest risk areas are Richmond upon Thames, -22, Wokingham, -24, and City of London, -27. Source: Youth Futures Foundation, NEET Dashboard. Note: scores for each English local authority are indices generated from a wide range of data on key risk factors among young people in the area. Scores do not correspond to the actual or projected NEET rate for any region. Risk factors have been rounded. And the text continues. Education. 49. The proportion of young people in full-time education in England has been rising over time, and in the latest data, 86.5% of 16 to 17-year-olds and 33.8% of 18 to 24-year-olds were in full-time education. 7.3 and 12.3 percentage point increases respectively over the last 25 years. Figure 8. Note 42. Data tables. The employment of disabled people 2025. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 4th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025. And the text continues. More recently, however, education participation has fallen. This is important because education has acted as a stabilizer of NEET rates, offsetting falls in youth employment, but has weakened in recent years. Figure 8. Index change in participation in education for 16 to 17 and 18 to 24-year-olds. England, 2001 to 2026. Peak and latest values presented as unindexed percentage. A two-line index chart showing changes in full-time education participation from Quarter 1 2001 to Quarter 4 2025, with both age groups set to a baseline of 0 in 2001. The green line represents 16 to 17-year-olds and stays above 0 throughout, rising to around plus 30.8% in late 2000s, before gradually easing back to about plus 20% by 2025. The gold line represents 18 to 24-year-olds and is more volatile, falling to around minus 20% in the mid-2000s before rising steadily and ending near plus 35% by 2025. A 2019 vertical reference line is shown to mark the break in the series. Source: Labour Force Survey. And the text continues. 50. Low prior attainment in schools is a key predictor of NEET status. Around half of 18 to 25-year-olds without Level 2 qualifications, GCSE grades 9 to 4 or A* to C, have spent time NEET. Note 43. Risk factors for being NEET among young people. National Centre for Social Research, natsen.ac.uk. Published December 2023. Available at https://youthfutures.org/wp-content/uploads/2023/overla2.pdf. And the text continues. Qualifications also predict how long a spell out of employment or full-time education can last. At least 57% of those NEET with a degree or higher education qualification have been out of full-time education or employment for less than a year rather than for more than 1 year or of unknown duration, compared to at least 16% of those NEET with no qualifications. Note 44. Duration since last job or full-time education for those not in education, employment or training. Young People and Work Interim Report, Analytical Annex, available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 51. Qualifications, however, do not entirely protect against the risk of becoming NEET. In 2024/25, 40% of NEET young people had qualifications at A-level or above, up from 36% since 2014/15. Note 45. Data tables. The employment of disabled people 2025. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 4th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/statistics /the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025. And the text continues. In England, persistent absences have increased by more than 70% since the pandemic. Note 47. Pupil absence in schools in England, gov.uk, www.gov.uk. Published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk. Find-statistics /pupil-absence-in-schools-in-England/2024-25. And the text continues. Severe absence, defined as pupils missing 50% or more of school sessions, has nearly trebled. Note 48. Pupil absence in schools in England, gov.uk, www.gov.uk. Published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk /find-statistics/pupil-absence-in-schools-in-England/2024-25. And the text continues. Chapter 4 looks at how school absence has become a driver of disengagement and what the education system has failed to do about it. Disability 53. Disability is often lifelong. It requires adaptation and sustained support. In 2024-25, nearly half of young people who are NEET in the UK, 45%, reported having a disability, more than doubling from 21.1% in 2013-14. Figure 9. Note 49. The Employment of Disabled People 2025, gov.uk, www.gov.uk. Published November 2025. Updated 24th of March 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government-of-disabled-people-2025. And the text continues. Disability prevalence among all 16 to 24-year-olds has doubled from 10% to 19.7% over the last 10 years. Note 50. The Employment of Disabled People 2025, gov.uk, www.gov.uk. Published November 2025. Updated 24th of March 2026. Available at https://the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025. And the text continues. Young people considered to have special educational needs or disabilities, SEND, are around 80% more likely to be NEET than average. Note 51. Youth Jobs Gap. Exploring Compound Disadvantage. Impetus. impetus.org.uk. Published May 2025. Available at https://impetus-org.files.svdcdn.com /production/assets/report/impetus_youth jobs gap exploring compound disadvantage.pdf ?DM equals 1747140359. And the text continues. Figure 9. The proportion of young people with a disability NEET, Young People Compared to All, UK 2013/2014 to 2023/2024. A dual line chart from 2013/14 to 2024/25, comparing disability rates. The upper green line shows the rate for NEET young people, which rises from 21.1% to 45.0%. The lower dark blue line shows the rate for all young people, which rises from 10.0% to 19.7%. A shaded red area between the lines shows the widening gap over time. Source DWP, The Employment of Disabled People 2025, March 2026. And the text continues. 54. The disability NEET gap is devastating. In 2024/2025, 29.6% of disabled young people were NEET in the UK, compared with 8.7% of non-disabled peers, a gap of 20.9 percentage points. Note 52. The Employment of Disabled People 2025, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published November 2025, updated 24th of March 2026, available at https://the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025. The text continues. That gap dwarfs the gender gap of 1 percentage point and the ethnicity gap of 6.5 percentage points. The NEET rate for disabled people was 30.7% in 2013/14 and 29.6% in 2024/25. Note 53. Data tables. The Employment of Disabled People 2025. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 4th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/statistics/the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025. And the text continues. It has barely moved. 1.3. Health. 55. Health becomes central to who becomes NEET and who stays NEET. This is one of the defining shifts in the data. It has transformed the nature of the problem and rendered much of the existing system obsolete. 56. In 2025, 44% of NEET young people reported a work-limiting health condition. This has risen from 26% in 2015. Note 54. Why are a growing number of young people who are NEET reporting work-limiting health conditions? The Health Foundation, www.health.org.uk, 15th of March 2026. Available at https://www.health.org.uk/reports-analysis/y-r-a-number-of-young-people-who-are-needing-reporting-work. And the text continues. The proportion who are inactive due to sickness or disability has more than doubled since 2005, with over 1 in 4 NEETs today inactive for this reason. Note 55. Full starts. Resolution Foundation. www.resolutionfoundation.org. Published October 2025. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/app/uploads/2025/10 /false-starts.pdf. And the text continues. The proportion of disabled young people who are NEET, citing mental health as their primary condition, has risen from 24.3% in 2011 to 42.6% in 2025. At the same time, the share reporting physical or other health problems has more than halved, falling from 74.1% to just 32.1%. Note 56. Trends in young people not in education, employment or training, January to March 2025. Youth Futures Foundation, www.youthfuturesfoundation.org, published June 2025. Available at https://youthfutures-foundation.org/wp-content/neets-trends-analysis-q2-2025.pdf. And the text continues. 57. The rise in mental health conditions has occurred alongside a significant increase in the number of young people with neurodevelopmental conditions who are NEET. The annual population survey shows that in 2025, 12.3% of all NEET young people in England recorded learning difficulties or autism spectrum condition as their primary health condition, which has increased from 7.7% in 2021. Figure 10, Note 57. NEET Primary Health Conditions Estimates from APS.gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published March 2026. Available at https://forward/forward/data-tables/434D41-9F-D4FA-4515-D0EC-08DEP18A3771. And the text continues. 58. The long-term trajectory of those who are NEET due to ill health is deeply concerning. Of those who fell into health-related economic inactivity between 2017 and 2019, almost 8 in 10 were still NEET more than 2 years later. Note 59. Not working. Exploring changing trends in youth worklessness in the UK, from the 1990s to the COVID-19 pandemic. Resolution Foundation, www.resolutionfoundation.org, published June 2022. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/app/uploads/2022/not-working.pdf. And the text continues. Figure 10. Proportion of 16 to 24 NEET young people by type of reporting health condition. England 2012 to 2025. Stacked area chart showing the percentage of NEET young people reporting various health conditions from 2012 to 2025. Depression and mental health problems, dark blue, is the largest and fastest growing category, rising from approximately 8% in 2012 to around 20% by 2025. Learning difficulties and autism, gold, is the second largest category and also grows over the period. Skin conditions, epilepsy and other conditions, sage green, remain broadly stable. Blood, circulatory and digestive conditions and musculoskeletal conditions each account for a small and relatively stable share. The overall trend shows a marked increase in mental health and neurodevelopmental conditions as a share of the NEET health profile. And the text continues. The defining shift. 59. The growth in health-related inactivity among young people has changed the profile and nature of the NEET population. In the early 2010s, the majority of NEET young people were unemployed. In other words, not working but actively seeking employment and available to start. Figure 11 shows that for the last decade the majority have been economically inactive, not working and not looking or able to do so. Figure 11. Proportion of all young people unemployed or economically inactive, seasonally adjusted, UK, 2001 to 2025. Dual line chart showing the split of the 16 to 24 NEET rate between those who are unemployed and those who are economically inactive, from October 2001 to December 2025. The unemployed line, green, shows greater volatility, spiking during the 2008 to 2012 recession before falling back. The economically inactive line, gold, is more stable, but rises notably from around 2022 onwards. By the end of 2025, the inactive rate exceeds the unemployed rate, with inactivity accounting for the majority of the NEET total. A 2019 vertical reference line is shown to mark the break in the series. Source: Labour Force Survey. And the text continues. 60. Young NEET people are now more likely to be economically inactive than unemployed, at 57% versus 43%. Note 60. Young people not in education, employment or training, NEET, Office for National Statistics, February 2026. Available at Young people not in education, employment or training, NEET, Office for National Statistics. The text continues. Recent changes have largely been driven by increasing inactivity among young men. Between 2000 and 2016, unemployment for young men who are NEET exceeded inactivity every year. This has changed fundamentally post-pandemic, with inactivity for males NEET growing to its highest ever rate in 2024, although it has declined somewhat since then. For young women, inactivity has been the dominant driver throughout. Female unemployment has been increasing in recent years to a high of 4%, but the inactivity rate was 8.3% at the end of 2025. Figure 12. NEET rate by gender, seasonally adjusted, UK, 2001 to 2025. A faceted dual line chart showing NEET trends for men and women separately from 2001 to 2025, split between unemployed, green, and economically inactive, gold. For men, unemployment drives most of the variation, peaking sharply during the post-2008 recession. For women, economic inactivity is consistently the larger component throughout the period. In recent years, the gap between men and women has narrowed, with male inactivity rising and female unemployment remaining low. A 2019 vertical reference line is shown on both panels to mark the break in the series. Source: Labour Force Survey. And the text continues. 63. Whilst the proportion of young people NEET who are inactive due to sickness or disability has more than doubled since 2005, from 11% to 28%, the proportion who are inactive due to looking after their family or home is now nearly a third of what it was in 2005. Note 61. Full starts, Resolution Foundation, www.resolutionfoundation.org, published October 2025. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/app/uploads/10/full/starts.pdf. And the text continues. This shift to health-driven inactivity has had a profound effect on how long young people remain NEET. 64. Over 6 in 10, 61.6% of NEET young people have never had a job. Note 62. Young people not in employment, education or training who have never worked, Young People and Work Interim Report, Analytical Annex, available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 20 years ago that proportion was 42%. Note 63. Resolution Foundation, false starts. What the UK's growing NEETs problem really looks like and how to fix. www.resolutionfoundation.org. Published 21st of October 2025. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/publications/false-starts/. And the text continues. Young people who are NEET are becoming increasingly disengaged from the labour market. The evidence on duration is stark. Of those NEET for less than a year, 65% return to participation the following year. Of those NEET for more than a year, only 25% do. Note 64. Flows from one year to the next for NEETs by duration. Young People and Work Interim Report, Analytical Annex, available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 65. Early disengagement is no longer a phase. It's sticky, and the longer it lasts, the harder and more expensive it becomes to reverse. Every month of inaction adds cost to the young person and to the state. 1.4. The hidden NEET population. 66. There remains a large cohort of young people who are NEET who we understand far less well than we should. According to the Resolution Foundation, around 44% of NEET young people in the UK are not claiming out-of-work benefits. Note 65. False starts. Resolution Foundation. www.resolutionfoundation.org. Published October 2025. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/app/uploads/2025/false-starts.pdf. And the text continues. Estimates based on combining administrative and survey data find that there are around 314,000 18 to 24-year-olds in England who are neither in work nor in education, yet are not themselves in receipt of benefits. Note 66. Hidden NEETs in England. Young People and Work Interim Report. Analytical Annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 67. Issues with benefit status and small sample sizes in national surveys make understanding who these young people are disproportionately difficult. Using the labour force survey with administrative data, the Registration and Population Interactive Database, RAPID, linked to the Longitudinal Education Outcomes dataset, gives us perhaps the best estimate of this population to date. The most common reason for being NEET among these hidden young people is that they are looking for work or a suitable course, at nearly 40%, figure 13. Many are waiting to start a job or their course or are taking a gap year. Note 67. Hidden NEETs in England. Young People and Work Interim Report. Analytical Annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications young-people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. But even in this more detailed data, there is still a significant proportion of those who are unknown. This limits our ability to target and support those who may need it the most. Figure 13. Hidden NEET people aged 18 to 24 by reason for being NEET. England, 2023 to 2025. A horizontal lollipop chart showing reasons for being NEET. Looking for work or a suitable course is the most common reason at 39.1%. Other reason is 18.1%, and waiting to start a job or course is 15.2%. Disability or ill health accounts for 9.3%, followed by smaller shares for other reasons. Source: Annual Population Survey. And the text continues. 68. A system built around those it can see will always miss those most at risk. When it misses nearly half of young people NEET, the system is not identifying the problem it was designed to solve. 1.5. Conclusion. 69. Britain is producing NEET young people at scale, not through bad luck or individual failure, but through the steady accumulation of disadvantage that the system has failed to interrupt. 70. Almost 1 million young people are now NEET. The majority are economically inactive rather than unemployed. And for those who become NEET early, the likelihood of remaining so increases sharply over time. 71. These risks are not evenly distributed. A young person growing up with low attainment, poor health and limited family resources faces a materially higher likelihood of becoming NEET. Place reinforces that divide. 72. Where you grow up, the education you receive and the support you can access continue to shape outcomes in ways that the current system does not consistently offset. In practice, this means that opportunity is unevenly shared and that disadvantage, once established, is often reinforced rather than reduced. 73. Many of these pressures have intensified in recent years, particularly in relation to health and the weakening link between education and work. The result is a challenge that is both larger in scale and more complex than in the past. 74. The chapters that follow examine why the system is not keeping pace with these changes. But first we turn to the voices of young people themselves. This concludes Track 2. Track 3. This track is approximately 148 minutes long. Chapter 2. In their own words. This generation has so many more challenges than previous generations have had. We've gone through COVID, which took 2 years off a practically essential development period. And not only that, you have warfare going on at the moment, you have AI, you have a changing world where everyone's not sure what the future's going to look like. The structure that's built into the professional environment and even the personal environment of this country is built for a generation that's gone past. It's not adapting to what we need. A young man from London. Note 67. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 84. The previous chapter described who Britain's NEET young people are in numbers. 85. This chapter examines what it feels like to be a young person who is NEET, hidden NEET, or at risk of becoming NEET. It draws together new research with young people across those groups, alongside insights from a nationwide listening exercise involving more than 300 young people, published separately as Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. It also draws on evidence from the Youth Futures Foundation Youth Panel, frontline practitioners, charities, submissions to the call for evidence, and a survey commissioned for this review of 417 young people who are NEET. 86. Taken together, this evidence provides a fuller picture of young people's experience and challenges a number of the assumptions that too often shape public debate. Above all, it shows that most young people want to participate. 84% of NEET young people in our survey said they want to find a job, education or training. Note 68. Survey of young people NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/publications/young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. The challenge is not a lack of aspiration, but the barriers that stand in their way and the shortage of opportunities they experience, particularly as they navigate the system that is supposed to help their transition from the world of education into the world of work. 87. This conclusion is consistent with the government's publication of its National Youth Strategy, which similarly drew on survey and focus group data from thousands of young people. It paints a picture of a generation who want to participate in education, training and work, but don't always have the support they need to do so. 2.1. A generation under pressure, but bursting with potential. 88. In almost every conversation with young people who are NEET, we found an interest, a passion, a talent, despite the weight of family circumstance, rejection or barriers that held them back. A 19-year-old NEET in Newcastle. I make fresh pasta most nights for my family. Note 68. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. The text continues. A 21-year-old man in Cardiff recovering from an upbringing scarred by violence. I'm looking after 2 horses. I've built them a house out of wood. I'm quite good at it. Note 70. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. The text continues. A young woman on a childcare course who came alive showing her portfolio of superb drawings. I really want to be a tattoo artist. Note 71. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 89. A lot of these talents were hidden, not known about at school, not built upon after school. 90. These examples may seem like small things, but they matter, because they tell us something important about how this generation should be understood. Too often young people are described by what they lack: motivation, resilience, qualifications. We see them as a list of risks that need to be managed or problems that need to be fixed. But in workshops around the country commissioned by this review, the young people we spoke to did not fit that picture. They were under strain, yes, but they were also thoughtful, resourceful, and often more capable than the systems around them seemed to be able to recognize. 91. A deficit model asks what's wrong with a young person. A strengths-based model asks what they are good at, what they care about, and what becomes possible when someone takes those things seriously. Shifting this mindset is important, perhaps the most important first step, because in many of the lives we heard about, the issue was not an absence of ability or ambition, but that those qualities had gone unnoticed, unsupported, or crowded out by more immediate problems. 92. Some young people were able to name their ambitions clearly. One young person, reflecting on his own experiences, told us, "I feel like 20 years ago, people my age, they'd be like, yeah, in the next 5 years I'll own a house, because everything starts there, right, like stability." Note 72. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 93. Another young person was clear that work for him was not just about getting by, but about doing something useful. "I studied mechanical engineering because I want to work on systems and manufacturing lines that use less resources. I want to do something practical, but I also want it to matter." Note 73. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. A young woman in Wrexham who taught herself how to build a Shopify site and now runs a nails business from her bedroom. 41% in our survey with NEET young people put interesting or fulfilling work as their main priority, the top choice. Note 74. Survey of young people, NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 94. This theme came up again and again. Young people spoke about wanting to work with children with learning difficulties, to care for older people, to build computers, write, design, make things, fix things, and help people. Too often those strengths sat unnoticed by school, unsupported by services, or overshadowed by the labels attached to them. Absent, anxious, difficult, behind, care experienced, NEET. 95. The way adults and in particular employers see young people shapes what happens next. A system organized around deficits looks for non-attendance, low attainment, behavior problems or barriers to work. A system organized around strengths would take those challenges seriously, but it would also ask different questions. What keeps this young person going? What are they interested in? When do they come alive? Who do they help? What could be built on here? The weight young people carry. 96. Young people entering adulthood in Britain today face a combination of pressures that no previous generation has experienced simultaneously. A pandemic that impaired their social development at the most critical window. A digital environment engineered to capture and monetize their attention. A housing market out of reach. A labour market that has raised entry thresholds while shrinking entry-level opportunities. A mental health system that cannot absorb the demand it was never designed to meet. And an epidemic of loneliness so severe that the World Health Organization has declared it a global public health concern. Note 75. From loneliness to social health concern. Charting a path to healthier societies. WHO. www.who.int. Published June 2025. Available at https://www.who.int /teams /social determinants of health demographic change and healthy aging social isolation and loneliness. And the text continues. None of these pressures are unique in isolation. What is unique is their convergence and the way they compound each other. 97. The world is changing faster than the systems designed to support young people through it. Young people are navigating the most difficult transition to adulthood in modern history, and they're doing so under heightened public scrutiny. They are the most observed, most measured, most commented upon generation in history. Every aspect of their behaviour is tracked, polled, debated and judged, often by people who have never asked them what their lives are actually like. So this generation is different. The cost of living, housing and the closing door to independence. 98. Previous generations of young people could reasonably expect that the transition from education to work would lead, within a few years, to financial independence, a job, a rented flat, a sense of forward motion. That expectation has collapsed. 99. In Clacton, one of the areas we visited, healthy life expectancy at birth is 51.7 years. Note 76. Healthy life expectancy, small area estimates and inequalities, Essex County Council, published 2024. Available at https://dataset.essex.gov.uk//dataset/healthy-life-expectancy-small-area-estimates-and-inequalities-epx8g. And the text continues. As one stakeholder told us, when you talk about economic inactivity, you instantly know that people here fall out of employment so much earlier than everyone else. Note 77. Findings from regional workshops with local stakeholders held in tendering between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. Coastal areas face specific challenges. Sectors such as tourism and leisure are highly seasonal, with many roles only available part-time. Stakeholders describe seeing widespread business closures in town centres in recent years, further reducing the availability of employment. Young people in tendering are also facing competition with high numbers of older, more experienced workers returning to the workforce after retirement due to increased living costs. 100. For much of the post-war period, work led eventually to owning a home. That expectation has collapsed. One young woman told us, "I don't actually ever think about owning a house." Note 78. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 101. Another young woman in the same group expanded on this. I feel like 20 years ago, people my age, they'd be like, yeah, in the next 5 years I'll own a house. Because everything starts there, right? Like stability. Note 79. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 102. That link between housing and stability came up again and again. What has gone is not just the prospect of ownership, but the sense that effort will lead somewhere solid. Renting felt insecure, expensive and sometimes unsafe. Young people described family homes with roofs that had fallen in, no windows, and landlords who did not respond. Note 80. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Social media, smartphones and a mental health crisis. 103. The pandemic did not create the mental health crisis among young people, but it accelerated a deterioration already underway. Between 2017 and 2023, the proportion of children and young people in England with a mental disorder rose from 12% to 20%. Note 81. Mental health of children and young people in England 2023. Wave 4 follow-up to the 2017 survey. NHS England. digital.nhs.uk. Published November 2023. Available at https://digital.nhs.uk/data-and-information /publications /statistical mental-health-of-children-and-young-people-in-England /wave-4-follow-up. And the text continues. While rates of common mental disorders among young people increased from 17.5% in 2007 to 25.8% in 2023/24. Note 82. Adult Psychiatric Morbidity Survey. Survey of Mental Health and Wellbeing. England 2023/4. NHS England. digital.nhs.uk. Published November 2025. Available at https://digital.nhs.uk/data-and-information /publications /statistical /adult-psychiatric-morbidity-survey survey-of-mental-health-and-wellbeing-England-2023-24 /common-mental-health-conditions. And the text continues. This is a generational shift that predates COVID-19. Research points to several overlapping drivers, including poorer sleep, social media and smartphone use, cuts to children and youth services, and rising employment and affordability pressures. Note 83. Briefing. Understanding drivers of recent trends in young people's mental health. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published July 2025. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org /publication briefing-understanding-drivers-of-recent-trends-in-young-people's-mental-health /. And the text continues. These factors are interconnected, but debate about causation must not become an excuse for inaction. What is clear is what young people themselves say. 104. In polling of nearly 1,700 16 to 24-year-olds, 62% said social media does more harm than good. Note 84. Public attitudes to smartphones, social media and online safety. More in Common. Published March 2025. Available at https://www.moreincommon.org.uk /media public-attitudes-2-smart-phones-social-media-online-safety-1.pdf. And the text continues. In focus groups for this review, schoolgirls describe the alienation of life lived through social media, where interactions could feel less like friendships than contact with robots. Note 85. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. They spoke of wanting to log off but fearing exclusion, and of cyberbullying that followed them home and often escaped adult notice. 105. Every one of a group of 10, 12 and 13-year-olds told us they went to bed between midnight and 3 in the morning because they were scrolling on their phone. Did their parents ever take their phones away from them? The answer, a clear no. Note 86. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. The long effects of COVID, an interruption that became a rupture. 106. If the pressures described in the previous section were already building before 2020, the pandemic accelerated them. Schools closed, friendships went remote, and social development often stalled at precisely the age when it matters most. 107. What young people told us years on from the pandemic was that the effects had not faded in the way the system seemed to expect. In London, a young man who had been in his A-level years during lockdown described something that many others recognised. That's obviously your years where you're meant to be developing and meeting people and socialising. When you're 14, 15, 16, 17, that's when you should be outside. And definitely it massively affected social interaction. Even now, even in 2026, I'm happy on a weekend just to stay at home, be on my phone. It's more comforting. Note 87. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 108. Another in the same group was specific about the social skills that simply did not develop during that period. We weren't really seeing people in person, so we didn't get used to the social aspect of connecting with people, maintaining eye contact, hand gestures, and all sorts. We were just sitting behind screens. There were skills that people were struggling to develop. Note 88. Holding ref to be updated once finalised. Gamut, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. And the text continues. 109. What made the pandemic different from a conventional economic shock was its social totality. It removed the informal scaffolding through which young people learn to navigate the adult world. Saturday jobs, after-school clubs, unstructured time with peers, first tentative encounters with workplaces and workplace norms. Over the 2 decades before the pandemic, part-time employment among teenagers had already been declining. The traditional Saturday job in retail and hospitality, once a widespread feature of early labour market socialisation, had become less common. The pandemic accelerated this erosion to the point of elimination for an entire cohort. 110. Young people were also honest about what lockdown did to their capacity to concentrate and persist. A young man in London said his attention span had got noticeably worse. It's harder to focus. I was at home all day, wasn't doing much, and it was really hard to get back into a rhythm after COVID. Note 89. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 111. In Bradford, stakeholders told us the consequences are still visible. You've got some 20-year-olds now that never had any touch points with the world of work, because when they were in year 10 and they should have had their work experience, it was locked down, and therefore if they were lucky they got something online. But actually there was no work experience that took place. Note 90. Findings from regional workshops with local stakeholders held in Bradford between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. Loneliness and belonging. 112. Accelerated by the pandemic, loneliness in Britain has quadrupled since 2019. Note 91. How lonely are we really? What the data says. The Times. www.thetimes.com. Published December 2025. Available at https://www.thetimes.com/loneliness-data-by-group-christmas-appeal-25MRP5D88. And the text continues. 70% of young people between 18 and 24 now report experiencing loneliness. Note 92. Addressing the youth loneliness epidemic this World Mental Health Day. CSJ. www.centreforsocialjustice.org.uk. Published October 2024. Available at https://www.centreforsocialjustice.org.uk/newsroom/addressing-youth-loneliness. And the text continues. Those aged 16 to 29 are more than twice as likely to say they feel lonely often or always as those over 70. Note 93. Public Opinions and Social Trends, Great Britain, January 2025. ONS. www.ons.gov.uk. Published February 2025. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/releases/Public Opinions and Social Trends, Great Britain, January 2025. And the text continues. 1 in 5 Britons aged 18 to 24 have one or no close friends, a proportion that has tripled in the past decade. Note 94. Age of alienation. Young people are facing a loneliness epidemic. Onward. ukonward.com. Published July 2021. Available at https://uk-onward.com/age-of-alienation-loneliness-young-people/. And the text continues. Historically, social networks shrank with age. Today, young people have fewer friends than older Britons. 113. Austerity and the pandemic together created a double hit. First, the services that supported young people were cut. Then the social infrastructure that replaced them, often giving that connection and sense of belonging, was removed. 114. The closure of third spaces, youth clubs, libraries, pubs, swimming pools, community centres, has stripped away the places where spontaneous socialising once occurred. In Newcastle, stakeholders told us, this part of the city has the most youth work provision and it's still nowhere near enough. There's the most here, but it's only scratching the surface. Note 95. Findings from regional workshops with local stakeholders held in Newcastle between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-young-people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 115. A sense of loneliness is also felt by many of the same young people within the school system, where they experience neither connection nor belonging. It is particularly acute among those growing up in poverty. Children living in relative poverty are twice as likely to be lonely as their more affluent peers, and British children report higher levels of loneliness than those in countries such as Denmark and the Netherlands. Note 96. A focus on adolescent mental health and well-being in Europe, Central Asia and Canada. Health Behaviour in School-Aged Children International Report from the 2021/2022 Survey, Volume 1, WHO, www.who.int, published October 2023, available at https://www.who.int/item/978928906036. And the text continues. The economic and digital drivers of loneliness are not competing explanations but part of the same picture. Young people do not experience loneliness as separate from participation. They experience it as part of the same problem. A life that has narrowed, a future that feels out of reach, and a sense that the world has moved on without them. 2.2. The first part of their journey to becoming NEET. 116. Despite all these challenges, the vast majority of NEETs think they will move into work, but a small proportion, 11% from our survey of young people who are NEET, fear they won't. Note 97. Survey of young people, NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. This section looks at why they think this happens. Family, poverty, and the foundations for a good life. 117. For many young people, the challenges begin long before they encounter the health system, the welfare state, or the world of work. They begin at home. 118. Families do not start from the same position. As Chapter 1 demonstrates, the relationship between social background and outcomes is unbroken. The data on poverty, intergenerational worklessness, and family adversity is set out there. What matters for this chapter is what young people themselves say about the foundations they were given. 119. In tendering, stakeholders describe families arriving with not one problem but a whole myriad of them. Poverty, debt, domestic abuse, addiction, parental mental ill health. Note 98. Findings from regional workshops with local stakeholders held in tendering between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https:// www.gov.uk/young-people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 120. Where parents themselves had limited experience of work or education, their ability to guide their children was constrained. Stakeholders in Bradford described a glass ceiling effect. The opportunities might be there, but if no one in your immediate family or social circle do that sort of thing, you haven't seen it, so you don't believe you can be it. Note 99. Findings from regional workshops with stakeholders held in Bradford between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 121. In Bradford, the defunding of career services in schools in England has shifted responsibility for securing work experience placements to parents and families. As one stakeholder put it, the onus to find that work experience placement is on parents and families and not on the schools. If actually that family hasn't got those aspirations for their young people, they're just not going to leave it. Note 100. Findings from regional workshops with stakeholders held in Bradford between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/publications/young-people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 122. In Newcastle, a stakeholder told us how work experience once embedded in school now relies on who your parents know. Note 101. Findings from regional workshops with stakeholders held in Newcastle between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. None of this is the fault of the young people concerned. They did not choose their starting point, but their starting point shapes everything that follows. Experiences of school, the roots of disengagement. A traumatic experience for too many. 123. For many young people, school works well. They achieve, feel supported, and can see a route into good jobs. Research from the Children's Commissioner shows that 94% enjoy school or college. 76% say they have been supported by great teachers, and 65% feel they understand the good jobs available to them later in life. Note 102. The Big Ambition, Children's Commissioner, www.childrenscommissioner.gov.uk. Published March 2024. Available at https://www.childrenscommissioner.gov.uk/the-big-ambition/ https://www.childrenscommissioner.gov.uk/the-big-ambition/. And the text continues. But for many of the NEET young people we spoke to, school was experienced very differently, as traumatic, stressful, boring, and something to be endured rather than embraced. Note 103. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman, Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p inside the mind of a young NEET. And the text continues. Across the country, young people describe bullying, low expectations, isolation for minor rule breaking, and classrooms in which they felt unseen, talked at and written off. Low attainment, persistent absence and exclusion are strong predictors of later labour market disengagement, but the deeper damage is often less visible. A loss of confidence, belonging and trust in institutions. For many young people now counted as NEET, disengagement did not begin at 16 or 17, but much earlier, sometimes as early as Year 7. Note 104. Indicators to identify the disengaged. National Foundation for Educational Research, published in May 2013. Available at https://www.nfer.ac.uk/media/VKU-HDKB0/INDS01.pdf. And the text continues. Again and again, young people described a system that responded to struggle with isolation rather than support, including the repeated use of isolation rooms, where they were left alone with work and little help. One young man described it. They put you in a room, or like a hallway, by yourself, and then you were given all the work for your classes that day with no help or assistance. You'd be leaving half an hour early to get your lunch, and then bringing it back to the isolation room to eat it by yourself, while you're still doing your work. That is just depressing. That's probably why most kids feel the way they do at school. They tried to correct what I was doing or the way I was learning. My predicted GCSEs were all A's and B's, and then just the turn of events that happened. They were making it difficult for me to learn. Note 105. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman, Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside the mind of a young NEET. And the text continues. 124. By the time many of these young people left school, they were already, in every meaningful sense, pre-NEET, detached, wary of institutions, carrying mental health needs that had never been addressed, with qualifications that bore little relation to their actual ability and no clear sense of what came next. Exams, pressure and the narrow road. 125. GCSEs themselves are described repeatedly as a source of dread rather than anything that felt fair or useful. One young man, reflecting on the exam pressure of his later school years, made a point that cuts through much of the conventional debate about why young people underperform. 126. If you've got more going on and people put the most pressure they can on you at one point in your life, and it's meant to determine where your life goes from that point, you're not going to be able to focus on anything at all. It's got nothing to do with intelligence. It's got everything to do with the fact that if your head is never quiet, the information just won't sit. Note 106. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman, Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 127. One 12-year-old girl in Clacton. I do wish my maths teacher would stop going on about GCSEs. It's in 4 years' time. Note 107. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman, Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p inside the mind of a young neet. And the text continues. 128. From our survey with young people who are NEET, 81% thought that the current curriculum is too focused on children and young people passing exams. Note 108. Survey of young people NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 129. In addition, more than half of the young people, 55%, felt that the current education system did not suit people like them. Note 109. Survey of young people NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Little preparation for what comes next. 130. Almost universally, the young people we heard from felt that school had not prepared them for the transition into work or adulthood. This was expressed regardless of whether their overall school experience was positive or negative. The criticism of what school did not do was consistent. A perceived focus on academic qualifications, with university promoted as the default pathway and limited discussion of alternatives. 131. Our survey of young people who are NEET showed that the majority, 67%, believed the current curriculum failed to prepare young people for work. Note 110. Survey of young people NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. More than that, they were clear that the so-called soft skills, like speaking skills, would have a very positive effect when applying for jobs. 64% agreed. Closely followed by technical skills or qualifications. 60% agreed. Note 111. Survey of young people NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 132. Careers guidance was widely described as generic and lacking practical value. Young people highlighted a lack of preparation for everyday and employment-related skills, including budgeting, managing taxes, job searches, and interviewing. They described feeling underprepared for their next steps and reported making decisions without a clear understanding of the options available. Generic careers support. I thought that the education system would have held my hand a bit more and guided me to where I wanted to be. They would just be like, make sure you go to university. Apprenticeships are an option, but they won't tell you how to look for apprenticeships or anything like that. Woman age 20. Note 112. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications/young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. I think they should explore a lot more opportunities and make students aware that it's not always this linear path of you having to do school and then college and university and then you get to a dream career. Woman, age 24. Note 113. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 133. The careers advice on offer was frequently perceived to have made things worse rather than better. In one session, a young person told us that a careers advisor had once told her, given her background, that she was unlikely to get far in life. Note 114. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. The text continues. She still remembered it years later. And the text continues. 134. In Islington, one FE provider told us that almost 30% of their enrolments are walk-ins on enrolment day, a group who experience high dropout rates later on. It always surprises me still, the number of young people who come to us during that 7-day period, who just don't know what their next step is going to be. And then that leads to the high numbers of learners who then drop out and leave within that 6-week period. Note 115. Findings from regional workshops with local stakeholders held in Islington between February and March 2026. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. 135. A young person in Belfast said that after leaving school without the GCSEs she needed and ruling out her local tech college because too many people there knew her, she was simply never told what to do next. So I kind of just stayed in the house, and I was like, right, well, this is just the end. Note 116. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 136. That last phrase, this is just the end, at 16. It is one of the most telling sentences in any of our transcripts. It describes a young person for whom the system had prepared one pathway and had stopped when that pathway closed. What young people needed at 16 was not more speeches about the importance of qualifications. It was a conversation that started from what they were actually capable of and interested in, and walked them towards the nearest realistic version of it. An apprenticeship, a training program, a supported work placement, a second chance course. In most cases that conversation never happened. Those facing additional barriers, care leavers. 137. Of every group we met, care experienced young people described the most consistent pattern of being systematically set up to fail. Not through any individual's malice, but through the structural design of the services around them. The care system itself produces an unusual concentration of transitions, placement breakdowns, school changes, new social workers, new personal advisors, new therapists, at precisely the ages when continuity matters most. Then, at 18, the support drops off a cliff. A young woman in our online session with care leavers captured what this looks like from the inside. I had a lot of placement breakdown. Some placements just weren't able to cope with it, and that meant getting moved from either city to city, town to town, or county to county. And I would make an effort to get a job at each one, and it would be for a few months, or 6 months, or 9 months. But looking at a CV as an employer, you just see a load of failed jobs, and they don't think that you're very reliable, where I think they should take a step back and look at it individually. It wasn't in our control. Note 117. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 138. In Belfast, one woman of 22 talked of having 11 foster parents in just 18 months. It's almost unimaginable the ordeal of having to try to bond with so many adults, only for those bonds to be broken almost immediately. Note 118. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 139. Care leavers are routinely asked to account for CVs that employers read as unreliability when the underlying pattern is not unreliability but a series of moves nobody consulted them about. When the practical support that is supposed to follow them into adulthood is delivered, it is too often in the form of a bank transfer rather than a relationship. 140. The transition into adult services compounds the problem. Another care-experienced young woman in Cardiff described trying to access mental health support after years of childhood trauma. They don't really write down what's gone on and what's been discussed very well. Like the bookkeeping's not great. So by the time I got to adult services, I had to re-explain everything, which I wasn't willing to do, because why would you want to re-traumatize yourself every time you got a new therapist? It should be in my records. Note 119. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 141. She's now 22 and she told us they're only just referring me to the correct therapist. Note 120. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 124. Her description of the UK system was damning. A first aid approach to mental health conditions until it gets to a point where it is severe and life-limiting or a threat to life, and at which point they don't give you solutions. They keep you alive long enough to wave it to a point where you can cope again and send you back into the world and give you some more first aid. Note 121. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. Disabled and neurodivergent young people. 143. Disabled young people are the group where the least progress has been made in the last 10 years. The disabled NEET rate nearly doubled between 2011 and 2025. Note 122. Trends in young people not in education, employment or training. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published November 2025. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/trends-in-young-people-not-in-education-employment-or-training-July-September-2025 / and the text continues. 144. The voices behind those numbers describe, almost without exception, systems that were not built for them. For young people with learning disabilities, MenCap's evidence is stark. Only 5% of those known to their local authority are in paid employment, despite 86% wanting a paid job. Note 123. NS figures reveal disability employment gap remains huge for disabled people. MenCap, published August 2025. Available at https://www.mencap.org.uk/press-release/ons-figures-reveal-disability-employment-gap-remains-huge-disabled-people. And the text continues. The testimony MenCap has gathered describes what this feels like from the inside. As soon as they hear the words disability, they don't want to know. It's like they stereotype before they get to know me. Note 124. Work and Learning Disability Research, MenCap, www.mencap.org.uk. Published October 2022. Available at https://www.mencap.org.uk/learning-20 final 20 report 2031.10.22 5B77 5D 20 282 29 20 281 29.pdf -mencap www.mencap.org.uk https://www.mencap.org.uk/sites/2023-09/learning%20 disability%20 and %20 work %20 -20 final %20 report %2031.10.22 5B77 5D 20 282 29 20 281 29.pdf. And the text continues. I've had a bad experience working in a clothes shop. I told them I've got a learning disability. They asked me to put numbers on tags and I asked them for help. They went nuts on me. I just walked out. Note 125. Work and Learning Disability Research, MenCap, www.mencap.org.uk. published October 2022. Available at https://www.mencap.org.uk/site/default/2020 %20 and %20 work %20 dash %20 final %20 report %2031.10.22 5B77 5D 20 282 29 20 281 29.pdf. And the text continues. 145. We found similar experiences from the Youth Futures Foundation panel. There is something deeply uncomfortable about having to ask for what you need, especially when you already know it might be seen as too much. Note A. Young people with a wide range of lived experiences are informing the review through a dedicated subgroup of the Youth Guarantee Advisory Panel. Members were recruited by our partners Youth Futures Foundation YFF, who helped to run the sessions alongside colleagues in DFE. This feedback draws on 2 online sessions with the panel, held on 25th of February and 25th of March 2026. And the text continues. 146. The most common response to discrimination was not to complain but to let go of that ambition. The way the benefit system works only makes matters worse. 45% of people with a learning disability who wanted a paid job said that fear about the impact on their benefits was the single biggest thing stopping them, which means the benefit trap, not the labour market, is the most often named barrier. Note 126. What stops people with a learning disability getting and keeping paid work? MENCAP. www.mencap.org.uk. Published July 2023. Available at https://www.mencap.org.uk/sites/default/files /2023-09 /summary %202.pdf. And the text continues. 147. Racism shapes the experience too. One of the young people in our qualitative research described past experiences of racism in his area that made him reluctant to take on early or late shifts. I wouldn't take a job where I have to walk in the dark. Note B. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. https://www.gov.uk/government/publications /young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. His concerns about personal safety further restricted his already limited options. 148. In our regional research, stakeholders in Newcastle describe the gap between what is promised and what is delivered for young people with SEND. Support, from my point of view, is theoretical. There's all this talk about we'll support you, we'll accept your role, we'll understand everything. And then, as soon as there's a diagnosis there or as soon as the process has begun, it's gone. Note 127. Holding ref to be updated once finalised. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. And the text continues. Parents of children with SEND can be left struggling too. If you're a parent and you're struggling with a child with autism and you're not getting proper support at home, and that child isn't getting proper support at school for their autism, then what do you do? Note 128. Gamot, Schaub and Hyman. Peter Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Young carers, 149. Young carers are one of the least visible groups in the NEET conversation and one of the most systematically miscounted. Note 129. Unpaid Care, England and Wales, Census 2021, ONS, https://www.ons.gov.uk, published January 2023. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/people, population and community /health and social care /health and well-being /bulletins /unpaid care England and Wales /census 2021. And the text continues. A young woman in Newcastle asked whether she would consider care work, explained why her answer was complicated. I technically am a carer. I don't get paid for it. My dad's blind and my mum's deaf, so I could get money from it, but I'd have to sign off. I've looked after my dad. I've looked after my granddad and my sister, so technically I had the experience. Note 130. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman, Peter Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 150. She had applied for a paid care role through a national charity and been turned down because, in her account, her caring experience wasn't on her CV in the form employers recognise. The system assumes caring is something done at home and work is something done outside it, and it will not count one towards the other. More than 1 in 4, 28% NEET young women are economically inactive because they are looking after family or home, compared to around 6% of NEET young men. Note 131. Characteristics of young people not in education, employment or training. NEET. England, March 2021. ONS. www.ons.gov.uk. Published March 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people not in work /economic inactivity /bulletins /characteristics of young people not in education, employment or training. NEET. England /March 2021. And the text continues. 151. A young woman in the Cardiff care leaver session who had 2 small children and was studying for professional exams put it plainly. Her preference, when asked what would help, was a lot more jobs where you can also work from home, especially if there's a child and a mother and she's on benefits. Note 132. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman, Peter Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 152. Young carers are also among the groups most likely to be completely missed by school. A young woman in a real residential care home was, by the time we met her, 16 on a level 3 college course, planning to work with children with learning disabilities and, in her own words, pretty much a young carer for a lot of my life. Her school attendance was amazing now, the care staff told us. Nobody had known for most of her childhood why it had not been amazing before. She was looking after her younger siblings before local authorities took them away from her parents. Note 133. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Mental Health and Confidence. 153. In our qualitative research, mental health conditions including anxiety, depression, neurodevelopmental conditions and PTSD were widely reported and affected motivation, confidence and capacity to engage in training or job searching. Note 134. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 154. Our conversations brought home how much mental ill health has become woven into ordinary life. Most young people did not describe themselves as being in crisis. They described operating every day against a backdrop of anxiety, exhaustion and dread. 155. A young woman in Wrexham said, I struggled with anxiety and I didn't get the support I needed. No one ever talked to me about it. I asked for help on countless occasions. They said, yeah, okay, we'll do this, and they didn't. It gave me false hope. Note 135. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 156. Another age 22. With my mental health right now that I just got put on medication because my mind's not situated. I can't focus on other things. If that makes sense. I physically can't. Note 136. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 157. Young people with invisible or fluctuating conditions describe a sense that employers and educators struggle to understand and accommodate their needs. One young person who secured an internship described the environment as hostile to her neurodivergence. I got an internship and that was fine, but I really struggled with my neurodivergence there because it was not an environment that was made for people who are neurodivergent. It wasn't a diverse company. Note 137. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. In every area we visited, we heard the same message. Early support is almost impossible to access, and by the time young people reach crisis point, the system responds too late. As one stakeholder put it, If we had better capacity in the system for early diagnosis, early intervention, so children who are having unmet needs aren't becoming poor mental health, poor attendance and the like, the more we can do in terms of early intervention, the better. Note 138. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-government/and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 159. The relationship between mental health and NEET is self-reinforcing. Poor mental health drives disengagement. Disengagement worsens mental health. And it begins not in the labour market but in the bedroom, on the phone at 2 a.m, long before a young person ever applies for a job. 160. Another young woman described what school had become for her. It was more about just getting through the day instead of actually doing the lessons and focusing on the work. Note 139. Ewch, Schuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 161. That phrase, getting through the day, came up across the country, just surviving without the capacity to think about thriving. 162. The research backs up what the young people described. Poor mental health in childhood and adolescence is strongly associated with becoming NEET. What the transcripts add is a sense of timing. By the time someone is counted as NEET, the pressure has often been visible for years. 2.3. Their entry into the labour market. 163. Over 6 in 10, 61.6% of NEET young people have never had a job. Note 140. Young people not in employment, education or training who have never worked. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continue. Here they tell us why the search can be so difficult. The application's black hole. 164. The young people we met want to work and said so clearly in every part of the country. What they described was not a lack of motivation, but a lack of response. Applications disappearing into a void, interviews followed by silence, and recruitment processes that felt designed to deter rather than select. Above all, they wanted someone to tell them honestly whether they had a chance and how to improve. Many spoke first about the sheer volume of applications they had submitted and the silence that followed. A young man in Newcastle said he had applied for over 60 to 70 jobs now. Note 141. Ewch, Schuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. A young woman in Camden had applied for around 50 roles over one summer, heard back from 10, and was rejected by all 10 without explanation. A young man in Wrexham had applied to around 150 apprenticeships across the country, but could not take up the one offer he received because it would have required him to move to Europe. Note 142. Ewch, Schuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. 165. Another young woman in Cardiff described months of delays in a coaching course application, held up by a DBS check, passport issues and other administrative hurdles, until she gave up waiting. The most consistent complaint was not rejection but silence. As one young woman in Cardiff put it, the main issue is you're not getting responses. You don't know what to improve on. Note 143. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman, Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. Another in Belfast, after 3 interviews, said only one employer had replied, simply to say the role had been filled. Again and again, young people told us that silence was worse than rejection, because at least rejection gave them something to work with. 166. A young person from the Youth Futures Foundation panel. And it's like the time and effort that goes into all of these applications, just to then get, like, sorry, this is no longer happening, not even any sort of feedback. On the cover letter as, you know, an apology or anything like that. And I get it, budget changes. No one knew what was going on, but still it's the emotional investment. Note C. Young people with a wide range of lived experiences are informing the review through a dedicated subgroup of the Youth Guarantee Advisory Panel. Members were recruited by our partners, Youth Futures Foundation, YFF, who helped to run the sessions alongside colleagues in DFE. This feedback draws on 2 online sessions with the panel, held on 25th of February and 25th of March 2026. And the text continues. 167. Summarised succinctly by another member of the panel, yeah, it just sucks the soul and life out of you, really. Note D. Young people with a wide range of lived experiences are informing the review through a dedicated subgroup of the Youth Guarantee Advisory Panel. Members were recruited by our partners, Youth Futures Foundation, YFF, who helped to run the sessions alongside colleagues in DFE. This feedback draws on 2 online sessions with the panel, held on 25th of February and 25th of March 2026. And the text continues. 168. And young people know what is coming. Mental Health UK research shows that 61% of 15 to 18-year-olds are already starting to worry about looking for work. Note 144. Mental Health UK, supporting young people. Mental Health, Meaningful Activity and Life Transition, May 2026. Available at full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. The Catch-22, entry-level jobs requiring past experience. 169. The experience of searching for work was described consistently across all groups. Many young people reported spending hours each day on online platforms, some keeping spreadsheets to track roles, deadlines and responses. Despite this effort, the process was overwhelmingly described as unproductive and demoralizing. Searching for work, continuous rejection. It's like, how do you want me to have experience if I'm only 18, and you're not even letting me have the chance to get the experience? Woman, age 18. Note 145. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications/. young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. I just remember thinking, how can I not get that job? That is a very entry-level role. Do you really need experience in that job? It's not really difficult, is it? Man, age 20. Note 146. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. For grad roles, a lot of them, even though they're meant to be graduate roles, some of them ask for experience. But how am I meant to obtain it? Unless I choose to do a year in industry, I feel like it's very unfair. Woman, age 21. Note 147. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Like a lot of these places don't even give you a reply, and it's really disheartening. And then you would get a reply, an automated reply, 5 months down the line for a role that you've forgotten you applied for to say that you've been rejected. Or you just don't hear at all. Woman, age 21. Note 148. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Getting a job is a job in itself. 170. Entry-level recruitment has, for this generation, become a multi-stage process. An online form, a series of automated screens, a recorded video interview, a situational judgment test, one or more assessment centres, and, finally, an interview with a human being. 171. A young man who had recently graduated in computer science described the stage that kept ending his applications. I was basically just doing the assessment centres. I wasn't making it past the higher view stages. It's essentially a recorded stage when you have to answer questions about yourself. Note 149. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Higher View is an AI-powered recorded interview platform. He had never met a human from any of the companies that rejected him. 172. Another recent graduate, 18 months out of school, described what going in completely cold felt like. You have to apply to at least 30 until you get one, and that's, like, a really mentally draining process, because some of the application processes have 6 rounds, and then you don't even make it to the final round, and it's just like, what was the point? Note 150. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// while the AI screening cuts the other way too. A young woman in Wrexham made the point young people everywhere would recognise. I think they should get rid of the AI system that reads CVs. On Indeed, it just filters out CVs. If someone doesn't have the right word and the system doesn't like it, it'll just throw it away. Note 151. Ewch, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Her CV had been reduced to data points before a human saw it. Stepping stones into work. Not all or nothing. 174. Health, particularly mental health, runs through this section. Among NEET young people, 24% cite depression or anxiety as their main limiting condition, 22% autism, and 18% another mental illness. Note 152. The Employment of Disabled People 2025, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published March 2026. Available at https://the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025/introduction. And the text continues. What young people described was not permanent incapacity, but fluctuating capacity. They could manage study or work on some days, but not others. Too often, however, systems operate in binary terms, fit or unfit, in or out, making it harder to re-enter employment or training after periods of ill health and turning temporary disruption into longer disengagement. Approximately 1 in 10 respondents from our survey with young NEET people said they thought they would never move into work, education or training. Note 153. Survey of Young People NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Many described withdrawing after brief episodes of ill health because re-entry was too rigid, or because attempting work risked their financial stability if their health worsened again. A young woman in Cardiff explained why part-time work had suited her better. It helped me. I got that day's break to calm down my anxiety. Note 154. Ewch, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Another said the hardest part of starting work was not the job itself, but building the routine around it. 175. Yet employment remains a source of income, purpose and connection. NEET young people report significantly lower well-being than their peers in education, employment or training. Over a quarter say their mental health has stopped them applying for jobs. 1 in 5 say it has stopped them attending an interview, and 1 in 4 who want to work say they're unable to do so because of their mental health. Note 155. Ewch, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. These are not the responses of a generation that has opted out, but of one that wants to participate in a system that has not worked out how to support fluctuating need. Many of the young people we spoke to said they would find it easier to build up gradually to full-time work, and research suggests that the words of a teacher, advisor or job centre worker can either strengthen or undermine a young person's belief that participation is possible. Note 156. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman, Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. 176. The system they encountered. Support is theoretical. Note 157. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman, Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com /p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. 177. Where young people had experience of job centre support, it was often described as generic and tick box, focused on benefit compliance rather than progression. A tick box exercise. They send you everything that you told them not to send. Woman, age 22. Note 158. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. I didn't really find them much help. They were showing me how to do a CV and all this stuff, but I already had my CV and everything. And I told them my interests and everything they were doing was the same that I could do. Just Google it. Woman, age 23. Note 159. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. I feel they're not as supportive. They do have jobs, like if you want to be a security guard. That was the kind of stuff put towards me. But anything related to my career field, they never really had anything like that. Woman, age 24. Note 160. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Even just going there for one appointment, I felt, I don't want to say embarrassing, but it feels like you know what the stigma is if you're getting benefits. You're just lazy, and you don't want to work or something like this. Woman, age 23. Note 161. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. www.gov.uk/publications/young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. I had never thought about going to a job centre because I didn't think they'd be able to help me out in my situation. As in, I've already gotten a degree and stuff. I thought it was more for hospitality and stuff. Maybe working in shops. Woman age 21. Note 162. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 178. Some young people have been promised opportunities that did not materialize. I actually only did that course because they said I would get a guaranteed interview for a job at the end, which didn't happen. Female, age 20. Note 163. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 179. A lack of awareness about available schemes and eligibility criteria further limited take-up. One discovered on TikTok that because they're on universal credit, they may be able to get help with driving lessons via the Flexible Support Fund, if this is found to be a barrier to employment. There's a lot of things that they don't tell you within universal credit that you could be getting. Female, age 22. Note 164. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. The system that is supposed to help them is not reaching them. 180. For disabled and neurodivergent young people, the encounter could be actively damaging. A young woman in Cardiff described her first job centre appointment at 17. I went into the job centre and the lady literally reached across the table and went, "When were you diagnosed?" No one had diagnosed me with anything, but 17 at the time. I went to job centre to sign on and she put me on limited work capacity. I just didn't go back after that. Note 165. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 181. A casual off-script moment from a job centre advisor had, in her account, effectively ended her engagement with the labour market at 17. She is now in her early 20s, in part-time college, on PIP and universal credit, and has not worked since. Note 166. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. 182. The most generous reading young people offered of the job centre was from those who had been directed from it to something better. The young people in Belfast on employability programmes repeatedly named the job centre as the organisation that had, at least, referred them somewhere useful. Practical barriers: transport, money and the costs of getting started. 183. Transport emerged as a significant practical barrier across our research, particularly for those without a driving licence or access to a car. Note 167. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-government/work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Transport as a barrier. I'd say the fact I can't drive probably doesn't help me with searching for jobs, because I've found a lot of jobs, even then that you don't really need to be able to drive for, require you to have a driving licence. I can't afford the driving lessons because I'm not in work. Female, age 22. Note 168. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-government/and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Once I get a car, it'll open up a lot more opportunities. Man, age 18. Note 169. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 184. These constraints narrowed job searches to a small geographic area, reducing the likelihood of finding suitable work and reinforcing feelings of being stuck. In rural and coastal areas, the problem was particularly acute. 185. Financial constraints compounded the problem. For young people from lower income backgrounds, the need for immediate income limited their ability to pursue opportunities that might improve their employability. Unpaid internships and voluntary roles were frequently described as inaccessible. Note 170. Unpaid and underpaid internships. Access to internships for graduates. The Sutton Trust. Published January 2025. Available at https://www.suttontrust.com/wp-content/2025/01/unpaid-underpaid-internships.pdf. And the text continues. They did have opportunities and work experience at uni, but they were all unpaid, and because I was working while at university, I felt it wasn't really something I could do. There's a lot of barriers for people who are from lower socio-economic backgrounds. Woman, age 22. Note 171. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https:// www.gov.uk/young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. If I had a bit more money, then I could have gone to a volunteer program already and been able to sustain that. Woman, age 23. Note 172. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 168. The cost of working can be a real barrier. In tendering, one stakeholder described a young person who had secured a construction job but needed to buy PPE before starting, creating a hurdle before he had earned his first wage. Stakeholders also highlighted wider barriers, including transport, uniforms, childcare and equipment. A smaller group in our qualitative research, with strong family financial support, appeared to feel less urgency to enter work. Note 173. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. This is a less common but important part of the picture. The system must also reach young people for whom financial pressure is a weaker motivator. The lost years, doing nothing. 187. For previous generations, being stuck at home often felt far worse than being out in the world. For many young people today, especially those whose formative years were shaped by COVID-19, spending long hours on a laptop, phone or games console can feel normal, comfortable and hard to break away from. In our conversations, many described the years from 16 to 24 as containing long periods of drift, sometimes months, sometimes years. One young person told us, "I dropped out of college for a couple of years. I did nothing for a year. It took a big jolt to get me back on track after 3 years." Note 174. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Young people said it was now much easier to spiral, to get stuck in a rut, become more depressed, stop looking after yourself and lose sight of the next small step forward. A young person in Cardiff asked what she had done between leaving a course, a cleaning job and another course, simply replied, "Nothing. I was just doing nothing." Note 175. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET. May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 188. Across the country, the length of these stagnant periods was striking. 9 months, a year and a half, 2 years, sometimes longer. Often they were triggered by a setback such as bullying, redundancy, family breakdown, trauma, a mental health episode or a court case. In one case, a young man in Bradford spent 3 years training to be an electrician, only to be told at 19 that funding had run out and he would need to find £3,000 himself. He could not afford it, dropped out, and spent the next year at home not knowing what to do. The longer a young person remains outside work, education or training, the harder it becomes to return. Sleep drifts, routines erode, confidence shrinks, skills rust, and CV gaps grow. Note 176. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 189. This loss of confidence is measurable. 50% of NEET young people say the longer they are unemployed, the harder it is to find work and the less in control of their future they feel. 44% say being out of work has damaged their confidence in their skills. Over half say they feel embarrassed about being out of work, and almost a third say unemployment has directly harmed their mental health. Note 177. The King's Trust, TK Max Youth Index 2025. The King's Trust. www.kingstrust.org.uk. Published February 2025. Available at https://www.kingstrust.org.uk/about-us/news-views/youth index 2025. https://www.kingstrust.org.uk/about-us/news-views/youth index 2025. And the text continues. Several told us that the gap itself had become a barrier. As one care leaver in Grimsby put it, it's the gaps they look at. Note 178. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. Getting into bad habits. 190. When employers are asked why young people struggle in work, the conversation often turns quickly to work readiness. Young people are seen as not ready, unable to settle and unlikely to stay. But by the time a young person walks through the door on day one of a new job, the habits that shape whether they stay have often been formed, or not formed, years earlier. What employers read as unreadiness is often the downstream effect of routines that were never built. Poor sleep, unstable days, inappropriate work attire, and a wider lack of structure. In almost every conversation we had with young people about routine, sleep came first. At one session in Belfast, we went around the room. Midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Weekends were later. One young man said that at the weekend he did not go to bed at all. Another described her sleep pattern flipping within a single day. Sometimes asleep at 9 a.m., sometimes at 9 p.m., and not sure which. Note 179. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 191. A young woman in Clacton, finishing school at 3 p.m, said her routine was to come to school, go home and sleep. Note 180. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https:// 1,000,000futures.substack.com/p/in-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. She was going to sleep at 4 p.m. most days, waking at 1 a.m. and gaming until school, a pattern that had lasted for 3 weeks. Another young person in the same group described spending whole weekends gaming through the night and then sleeping through the next day. What many of these accounts share is the absence of any external peg on which to hang the day. Without work, classes, or a reason to be somewhere at a particular hour, the sleep-wake cycle drifts, and once it has drifted, it becomes harder to reverse. You cannot sustain a 9 a.m. shift if you went to bed at 7 a.m. This drift was not always about avoidance. One young man in Belfast, asked why he was staying up until 3 a.m, said he was watching YouTube videos on study techniques because he was trying to learn and could not switch off enough to sleep. He was trying to do the right thing, but doing so through platforms designed to keep him awake. Note 181. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. 192. Young people were often strikingly clear-eyed about the effect their phones were having, including the regular addictive dopamine hit they craved and the way it disrupted their sleep and attention. Quitting. 193. And that craving for instant results can translate into the workplace. One young woman from Cardiff said, "I quit everything, quit the cafe job, quit college, went back to college to do another course, quit again. It happens after 3 months every time. Just get bored. Want to change." Note 182. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. 194. The young people we met kept coming back to one thing, often unprompted. They needed routine more than anything else. 195. A young woman in Cardiff asked what would make starting a job possible for her, skip past pay and hours. It's the lead up to it. I'd want a routine. I'd know what time. I'd know what days. Every week. I'd know what's coming. Note 183. Gamot, Shuab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-neet. And the text continues. 196. A young man about to start an IT job was asked what would matter most in his first 6 months. Wake up on time. Show up. He knew it. The question was whether anything in his support package was equipped to help him actually do it. 197. That is what quitting culture looks like when you sit with it. Not a values problem, a habit problem, carried into work from everywhere else. The young woman in Cardiff was not lacking grit. She was running the same loop her phone had trained her to run, in a workplace that had done nothing to interrupt it. Repetitive tasks, no rotation, no progression, no novelty built in. The job was a perfect environment for the habit to do its work. 198. Not every departure fitted this pattern. Some young people left because they were bullied, or because the workplace culture was visibly grinding down the people above them, or because a care placement collapsed and took the job with it. Those exits belong to a different conversation about how employers treat young people in the early stages. But the pattern the phrase quitting culture is reaching for, the one employers find hardest to explain, is real. It is what happens when habits built on fragmented attention meet a work environment that assumes the opposite. 2.4. Confronting the myths. Myth: they don't want to work. 199. In addition to the 30% who wanted to move into education or training, our survey showed that 54% of young people wanted to work, both part-time and full-time. Only 11% said they don't think they will ever move into work, education or training. Note 184. Survey of young people NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. The King's Trust Youth Index 2025 found that 29% of NEET young people have applied for jobs they do not want because they are desperate to work. 19% report applying for jobs every day. 22% say having a stable job is one of their biggest goals in life. 68% report feeling determined to achieve their goals. 67% say being in work would give them stability in life. 63% say it would help them feel confident about their future. 53% say it would be good for their mental health. Note 185. The King's Trust TK Max Youth Index 2025. The King's Trust, www.kingstrust.org.uk. Published February 2025. Available at https://www.kingstrust.org.uk/about-us/youth-index2025. https://www.kingstrust.org.uk/about-us/news-views/youth-index2025. And the text continues. 69% of NEET people in our NEET survey agree that it is worth getting a job. Note 186. Survey of young people NEET. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 200. Our qualitative research confirms this. Young people keep spreadsheets of applications. They spend hours each day on job sites. They lower their expectations, broaden their search, remove degrees from CVs. Even those furthest from the labour market, those with severe mental health conditions or care experience, describe wanting a career, not just a job. Note 187. Qualitative research with NEET. 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 201. These are not the actions of a generation that has opted out. They are the responses of a generation that is trying, repeatedly, and failing to gain entry. The aspiration is there. The opportunity is not. Myth: they are a soft generation and just need to try harder. 202. Nearly 25% of employers described young people as lazy and work-shy. More than 33% called them overly sensitive. More than 25% called them entitled. 10% admitted to rejecting a young person for a job solely on the basis of their age. Note 188. Harmful stereotypes of young people fueling record numbers to fall out of work. UK Youth. www.ukyouth.org. Published November 2024. Available at https://www.ukyouth.org/2024/11/ harmful stereotypes of young people fueling record numbers to fall out of work / and the text continues. 203. These stereotypes create a negative feedback loop. Prejudice narrows opportunity. Narrowed opportunity produces disengagement, and disengagement is cited as proof that the prejudice was justified. 204. A 3-year study found that 93% of young people have experienced negative treatment in the workplace because of their age, with 26% experiencing this treatment as so severe that it made them not want to work again. Note 189. Harmful stereotypes of young people fueling record numbers to fall out of work. UK Youth. www.ukyouth.org. Published November 2024. Available at https://www.ukyouth.org/2024/11/ harmful stereotypes of young people fueling record numbers to fall out of work https://www.ukyouth.org/2024/11/ harmful stereotypes of young people fueling record numbers to fall out of work / and the text continues. 205. The qualitative research reveals young people who are trying persistently and creatively in the face of repeated failure. They take unpaid work. They travel hours for short job centre appointments that don't really help you as an individual. Note 190. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications/young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 206. One young graduate was rejected from Costa, Mountain Warehouse and Sainsbury's despite having a degree and university work experience. You're telling me I'm not skilled enough? Another described the desperation. Now things have become so desperate for me that I'm applying to anything and everything. A third reflected. I feel like that's what rich people want us to do. They want us to just settle for anything you can get. Note 191. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-government/and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 207. They are not passive, they are exhausted. Myth: mental health is an excuse. 208. Young people in our research describe cycles of anxiety and avoidance. They describe medication adjustments that left them unable to concentrate. They describe being discharged from mental health services for non-attendance because they were too unwell to attend. They described applying for jobs when well, withdrawing when unwell, and losing ground each time. Note 192. Gamot, Schwab and Hyman. Peter, Inside the Mind of a Young NEET, May 2026. Available at https://1millionfutures.substack.com/p/inside-the-mind-of-a-young-NEET. And the text continues. 209. Young people are not inventing their distress. They are living with it, often without adequate support, in systems designed around binary categories of fit or unfit that bear no relationship to the fluctuating reality of their conditions. 2.5. The honest question: are they different? 210. Yes, they are. 211. Young people are different from those who came before them, not worse, not lazier, not less intelligent, but different in ways that have material consequences. They have grown up in a digital world that has rewired how they communicate, how they form relationships, how they manage stress, how they spend their time. They have less experience of workplaces. They present with higher levels of anxiety and depression. They are more likely to disclose health conditions. They expect flexibility. They value purpose. They are less willing to tolerate poor treatment. Much of it reflects the world they were given, not the world they chose. And some of it, their insistence on purpose, their refusal to accept poor treatment, their openness about mental health, reflects values that the workplace would do well to learn from rather than resist. The question is not whether young people are different. They are. The question is whether we are willing to embrace that difference, to redesign the pathways, adjust the expectations, reform the institutions and meet this generation where they are rather than where we wish they were. Every previous generation was different from the one before it. The systems previously adapted. This time they have not. I believe that is not a failure of young people, but a failure of a system stuck in the past. Summary 212. I want to end this chapter where it began, with the voices of the young people who gave their time to this review. Katie, who has a degree and a clear career goal, spends her days in rural Scotland applying for jobs she cannot get without experience she cannot afford to gain. You need 2 years of experience to get an entry-level job, but you have to be able to fund yourself to do that. Note 193. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-government/young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Anna, who completed a BTEC, volunteered and gained a vocational qualification, still cannot get hired. If you don't have any experience, qualifications aren't very helpful. It's like a roadblock. Note 194. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-government/young-people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Rebecca, who attended 8 secondary schools and is adjusting to new medication, wants a career, not just a job. If my mind's not situated, I can't focus on things. Note 195. Qualitative research with NEET, 16 to 24-year-olds not currently claiming health or disability benefits. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Different stories, different starting points, but one common thread. None of them has chosen to be NEET. 213. The young people we spoke to in this review described compounding barriers, diminishing support, and systems that too often treated them as a problem rather than a person. They spoke of applying for hundreds of jobs without feedback, of trying to manage fluctuating mental health, and of having to navigate services that too rarely joined up around their needs. Yet they also spoke consistently about wanting to work, build a career, find stability and contribute. The King's Trust Youth Index 2025 shows that 67% say work would give them stability, and 53% better mental health. Note 196. The King's Trust TK Max Youth Index 2025. The King's Trust www.kingstrust.org.uk. Published February 2025. Available at https://www.kingstrust.org.uk/about-us/news-views/youth index 2025. And the text continues. The issue is not a lack of aspiration. It is a lack of support systems that should educate, guide and help young people into adult life, but too often fail to do so. The chapters that follow examine those failures in the labour market, education, health and welfare systems. But the central conclusion of this chapter is clear. If this is how young people experience the systems designed to support them, then those systems are not working as they should. And this brings us to the end of Track 3. Track 4. This track is approximately 110 minutes long. Chapter 3. The Youth Economy. How the Labour Market Produces Detachment. 205. Even at its economically strongest, the UK has never brought the NEET rate down to the levels achieved by comparable countries. Around 1 in 8 young people are neither in education nor work. In the best performing countries, it is closer to 1 in 20. Note 198. Youth not in employment, education or training indicator, OECD, www.oecd.org. Published 2025. Available at https://www.oecd.org/en/employment-education-not-in-employment-education-neet.html. And the text continues. That gap represents hundreds of thousands of young people. 206. The answer is not that young people have become less motivated or educated. As we examine in chapters 4 to 6, there are fault lines in the education, health and welfare systems that are contributing to the UK's NEET problem. But a compounding change that is often ignored has been in the labour market itself. The routes in for young people have weakened. Entry-level opportunities have narrowed. Labour market structures have changed. Employers are less likely to take a chance on someone young, inexperienced and suffering from anxiety or depression. For a sizable minority, the labour market no longer performs the function it once did. 207. For most young people, it still does. They leave education, find work and move on. But for a growing minority, that transition is breaking down. Time out of work is no longer simply a short phase before a first job. It is becoming more prolonged, more fragile, and for too many a route out of the labour market altogether. 208. For more than 2 decades, successive governments have responded to youth disengagement through supply-side interventions. Policy has prioritised preparing young people for the labour market, improving their skills, activating their job search, reforming their benefits. Those things matter, but they have not brought the structural NEET rate anywhere close to the level seen elsewhere. The assumption has been that if supply improves, demand will absorb it. That assumption no longer holds. The labour market itself has changed. 209. In headline terms, the youth share of the labour market has decreased even as employment overall has increased. In other words, the demand side matters as much as the supply side. Part of the reason this has not been a big enough arena of focus is that the deterioration in young people's labour market participation has been concealed. It has been obscured by economic cycles and particularly by rising youth participation in education. The labour market doing less has been, in part, compensated for by the education system doing more. But compensation is not the same as a lasting solution to the NEET problem. As we explain later, the education shock absorber has weakened, leaving more young people exposed to the risk of becoming NEET. 210. So while previous reviews have tended to see the NEET issue mainly through a supply-side lens, this chapter argues that the demand side now matters at least as much. How the labour market is structured, how employers recruit, and how easy or difficult it has become for young people to get a foothold. Unless both supply and demand sides are addressed together, the problem will persist. Better prepared young people arriving at a labour market that no longer reliably absorbs them will not be enough. It is striking that of the NEET population, nearly 30% are now getting good GCSEs or equivalent. Over 21% have a level 3 qualification and 15% have a degree. Note 199. Young people not in employment, education or training by highest qualification obtained. Young People and Work Interim Report, Analytical Annex, available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. Yet the labour market is not absorbing them. That is particularly true since the pandemic. The system was not working well enough before then. It is working less well now. 3.1. Trends in youth participation. 211. The headline NEET rate has spent most of the last 3 decades in a relatively narrow range. Even in better periods, it has rarely fallen much below 10%. Note 200. Young people not in education, employment or training, NEET, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 26th of February 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people not in work /unemployment /datasets young people not in education, employment or training NEET Table 1. And the text continues. On the surface, that can make the problem look persistent but broadly unchanged. But that headline story is misleading. Underneath it, the nature of youth detachment from the labour market has been changing. 212. To see that, it is not enough to ask how many young people are out of work. We need to ask what kind of detachment we are looking at. At a headline level, there is a distinction to be made between 2 groups, the unemployed and the economically inactive. The unemployed are out of work, looking for a job and available to start. The economically inactive are not looking for work, not available, or both. 213. Unemployment is especially prone to volatility of economic demand rising or falling. Young people entering the labour market are especially exposed to that volatility. In a period of downturn or slow growth, the employers find it easy to turn off the recruitment tap and young people pay the price. 214. But youth employment tends to bounce back when growth resumes. The problem is, over recent years, more NEET young people have become economically inactive. As we show below, more of them are becoming inactive on grounds of ill health, so prolonging their detachment from the labour market. Once these young people stop looking for work, the route back is much harder. 215. The headline NEET figure obscures what is really changing. Behind that apparently stable 10 to 16% lies a more serious shift. This is no longer simply a story of young people moving through unemployment while they wait for the economy to recover. For a growing proportion of NEET young people, it is a story of detachment. 216. That is why economic growth alone will not solve the problem. Recovery will bring some unemployed young people back into work. It will do much less for those who have already stopped looking. They need more than stronger demand. They require routes into work that have been lost, support that has thinned out, and a labour market better able to bring them back. A structural shift in participation. 217. The 21st century has seen a substantial jobs boom in Britain. There are around 7 million more people in work than at the turn of the millennium, but young people have not shared in that growth. The number of workers aged under 25 has fallen. Young people once made up around 1 in 7 workers. Now it is closer to 1 in 9. Note 201. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. The youth share of the workforce has shrunk even as overall employment has grown. 218. The employment figures make the point clearly. At the turn of the century, around 63% of young people were in work. Now it is barely 50%. Over the same period, the employment rate for those aged 25 to 64 rose from 74% to 80%. Note 202. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. Older adults moved further into work, while young people moved in the opposite direction. 219. The obvious question is why this did not produce a much larger rise in the NEET rate. The answer is that something else changed at the same time. Young people did not simply leave the labour market. More of them moved into education instead. The long-term decline in youth employment has been partly offset by a long-term rise in participation in education. That shift accelerated after the financial crisis and again after the pandemic. 220. The shift is clearest among the youngest. Employment among under 18s has fallen from 47% a generation ago to around 20% today. At the same time, the proportion of those in full-time education who are also in work has halved, from 40% at the turn of the century to 19% now. Note 203. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. Young people are not just less likely to be working, but are also less likely to have any foothold in the labour market while they study. 221. Among young people not in education aged 18 to 24, employment still rises and falls with the cycle. It reached 77% before the pandemic, returning briefly to that level in summer 2022, and has since fallen sharply to around 70% for the first time since 2013. Note 204. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. That is an important warning sign. Outside education, young people are now less likely to be in work than at any point in the past decade. 222. Figure 14 shows the broader change. It tracks the proportion of young people in employment, in education, or in both since 2000, with 16 to 17-year-olds shown by dashed lines and 18 to 24-year-olds by solid lines. 223. For 16 to 17-year-olds, the fall in employment has been dramatic. The proportion in work only has fallen sharply, and the proportion combining work and education has fallen as well. Taken together, that is a decline of 26 percentage points, from 46.5% to 20.2%. But almost all of that decline has been matched by a rise in full-time education. Note 205. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. Young people have not dropped out. They have shifted from work to study. 224. For 18 to 24-year-olds, the direction of travel has been away from work and towards education. Employment only is down by 10.4 percentage points. The proportion combining work and education is broadly unchanged, but the proportion in education only has risen by 6.5%. Note 206. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. 225. What made this manageable in the past was that education acted as a shock absorber. After the financial crisis, weaker labour market demand was accompanied by a sustained rise in participation in education. More young people stayed in learning for longer. What is different now is that the labour market has weakened again without the same compensating increase in education. That is the real concern. We're now seeing a weakened transition into work without the same protection from rising participation in learning. Figure 14. Index proportion of young people in employment and/or full-time education, UK, 2001 to 2025. Multi-line chart showing percentage point changes since January to March 2000 across 6 series for 2 age groups, 16 to 17-year-olds, dashed lines, and 18 to 24-year-olds, solid lines. 3 measures are tracked for each group. Employed only, dark blue. Employed and in full-time education, gold. And in full-time education only, green. 4 periods are labelled with vertical dotted markers. The nice decade, the financial crisis, the long recovery, and COVID-19 to now. The most striking trend is a large and sustained rise in the full-time education only series for 16 to 17-year-olds. Rising from 0 to approximately plus 27 percentage points by the end of the series. Employment only declines for both age groups over the period. The COVID-19 period produces a sharp temporary spike in full-time education and a corresponding dip in employment across both groups. Source: Labour Force Survey. And the text continues. Unemployment rises aren't just about weaker demand. 226. Unemployment among young people has risen from 9.2% in mid-2022 to 15.8% now. Note 207. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk. Published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. There are signs that the recent rise in youth unemployment is not simply cyclical. Recent research by the Resolution Foundation comparing the over 25s unemployment rate against the 18 to 24-year-old NEET rate suggests the latter is higher than pure labour market conditions would imply it should be. Note 208. Lost in Transition, Resolution Foundation. www.resolutionfoundation.org. Published 28th of April 2026. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/publications/lost-in-transition/ And the text continues. 227. Similarly, youth unemployment has risen by more than the level of vacancies alone would lead us to expect. The practical consequence is straightforward. More young people are spending longer out of work. More than 250,000 have now been unemployed for over 6 months. The highest figure since early 2015. Note 209. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics. www.ons.gov.uk. Published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people not in work /unemployment /datasets /unemployment by age and duration seasonally adjusted UNEM01SA. And the text continues. 228. This matters because, on paper, the issue is not simply one of too few jobs. Nationally, there are roughly 1.5 vacancies for every unemployed young person who is not in education. Note 210. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people not in work /unemployment /datasets /unemployment by age and duration seasonally adjusted UNEM01SA. And the text continues. Yet those vacancies are not translating into jobs for young people at the rate they once did. 229. The problem is not only the volume of demand, it is that the mechanisms that we use to bring young people into work are working less well. Over time, the labour market has become less effective at converting vacancies into entry for those at the start of their working lives. 230. The policy implication is clear. It is not enough to focus only on the quantity of jobs in the economy. We also need to focus on how young people reach them, how employers recruit, and why the transition into work has become less reliable than it once was. 3.2. The first rung has thinned. 231. A number of factors are at work here, and young people tend to feel them first and most sharply. They are the group entering the labour market, moving through it and trying to gain a first foothold. They are also more concentrated in sectors with high turnover and less represented in the parts of the economy that are more stable. Jobs in entry-level sectors have declined in recent years. Note 211. Youth Employment 2025 Outlook, Youth Futures Foundation, www.youthfoundation.org, published November 2025. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/youth-employment-2025-outlook/. And the text continues. 232. But the problem is not simply that there are fewer jobs young people can do. It is that the routes into work have narrowed. The first rung has thinned. The clearest examples are the decline of the Saturday job and the way the apprenticeship system has drifted away from young people. 233. For earlier generations, these were often the routes through which young people first entered working life. They provided income, but they also helped young people build confidence, learn the habits of work and show employers what they could do. For too many young people now, those opportunities are weaker or have disappeared altogether. Labour workforce survey data, for example, shows a fall in the number of students aged 16 to 17 doing any work from 35% in 2006 to 19% today. Note 212. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people in work /employment and employee types /datasets /summary of labour market statistics. And the text continues. 234. That matters because employers still ask for confidence, experience and work readiness, but the labour market now offers fewer ways of acquiring them. The result is a more difficult and more fragile transition into work. Young people are caught in a trap. Employers ask for experience, but the pathways through which it was once gained have narrowed or gone. Youth employment sectors have declined, 235. The sectors that have traditionally absorbed many young people have contracted, restructured, or changed the nature of the jobs they offer. This is not simply a story of fewer jobs overall. It is the erosion of the labour market's base layer. The roles that once tolerated inexperience and provided a first foothold. 236. Half of all youth payroll employment is concentrated in just 3 sectors: wholesale and retail, accommodation and food services, and health and social care. Young people account for only around 13% of payrolled employment overall, but they are far more heavily represented in wholesale and retail and accommodation and food services. Note 213. UK payrolled employments by nationality, region, industry, age and sex from July 2014 to December 2025. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 14th of April 2026. Available at https://region-industry-age-and-sex-from-july-2014-2-December-2025. And the text continues. When these sectors change, young workers feel the effects first and most sharply. 237. Retail was for decades the single largest employer of young people. Online shopping has risen from less than 5% of retail sales in 2008 to more than 26% in 2024. Note 215. Hospitality and retail sectors. Impact of government policy. House of Lords Library. www.lordslibrary.parliament.uk. Published 19th of January 2026. Available at https://lordslibrary.parliament.uk/hospitality-and-retail-sectors-impact-of-government-policy. And the text continues. There were 8,000 fewer retail outlets on the high streets in 2025 than in 2019. Note 215. Labour risks election wipeout unless it improves Britain's high streets, study finds. The Guardian, www.theguardian.com. Published 28th of January 2026. Available at https://www.theguardian.com/society/labour-risk-election-wipeout-unless-it-improves-Britain-high-streets-study-finds. And the text continues. Employment in the sector remains below pre-pandemic levels, while vacancies have fallen sharply over the past decade. Notes 216 and 217. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk. Published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market /people not in work /unemployment /datasets /vacancies by industry VACS02. Note 217. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk. Published 17th of February 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/ employment and labour market / people in work / employment and employment types / data sets / employment by industry EMP13. And the text continues. Where retailers do recruit, many now prefer to extend the hours of existing staff rather than take on new part-time workers who may need support and supervision. 238. Accommodation and food services were badly hit during the COVID-19 pandemic. Hospitality vacancies have fallen by around half in 4 years. Note 218. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk. Published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/ employment and labour market / people not in work / unemployment / datasets / vacancies by industry VACS02. And the text continues. Health and social care presents a different problem. Demand is high and vacancies are chronic, but these roles have not become a large-scale route in for young people. The work is demanding, emotionally taxing and often poorly paid, with very high turnover. Note 219. The state of the adult social care sector and workforce in England. Skills for care. Skills for care workforce intelligence. Workforce intelligence. www.skillsforcare.org.uk. Published 15th of October 2025. Available at https://www.skillsforcare.org.uk/ adult-social-care-workforce-data /workforce intelligence /reports-and-visualizations /national-information /the-state-of-report.aspx. And the text continues. Entry commonly requires DBS checks, mandatory training and, in many cases, a driving licence. Note 220. Career profiles, care worker, National Careers Service, nationalcareers.service.gov.uk. Available at https://nationalcareers.service.gov.uk/ job-profiles/care-worker. And the text continues. 239. At the same time, the jobs within these sectors have become less accessible to those without experience. Works that once offered a relatively straightforward way in has become more demanding. Customer service roles now involve handling complex queries across multiple digital channels. Warehouse jobs require speed, precision, and compliance with tightly managed performance systems. Retail work has been reorganised so that fewer staff are expected to do more. The result is not simply fewer entry-level jobs, but more conditional access to them. The quality of work available to young people has also worsened. Young workers aged 16 to 24 are far more likely than older adults to be in severely insecure work. Note 221. The UK Insecure Work Index 2024. The Work Foundation. Lancaster University. www.lancaster.ac.uk/work-foundation. Published 25th of February 2024. Available at https://www.lancaster.ac.uk/the-uk-insecure-work-index-2024. And the text continues. More than 1 in 10 are on 0 hours contracts, compared with a very small share of older workers. Note 222. Labour Market Overview, UK, Office for National Statistics, www.ons.gov.uk. Published 17th of February 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market/people in work/employment and employee types/datasets/EMP17 people in employment on 0 hours contracts. And the text continues. Research suggests that while insecure work can be a stepping stone for some, a substantial minority remain trapped in it or move from insecurity into unemployment. Note 223. No progress. Tackling long-term insecure work. The Work Foundation. Work Foundation, Lancaster University. www.lancaster.ac.uk/work-foundation. Published 17th of September 2024. Available at https://www.lancaster.ac.uk/work-foundations/no-progress. And the text continues. Other routes have weakened too. Self-employment among under 25s has fallen since 2020. Note 224. Choosing Your Freedom. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published February 2023. Available at https://youth-futures-foundation.org/WP-content/YF_TSIP_final-AW.PDF. And the text continues. Platform and gig work has not made up the difference. It can provide income, but it rarely offers training, progression, or a durable connection to an employer. Note 225. The experience of individuals in the gig economy. Gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published February 2018. Available at https://www.gov.uk/the-gig-economy.pdf. And the text continues. When it becomes the only option, it does not provide a firm foundation for a working life. 240. The pressure is now extending further up the labour market. Graduate hiring has fallen 8% year on year. Overqualification among adults is high by international standards, and graduate NEET rates have risen. Notes 226, 227, 228. 226. Apprenticeships rise as graduate vacancies drop 8%. Institute of Student Employers. ise.org.uk. Published 15th of October 2025. Available at https://ise.org.uk//apprenticeships/rise/8 227. Do adults have the skills they need to thrive in a changing world? OECD. www.oecd.org.en.html. Published 10th of December 2024. Available at https://www.oecd.org/publications/do-adults-have-the-skills-they-need-to-thrive-in-changing-world B263DC5D-en.html. 228. Young people not in employment, education or training by highest qualification obtained. Young people and work. Interim report. Analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications/young-people-and-work-interim-report. And the text continues. When the graduate labour market tightens, the effects cascade downwards. Graduates compete for roles that would previously have gone to non-graduates, compressing opportunity further down the ladder. 241. The cumulative effect is not simply fewer jobs. It is fewer jobs that young people can realistically enter and build from. Entry pathways have narrowed from several directions at once. The policy challenge is therefore not just how to create jobs, but how to rebuild routes into the jobs that exist. Fewer entry-level jobs. 224. Long-term changes in the occupational structure of the economy have altered the kinds of jobs available to young people. Over the past 20 years, the number of mid- and lower-skilled jobs in the economy has fallen by around 1.6 million. While higher-skilled jobs have grown by around 6.3 million. Note E. Annual Population Survey data via NOMIS. Office for National Statistics. www.nomisweb.co.uk. Published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://www.nomisweb.co.uk/home/release_G=16. Mid- and lower-skilled jobs refer to standard occupational groups 4 to 9, while higher-skilled jobs refer to standard occupational groups 1 to 3. And the text continues. Young people are overrepresented in the jobs that have declined and underrepresented in those that have expanded. 243. At one level, that reflects a more productive and more highly skilled economy, but it also creates a harder labour market for those at the start of working life. There are fewer entry-level roles than there once were, while competition for them has intensified. The result is a growing imbalance. Fewer low-skilled jobs, more people chasing them, and continued growth in jobs that many young people are not yet qualified to do. Young people are squeezed at both ends. They are disadvantaged in the competition for lower-skilled roles because they lack experience, and excluded from higher-skilled roles because they have not yet acquired the qualifications, training or skills those jobs require. That is one of the reasons the transition into work has become more difficult. The death of the Saturday job. 244. What is often described as the decline of the Saturday job is really part of a broader change, the loss of flexible part-time work that could be combined with study and that gave young people early low-stakes exposure to working life. 245. Some of those jobs disappeared because the economy changed. There are far fewer young people delivering newspapers, for example, but that is only part of the story. The decline has also been driven by changes in employer behaviour. The economics of hiring, together with changes in the regulatory environment, have made casual roles less attractive to offer. 246. The upshot is that fewer teenagers now have any experience of paid work before leaving education. Figure 15 shows that the proportion of young people who have never had a paid job has increased by 17% in the last 20 years. More arrive at adulthood without employer references, without familiarity with workplace norms, and without the confidence that comes from having worked before. A labour market that expects prior experience then reinforces the problem. Young people are asked to demonstrate work readiness through opportunities they have had fewer chances to acquire. Figure 15. Proportion of NEET young people who have never had a paid job over time. UK, 2005 to 2025. Source: Labour Force Survey. Note: line represents break-in series. And the text continues. The apprenticeship drift. 247. The apprenticeship system ought to be one of the main routes through which employers bring young people into work. Too often it is not operating that way. The apprenticeship levy, introduced in 2017, has in practice driven a significant reallocation towards older workers and higher level qualifications. It has been captured by the economic logic of upskilling existing employees. The entry-level provision that matters most for young people outside work has been hollowed out. 248. In England, starts for 16 to 24-year-olds have fallen by 35% since the levy was introduced. Note 229. Explore education statistics. Starts participation by age. Level. SSA from Apprenticeships Explore Education Statistics. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 29th of April 2026. Available at https://.service.gov.uk/4D9B-5B3B-4D9B-5E1A-08DEA-5E53283. And the text continues. Level 2 starts for young people have fallen by 68%. Note 230. Explore education statistics. Starts participation by age. Level. SSA from Apprenticeships Explore Education Statistics. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 29th of April 2026. Available at https://permalink//396fc07a-5b3b-4d9b-5e1a-08DEA-5E53283. And the text continues. Level 3 starts are down by around 20%. Note 231. Explore education statistics. Starts participation by age. Level. SSA from Apprenticeships Explore Education Statistics. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 29th of April 2026. Available at https://4/dea-5b3b-4d9b-5e132883. And the text continues. Only 2% of those on apprenticeships were previously NEET. Note 232. A World of Difference, Sutton Trust, www.suttontrust.com. Published June 2025. Available at https://www.suttontrust.com/wp-contents/uploads/06/a-world-of-difference-3.pdf. And the text continues. Participation among young people from the most deprived areas has declined particularly sharply. Note 233. The recent evolution of apprenticeships. Sutton Trust, www.suttontrust.com. Published December 2022. Available at https://wp-contents/uploads/2022/recent-evolution-of-apprenticeships.pdf. And the text continues. Chapter 4 examines the apprenticeship system in greater detail. 249. Employers remain broadly positive about apprenticeships in principle, but the review heard repeated concerns that the system has become too rigid, too compliance-heavy, and too skewed towards those already inside the workforce. Many reported the levy is too inflexible and that they would value the ability to use funds for shorter courses, pastoral support, pre-apprenticeship activity, or backfilling costs. On average, employers reported spending only around 42% of their levy funds. Note 234. How are employers using apprenticeships in 2025? Institute of Student Employers, www.ise.org.uk. Published 15th of May 2025. Available at https://ise.org.uk/how_are_employers_using_apprenticeships_in_2025/ And the text continues. Changes in how jobs are recruited and filled. 250. A generation ago, many entry-level jobs were filled through informal routes. A family contact, a speculative visit, or short conversation with an employer. Those routes were imperfect and often unfair. They could reproduce advantage and shut outsiders out. But they gave young people a chance to be seen in person and allowed employers to judge potential as well as experience. 251. That has changed. Recruitment for even low-skilled and entry-level roles is now much more formalized and much more remote. Online application portals, automated screening, psychometric tests, recorded video interviews, and multi-stage recruitment processes are increasingly being used for jobs that required little or no formal qualification. A young person applying for a warehouse or retail role may now face a process more like professional recruitment than first job hiring. 252. That shift matters. These systems tend to reward confidence, familiarity with recruitment conventions, digital access, and the ability to navigate formal processes. They are less good at recognising potential in young people with little experience. A young person with anxiety, weak digital access, no quiet space, and no one to help them through the process starts at a clear disadvantage. The result is a system that produces rejection at scale, often with no human contact and no feedback. As we heard described by young people in Chapter 2, for those already on the edge of the labour market, that can be actively discouraging. The issue is not simply that recruitment has become more efficient. It is that, for many entry-level roles, it has become less accessible to the people it ought to be bringing in. The public sector as employer. Central government, local authorities, the NHS, schools and other public bodies collectively account for approximately 1/5 of total employment. Note 235. Public sector employment as percent of total employment. Office for National Statistics. www.ons.gov.uk. Published 19th of March 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market/people in work /public sector personnel /time series /db36 /PSE. And the text continues. In many high NEET areas, the public sector is the dominant employer. The state accounts for a significant share of employment in precisely the places where youth detachment is highest. It could be doing more. The age profile has shifted older. In many local authorities, budget cuts and recruitment freezes have reduced entry-level positions that were once a reliable route into work. Under 25s currently make up less than 5% of the local government workforce. Note 236. Workforce of the Future. Future of Local Government. PwC/City Councils Network. Published February 2024. Available at https://www.countycouncils.org.uk/wp-content/county-councils-network-of-final.pdf. And the text continues. The public sector can take a longer view on investing in a young worker. It has the institutional capacity for structured induction and supervision. It is accountable to the communities it serves. Anchor institutions such as NHS trusts, universities and local councils can shape demand through procurement, training commitments and workforce planning. Where local leaders actively coordinate these actors, entry pathways are more visible. Where coordination is weak, fragmentation persists. Britain's infrastructure challenge should be an opportunity. Britain is undergoing a huge and necessary overhaul of vital infrastructure, at the same time as having close to 1 million young people out of work. This should be a win-win. Take the east of England. Around £220 billion of the government's infrastructure pipeline is planned for this region. Projects like Sizewell C, many currently bringing a large proportion of their workforce in from overseas. Given the long-term nature of these projects, they should be a bigger part of the answer to the NEET crisis. There are a number of reasons for the disconnect, many of which we cover throughout this report. Poor transport links, a lack of join-up in the skills needed and those being provided, and historically, the absence of a coherent place-based approach with a clear direction and ask from government. The solutions aren't straightforward, but the opportunity is there. 3.3. What employers now face: work readiness, health and the pastoral burden. 253. Employers increasingly describe a gap between what many young people bring with them into the labour market and what workplaces now expect from the first day. That came through clearly in the evidence to the review. Only 3% of employers recruiting 16-year-olds to their first job and 1% recruiting FE leavers identified poor literacy or numeracy as the main issue. Note 237. Survey of employers. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-government/and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Employers pointed instead to lack of experience of the workplace, lower confidence, and weaker work readiness. The issue is less that young people lack basic skills, but that too many have had too little exposure to how workplaces operate before being expected to succeed in one. 254. As we explore in Chapter 4, the institutional bridges that should match supply and demand have weakened. Apprenticeships have drifted upwards in level and age. Careers guidance is underpowered. FE colleges, the primary institutional bridge for the most at-risk young people, are funded to enrol and complete, not to place and sustain. Those problems are compounded by a decline in work experience and other forms of contact with the workplace. Too many young people now leave full-time education with little or no direct exposure to working environments. OECD analysis of PISA 2022 shows that disadvantaged students are significantly less likely than their better-off peers to have taken part in workplace visits, job shadowing, and other career development activities that connect them to people in work. Note 238. Teenage Career Development in England, a review of PISA 2022 data, OECD, published 16th of May 2024. Available at https://www.oec.org/content/DAM/2024/career-development-in-England /13452CBE-en.pdf. And the text continues. This matters because those early encounters with work do more than provide information. They build confidence, familiarity, and a sense of what employment involves. Figure 16 suggests that the UK has among the lowest levels of work experience participation internationally, with particularly low take-up among disadvantaged students. Note 239. Teenage Career Development in England, a review of PISA 2022 data, OECD, published 16th of May 2024. Available at https://www.oec.org/content/DAM/career-development-in-England /463C3744B/13452CBE-en.pdf. And the text continues. When exposure to work is weak, uncertainty about future pathways is higher, and the transition into employment becomes more difficult. 255. The result is that many young people now arrive at the labour market with less experience of working life than previous generations, at the same time as employers are expecting more from new entrants. That is not a problem of attitude, it is a problem of preparation and exposure. 256. Figure 16 shows how few students in the UK participate in work experiences compared to OECD countries, with only 2 countries having lower proportions. In response to the employer survey conducted for this report, employers cited previous work experience as both the main barrier to young people's employment opportunities, Figure 17, and a challenge that they experience when hiring young people, Figure 18. Figure 16. The percentage of students agreeing that they had participated in job shadowing or a worksite visit, OECD countries, PISA 2022. Horizontal stacked bar chart showing the percentage of 15-year-old students in 33 OECD countries who participated in a job shadowing or worksite visit, split between those who did so once, dark green, and those who did so 2 or more times, light green. Countries are ordered from lowest to highest total participation. Switzerland has the highest total participation at approximately 79%, with the majority having participated multiple times. Belgium has the lowest at approximately 22%. The United Kingdom sits near the lower end of the distribution at approximately 30% total participation. Denmark and France also show high participation rates. Most countries show higher single visit than multiple visit participation, with Switzerland being an exception. Source: OECD, The State of Global Teenage Career Preparation, May 2025. And the text continues. 257. In their engagement with the review, employers also pointed to a wider support challenge. Employers also pointed to a wider support challenge around anxiety, confidence, reliability, and the ability to cope with workplace demands from the first day. Several pointed to weaker interpersonal confidence among some young applicants, speaking to customers, answering the phone, dealing with pressure and operating in unfamiliar environments. Figure 18. Some of this reflects the loss of early exposure to work. Some reflects disruption during the pandemic. As we set out in the previous chapter, the young people presenting at the door of the labour market in 2025 are different in important respects from those who did so 15 or 20 years ago, in ways that have material consequences for hiring, induction and retention. 258. Employers marked a rise in young people disclosing anxiety, depression and other health conditions that affect attendance, stress tolerance and consistency at work. Rising rates of mental ill health and neurodevelopmental conditions are having a growing effect on whether young people enter work, sustain it and progress within it. 259. That has important implications for policy. It means the problem cannot be treated as one of skills alone. A labour market that has become more demanding, combined with a rising prevalence of health-related barriers, creates a much harder transition into work for a significant minority of young people. Unless health is addressed alongside employer behaviour, job design, and wider labour market structure, reforms to skills and employability will have limited effect. Many employers are sympathetic, but they are not clinical services, and many do not feel equipped to provide the level of support some workers now need. One large employer told the review it had found it necessary to employ a full-time social worker to support younger staff. For smaller firms, that kind of need can make hiring an inexperienced young person feel much harder to manage. This is not an argument against young people. It is a recognition that employers are being asked to absorb more health, confidence, and support needs at the same time as many have become less able or willing to do so. If employers are expected to carry more of that burden, they will need more support themselves, better access to occupational health, funded induction and retention support, and a system that recognises that the costs of helping a young person settle into work go beyond wages alone. In Britain today, most young people and most small employers have little or no access to that kind of support. Where it is absent, retention becomes harder and early exit more likely. Figure 17. employers' perceived main barriers to young people's employment opportunities. Horizontal lollipop chart showing the percentage of employers who identified each factor as a main barrier to young people's employment. Previous work experience and level of motivation are cited most frequently, each at 27%. Work readiness skills is next at 14%, followed by availability of jobs in the area and youth-friendly recruitment processes, both at 12%. Skills relevant to the job is cited by 11% of employers. Government policy or legislation, qualifications achieved and access to transport are each cited by fewer than 10% of employers. All values shown with green circles. Source: Young People and Work Employer Survey. Note: 240. Survey of Employers. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://govt.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. 260. Figure 18. Main challenges employers experience when hiring young people. Horizontal lollipop chart showing the percentage of employers citing each challenge when hiring young people. Lack of soft skills or work readiness is by far the most commonly cited challenge at 42%. Not applicable because the organisation does not tend to hire young people is second at 15%. The resilience of young people is cited by 10%. Lack of work experience and having no challenges are each cited by 9%. The time and cost to train, attracting young people to the role, lack of technical skills, and the relative cost of hiring young people are each cited by 6 to 8% of employers. All values are shown with gold circles. Source: Young People and Work Employer Survey. Note: 241. Survey of Employers. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://govt.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 3.4. The Economics of Hiring. 261. Meanwhile, the cost and regulatory burden of employing young people has risen. Since 2019 to 20, minimum wages for young workers have risen sharply. The rate for 21 to 24-year-olds has increased by 65%, for 18 to 20-year-olds by 76%, and for under 18s by 84%. Note: 242. National Minimum Wage and National Living Wage Rates. Gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Available at https://www.gov.uk/national-minimum-wage-rates. And the text continues. Over the same period, the rate for those aged 25 and over increased by 55%. These are substantial changes in the cost of employing younger workers. 262. This issue was raised with us repeatedly by employers. Many employers, especially large ones, already choose to pay everyone the adult rate regardless of age. But those employers who do rely on the youth rate, especially SMEs in entry-level sectors like hospitality, identified the rise as a disincentive to employing young people. Note: 243. Survey of Employers. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. This is heavily contested by others. The TUC, for example, told us that the Low Pay Commission show that 85% of 18 to 20-year-olds are already paid above the youth minimum wage. 63% are paid at or above the national minimum wages or not covered by the youth rate at all. Figure 6.9p 123. Low Pay Commission Report 2025. The Commission has also shown that the areas where youth employment has done best are the areas where minimum wage coverage is highest. 263. The evidence on employment effects is mixed and still incomplete. An evaluation of the 2021 changes when 23 to 24-year-olds moved on to the full adult rate found a statistically significant reduction in working hours in low-paid sectors of around 5%. Note 244. Appendix 2, Low Pay Commission Report 2022, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published January 2023, available at https://low_pay_strike/strike report_2022.pdf. And the text continues. New IFS analysis of more recent rises since 2024 suggests youth minimum wage rates are unlikely to have significantly reduced youth employment. Note 245. Why has the NEET rate risen? Understanding Trends and Drivers Using Administrative Data. Institute for Fiscal Studies. To be published May 2026. Link to be published. Report not available at time of publication. And the text continues. 264. Similarly, the Low Pay Commission's preliminary analysis published in April does not point to a simple economy-wide effect. The picture varies across sectors and places. Areas with the largest falls in youth employment are not always those with the highest concentrations of young minimum age workers. Note 246. The national minimum wage in 2026, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published April 2026, available at https://the-national-minimum-wage-in-2026 And the text continues. That suggests other factors are also shaping what has happened. 265. On the other hand, many employers, particularly small and medium-sized firms in entry-level sectors such as hospitality, describe recent wage increases as changing the economics of hiring younger workers. Note 247. Survey of employers. See accompanying analytical annex, available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues, and in particular point to the compression of the pay gap between younger and older workers. If the cost of hiring a 19-year-old moves closer to the cost of hiring an older worker with several years' experience, some employers will choose the safer option. The point is not that young people should be paid less. It is that when the cost of entry-level labour rises, the case for taking on someone inexperienced becomes harder unless employers are given support to offset the risk. 266. the increase in employer national insurance contributions and the threshold changes announced in the October 2024 budget added to the cost of employment for workers of all ages. More than 30% of employers said they expected to operate with fewer staff as a result. Note 248. Labour Market Outlook, Winter 2024-25. CIPD, published February 2025. Available at https://www.cipd.org/content assets /CF73843A 10694 9D 9B 16AC 2BC 9B 52728/IMO-winter-2024-25-web.pdf. And the text continues. We saw analysis by the Centre for Policy Studies suggesting that the annual cost of hiring a young person had risen by around £4,000. Note 249. The Cost of Labour, Centre for Policy Studies, www.cps.org.uk, published November 2025. Available at https://cps.org.uk/uploads/2025/the-cost-of-labour.pdf. And the text continues. And the increase in employer NICs was felt in hospitality and retail, sectors that have historically provided many of the easiest points of entry into work. But it is worth remembering that under-21s remain exempt from employer NICs and, as the review has already highlighted, the increase in youth inactivity long precedes any recent changes to NICs. 267. For many employers, the changes to NICs were felt alongside other changes affecting the cost and risk of hiring. Employment Rights Act reforms, while intended to strengthen worker protection, were seen by some employers as increasing the burden of managing underperformance and reducing flexibility, particularly in relation to 0 hours contracts and statutory sick pay. The government's shift to a 6-month probation period may have helpfully reduced the biggest barrier to hiring, although the legislation is too new for firm conclusions about its employment effects. But employers often respond to anticipated risk before the evidence is settled. 268. Wages, taxes and regulations all have an impact on the labour market, but the UK's NEET crisis is much more long-term and deep-seated than any decisions taken in the last few years. The critical thing is this. If public policy aims to increase youth participation, it has to help minimise risks and maximise incentives. It needs to avoid creating a labour market in which costs of entry have risen, but the incentives to provide it have not. Transport and housing. The barriers nobody counts. In this review, transport recurred repeatedly as a hidden driver of youth detachment from the labour market. Transport is the infrastructure of participation. If a young person cannot physically get to the college, the interview, the apprenticeship or the job, nothing else the system offers matters. For too many young people, they cannot. Journeys on bus services in England outside of London have fallen by 22% since 2010. Note 250. Annual bus statistics. Year ending March 2024. Revised. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published March 2025. Available at Annual Bus Statistics. Year ending March 2024. Revised. gov.uk. And the text continues. In rural areas the decline has been sharper still. Entire communities have lost their evening and weekend services. The cuts have fallen disproportionately on rural, coastal and former industrial areas, precisely the places where NEET rates are highest. A young person offered a hospitality shift finishing at 11 p.m. in a town 12 miles from home with no evening bus has not been offered a job. They have been presented with a problem they cannot solve. Young people are also less likely to drive than previous generations. The proportion of 17 to 20-year-olds holding a full driving licence fell from 48% in the early 1990s to around 29% by 2024. Note 251. Driving licence holding and vehicle availability. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published August 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/statistical-data-sets//driving-license-holders #table-NTS0201. And the text continues. For a young person on universal credit or no income at all, car ownership is out of reach. After 18, there is no national concessionary travel entitlement for young people outside London. For a neat young person with no income who is not claiming benefits, public transport is not a cost. It is an impossibility. The relationship between transport and participation is direct and measurable. Research for the Social Exclusion Unit found that 2 in 5 young people had turned down a job, training or education opportunity because of transport problems. Note 252. Making the Connections. Final Report on Transport and Social Exclusion. Office of the Deputy Prime Minister. Published February 2003. Available at file:///c://4/4/C/local/APP/DATA/Microsoft Edge downloads //FA-FA-FA-FA-3/4EE/ACE/FA-340EE/4ACE/2/assist_assist_8210.pdf. And the text continues. Transport concerns were listed as one of the 3 main reasons why students considered leaving college. Note 253. Pre-census 42-day retention strategies for 16 to 19 full-time learners. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published January 2023. Available at https://pre-census-strategies-1/3/4CD3BF7F7DB632707/1/strike-and-strike-techniques-strike-1/strike-strategies-1/strike-and-strike-1. And the text continues. London is the exception that proves the rule. Free bus travel for under 18s and discounted travel for 18s to 21-year-olds removes transport as a barrier to participation. London also has the lowest NEET rate of any English region and the strongest post-16 destination outcomes. Note 254. 16 to 18 Destination Measures. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published April 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk. find-statistics/16-18-destination-measures/2023-24 #section-geographical-location. And the text continues. Transport is obviously not the only reason, but it is no coincidence that the city with the best youth transport offer has the best youth participation outcomes. Housing costs compound the picture further. The interaction between the housing crisis and youth labour market access is direct. Young people who cannot afford to live independently near employment centres are constrained to their parental home and the local labour market it sits within. Resolution Foundation analysis has shown that the share of 18 to 34-year-olds living with their parents rose from around 25% in the late 1990s to nearly 40% by 2021/22. Note 255. An intergenerational audit for the UK 2024. Resolution Foundation. www.resolutionfoundation.org. Published November 2024. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/app/2024/intergenerational-audit-2024.pdf. And the text continues. For many, this is not a lifestyle preference, but a binding financial constraint. A young person in a high NEET area with weak local demand cannot realistically relocate to where the jobs are. Housing costs, family ties, caring responsibilities and benefit rules all anchor them in place. Joseph Rowntree Foundation research has consistently identified housing insecurity as a driver of employment instability among young adults. Note 256. Unlocking the potential of young people furthest from the labour market. Joseph Rowntree Foundation. www.jrf.org.uk. Published May 2025. Available at https://www.jrf.org.uk/work/unlocking-the-potential-of-young-people-furthest-from-labour-market. And the text continues. 3.5 Future Risks and Opportunities. 269. Detachment from the labour market among the young is growing. The consequences for the young person of a weak transition into work are serious because they have a long-term scarring impact. What begins as delayed entry can harden into long-term detachment, with lasting effects on earnings, health and participation. Once that happens, the costs are borne not only by the individual, but by the wider economy and society. 270. Without deliberate intervention, these pressures are likely to intensify. Rising skills demands and worsening ill health among young people all point in the same direction. A labour market in which secure entry becomes harder, not easier. Technological change could make matters worse, not better. Technology. 271. Artificial intelligence and automation are likely to add further pressure to the entry-level labour market. Many of the roles most exposed are those that have traditionally provided a foothold for younger workers. Administrative support, data entry, routine customer service and clerical work. Early evidence suggests that vacancies in more AI-exposed occupations are falling faster than in less exposed parts of the labour market. And US evidence points to weaker employment outcomes for younger workers in more exposed industries. Notes 257 and 258. 257. Labour market impacts of AI. A new measure and early evidence. Anthropic. www.anthropic.com. Published March 2026. available at https://www.anthropic.com/research/labor-market-impacts. Note 258. Brynjolfsson, Eric, Chundar, Bharat, and Chen. Ruyu, Canaries in the Coal Mine. 6 facts about the recent employment effects of artificial intelligence. Stanford Digital Economy Lab, published November 2025. Available at https://digitaleconomy.stanford.edu/facts-about-the-recent-employment-effects-of artificial-intelligence/ And the text continues. 272. That evidence is still emerging, and it would be premature to treat AI as a major cause of the current NEET problem. But it would be equally mistaken to ignore it. A technology that changes the content of work across large parts of the economy is likely to affect the jobs through which many young people have traditionally entered employment. 273. On the positive side of the equation, the CIPD argue that AI-driven tools can improve job matching, personalized support, translate skills more effectively, and connect job seekers to training, healthcare, and flexible opportunities. Note 259. Smith, Chloe. Hidden Talent, Historic Opportunity. AI's Power to Close the UK's Labour Market Gap. Digital Leaders, published 21st of April 2026. Available at https://hidden-talent-historic-opportunity-AIS-power-2-close-the-UK/labour-market-gap/. And the text continues. Evidence shows that AI can help more people into work and help employers find talent they would otherwise miss. But most commentators tend to take a more pessimistic view about AI's impact on the youth labour market. 274. Some of the most exposed roles are in knowledge and office-based work rather than in manual and service occupations. But that does not remove the risk to young people. If opportunities narrow at one level of the labour market, pressure is pushed downwards. Workers displaced from more skilled or administrative roles compete for other jobs, and the competition for entry-level work becomes more intense. 275. The risk then is not simply that some jobs disappear, it is that routes into work become narrower still. That is why the impact of AI on youth employment needs to be taken seriously now, even if the evidence is not yet sufficient to support firm conclusions about scale. It means that the education system has to do more to equip young people with the agility and adaptability needed to thrive in a complex and fast-changing labour market. As we suggest in the next chapter, that is not happening at sufficient pace or scale. Migration. 276. If technological change is overall a potential future threat to young people's labour market participation, at least in the short term, there may be better news as a result of another big tectonic shift in levels of migration. Here the future opportunities outweigh the potential challenges. 277. The relationship between immigration and the youth labour market needs to be treated carefully. This review does not find evidence that migration is a primary driver of rising NEET levels. The main forces identified in this chapter lie elsewhere. Weaker entry routes, a harder transition into work, and a labour market that has become less effective at bringing young people in. 278. That does not mean migration is irrelevant. Young people and migrant workers may compete for some of the same jobs, particularly in lower-paid sectors. Net migration has been historically high over recent years, concentrated in the sectors that serve as primary entry points for young workers: hospitality, social care, food processing, warehousing, agriculture. In hospitality, for example, 31% of workers are immigrants and 36% young. Note 260. UK payrolled employments by nationality, region, industry, age and sex from July 2014 to December 2025. gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 14th of April 2026. Available at https://u-payroll-employments-by-nationality-region-industry-age-and-sex-from-July-2014 to December 2025 /UK-payroll-employments-by-nationality-region-industry-age-and-sex from-July-2014 to December 2025. And the text continues. Migrant workers typically have arrived with prior experience and a willingness to work irregular hours. If an employer has a choice between a 28-year-old with 5 years of experience and an 18-year-old with no work history, the hiring decision can be economically rational. 279. But the relationship between migration and youth employment is not straightforward. The effect depends on how employers recruit, how labour demand adjusts, and whether changes in migration alter the number, quality and conditions of jobs on offer. The current evidence does not support a simple displacement theory. 280. The evidence base is also limited. It is difficult to isolate the effect of migration on young people's employment outcomes, not least because many young people respond to weaker labour market conditions by staying in education for longer. There are also important gaps in our understanding of how migration affects hours, flexibility, training opportunities, and job quality in the sectors where young people are most likely to work. There is also a debate about the broader impact of migration on growth, which in itself could lead to higher numbers of job opportunities for the very young people we want to help. 281. What can be said with greater confidence is that net migration has already fallen considerably. Note 261. Long-term international migration provisional. Year ending June 2025. Office for National Statistics. www.ons.gov.uk. Published 27th of November 2025. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/ people, population and community / population and migration / international migration / bulletins / long-term international migration provisional / year ending June 2025. And the text continues. We could even be heading for a temporary period of net emigration. How long that would last is uncertain. Current figures show that net migration fell from 649,000 in year ending June 2024 to 204,000 in the year ending June 2025. Figure 19. Note 262. Long-term international migration provisional. Year ending June 2025. Office for National Statistics. www.ons.gov.uk. Published 27th of November 2025. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk / people, population and community / population and migration / international migration / bulletins / long-term international migration provisional / year ending June 2025. And the text continues. 282. Already employers in sectors that have been reliant on migration are expressing concern about the potential impact on their ability to recruit the labour they will need. For example, UK hospitality warned changes to the migration system would worsen labour shortages. Note 263. UK hospitality. Labour shortages to worsen under new immigration plans. UK hospitality. www.ukhospitality.org.uk. Published December 2023. Available at https://www.ukhospitality.org.uk labour-shortages-to-worsen-under-new-immigration-plans / And the text continues. 283. Conversely, it could be argued that too many employers have been on easy street for too long, able to source labour from overseas, whilst ignoring labour supply closer to home. Now they face the consequences, alongside a sharp dilemma. The question is whether they are prepared to change their recruitment, onboarding and employment practices to attract more young workers from the UK into their workplaces. Lower migration will not by itself solve the problems described in this chapter. A reduction in labour supply from overseas does not automatically create better opportunities for young people from the UK. It is possible that we will see employers responding to hard-to-fill vacancies by upskilling existing staff or extending their hours of work rather than recruiting new workers. Much depends on whether employers are willing to change their recruitment behaviour and whether public policy will aid them in doing so. But falling levels of net migration could create a big potential opportunity for helping address the NEET crisis if both can be made to happen in tandem. If government wants more young people in work, it will need to influence employers' behaviour, entry routes, and the systems that support transition into employment. Figure 19. Net migration, the UK, people, 2015 to 2025. A multi-line chart showing UK migration estimates from 2015 to 2025. Total immigration, gold lines, peaks at over 1.4 million in early 2024. Total emigration, green line, rises steadily to around 685,000. Net migration, dark blue line, peaks at 944,000 in early 2024 before falling. Solid lines indicate confirmed data. Dotted lines from early 2024 indicate provisional data. A vertical dashed line marks a change in measurement methods in 2022. Source, ONS, Long-Term International Migration Provisional, year ending June 2025. And the text continues. 3.6. What does all of this mean? 284. The youth labour market has changed in ways that have made the transition into work harder for those most at risk of becoming NEET. Youth employment has fallen. Entry-level sectors have weakened. Recruitment has become harder to navigate. Employers face higher costs and greater perceived risks in taking on inexperienced workers. 285. Too often these have been treated as separate problems. They are not. Together they amount to a labour market that is no longer doing enough of the work of bringing young people in. This is not simply a cyclical downturn, nor a problem that can be solved by better supply-side policy alone. There is evidence of a structural weakening of the transition into work. 286. The consequences fall hardest on those with the least margin for error. Young people with weak qualifications, poor health, little exposure to work, or limited support in navigating the labour market. 287. Better skills, stronger employability support and clearer expectations all matter. But they will not be enough unless they are matched by a serious labour market strategy, one that reduces the risk of hiring, rebuilds routes into work, strengthens local brokerage, and expects more of major employers, including the public sector. 288. The question is not simply how to prepare young people better for work. It is how to build a labour market that is willing and able to bring them in. Until we do that, we will continue to produce a level of youth detachment that should not be accepted in a country with this wealth and this level of unmet need. 289. But a stronger economy with less burdened employers would not by itself solve the NEET crisis. Much of it begins long before the labour market, in the home, the school, the health system, and the welfare architecture examined in the next chapters. 290. If the NEET crisis is to be solved, demand and supply side policy has to work in sync in a way that is not been doing. It is to the supply side that we now turn. This concludes track 4. Track 5. This track is approximately 230 minutes long. Chapter 4. Education and Skills. The Faltering Foundation. 291. As the previous chapter highlights, the NEET problem is shaped by actors beyond the state, most notably employers. But the state has responsibility for ensuring that young people are equipped to make a successful transition from childhood into adulthood, including into employment. The systems designed to do exactly that, education, health and welfare, are not succeeding for 1 million young people. There is much focus on welfare reform in the debate about how to solve the NEET crisis. There is far too little on wider state reform. It is the latter that is needed. 292. The school and skills systems provide the conveyor belt that moves young people from the world of education into the world of work. In this chapter we explore what that system is doing well and where it is failing to provide too many young people with the foundations they need to succeed in the labour market. 4.1. What happens outside the school gates. 293. But first, an important piece of context. A study for the Department for Education found that 84% of the variation in GCSE attainment is explained by individual pupil factors or factors outside the school gates. Note 264. Understanding KS4 Attainment and Progress. Evidence from LSYPE2 gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published October 2018. Available at https://www.gov.uk/understanding-ks4-attainment-and-progress-evidence-from-lsype2. And the text continues. Schools matter enormously, but they operate only on a minority of the factors that shape outcomes. 294. What happens at home, parenting, family composition, cultural expectations and the wider community does most of the heavy lifting, for good or for ill. Yet this is too often the missing piece in the debate. Much of the focus in this report is rightly on public services and employers, but their actions alone will not shift the life chances of 1 million young people. Families are not a peripheral influence, but are central. 295. Youth disengagement does not begin at age 16. In too many cases, it begins long before a child ever reaches the school gate. By the time a young person appears in the NEET statistics, the pattern has often been years in the making, and should be predictable enough to be preventable. The warning signs appear early, in the home, in speech and language development, in behaviour, then later in attendance, in attainment, in mental health, in confidence. 296. This is not about placing responsibility solely on parents. Families do not start from equal positions. Poverty, instability and disadvantage limit what many can provide. Public services cannot fully compensate for those gaps. Where families are struggling, services alone rarely succeed. But where support from services is weak, families are left to cope on their own. Improving outcomes for young people requires stronger families and more effective services and, crucially, a system that recognises how dependent each is on the other. 297. The home learning environment encompasses not only academic inputs but emotional security, family relationships and perceptions of safety. Lower parental education and reduced parental monitoring, support and routines, along with limited access to stable caregiver relationships and lower parental engagement in their child's education, are all associated with lower attainment. Note 265. Understanding KS4 Attainment and Progress. Evidence from LSYPE2 gov.uk www.gov.uk. Published October 2018. Available at https://www.gov.uk/understanding-ks4-attainment-and-progress-evidence-from-LSYPE2. And the text continues, and therefore higher NEET risk. The Social Mobility Commission State of the Nation Report 2015 outlines large differences in early achievement between children experiencing high and low quality parenting. Note 266. State of the Nation 2015. Social Mobility and Child Poverty in Great Britain. Social Mobility and Child Poverty Commission. December 2015. Available at https://.social-mobility-in-great-britain.pdf. And the text continues. 298. Conversely, there is not clear evidence on the relationship between family structure and NEET status. DFE analysis shows that young people in a single-parent family were slightly more likely to be NEET compared to those not in single-parent families. Note 267. Department for Education. Risk Factors for Becoming NEET. A statistical analysis using linked data. To be published May 2026. Link to published report on www.gov.uk, not available at the time of printing. And the text continues. 15% of those in single-parent families were NEET at age 17 to 19, compared to 11% of their peers. And 33% were NEET at age 20 to 24, compared to 27% of their peers. However, the analysis also shows that being in a single-parent family is not a statistically significant predictive factor for NEET status when controlling for other factors. 299. Parents of all descriptions overwhelmingly want their children to succeed. The White Working Class Inquiry brings this into sharp relief. Note 268. Parent and Young People Polling Findings. Inquiry into White Working Class Education Outcomes. https://educationaloutcomes.org.uk. Published January 2026. Available at https://educationaloutcomes.org.uk/wp-content/wci%20 findings %20 website %20 January %20 2026.pdf. And the text continues. Almost 3 in 4 parents regularly encourage their children to achieve their best, but white working class parents are significantly less likely than higher socio-economic groups to engage in the wider activities that support educational success. Only 19% regularly take their child to museums, galleries or theatres, compared with 29% of white middle-class parents. Just 30% regularly help plan for the child's educational future, compared with 42% of white middle-class parents. 300. The aspiration is there. What is missing is the confidence, the resources and the support to translate it into action. Yet there is little evidence of a systematic public policy effort to help parents bridge that gap. There have, however, been some successes. The Family Nurse Partnership Programme, Note 269. Family Nurse Partnership Programme Guidance, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 18th of July 2024. Available at https://govt.uk/government/government/commissioning-the-family-nurse-partnership-program. And the text continues. Delivered as part of the 0 to 5 years public health offer for children, is associated with a range of positive outcomes, including a 5.8 percentage point difference in the proportion of participants achieving a good level of development. Note 270. Family Nurse Partnership Programme Guidance, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 18th of July 2024. Available at https://govt.uk/government/commissioning-the-family-nurse-partnership-program. And the text continues. At a more localised level, the Sheffield Raising Early Achievement in Literacy Programme, Note 271. Raising Early Achievement in Literacy, the Sheffield Real Project, sheffield-project.sites.sheffield.ac.uk. Available at https://sheffield-real-project.sites.sheffield.ac.uk/ and the text continues, which supported families living in disadvantaged areas with a 3-year-old child, improved early literacy levels. Note 272. Raising Early Achievement in Literacy Guidebook Intervention Information Sheet, Foundations, foundations.org.uk, published July 2016. Available at https://foundations.org.uk/guidebook-intervention-info-sheet-raising-early-achievement-in-literacy.pdf. And the text continues, but most forays by public policy into this field have lacked scale and heft. This is a major deficiency. 301. The state and the market cannot do all the heavy lifting to give young people the best chance in life, nor should they be expected to do so. Parents have responsibilities too. Young people have the same. Aspiration is not something that can be gifted to them. Enablement and encouragement can come from external bodies, but endeavour and effort can only come from within. There is a contract at the heart of all this. The state can contribute more to help young people succeed, but young people and their parents have to contribute too. 4.2 Early Years, where the trajectory begins. 302. The system knows from the moment a child arrives at school who is most likely to fail. It has the data and the unambiguous evidence. A study of over 8,000 young people in Bradford found that children who were not school-ready at ages 4 to 5 were nearly 3 times as likely to be NEET at ages 16 to 17 years old. 11% of those who did not reach a good level of development at reception were later NEET, compared with just 4% of those who did. Note 273. Warburton M. et al. Risk of not being in employment, education or training, NEET, in late adolescence is signalled by school readiness measures at 4 to 5 years. BMC, Public Health. https://link.springer.com/journal/12889. Published 22nd of May 2024. Available at https://hmc.ncbi.nlm.nih.gov/articles/PMC11110409/ And the text continues. Research tracking children from school entry through to their late teens shows that most of this effect operates through academic attainment. Note 274. Warburton M. et al. Risk of not being in employment, education or training, NEET, in late adolescence is signalled by school readiness measures at 4 to 5 years. BMC, Public Health. https://link.springer.com/journal/12889. Published 22nd of May 2024. Available at https://hmc.ncbi.nih.gov/articles/PMC11110409/ And the text continues. A child who falls behind at 5 years old is on average still behind at 16 years old. Missing early building blocks propagates forward through every key stage. Around 65% of the relationship between school readiness and later NEET status runs through this academic pathway. Note 275. Warburton M. et al. Risk of not being in employment, education or training, NEET, in late adolescence is signalled by school readiness measures at 4 to 5 years. BMC, Public Health. https://link.springer.com/journal/12889. Published 22nd of May 2024. Available at https://hmc.ncbi.nih.gov/articles/PMC11110409/ And the text continues. 303. But there is also a direct effect, independent of exam results, that matters just as much for this review. The good level of development measures not only literacy and numeracy, but personal, social and emotional development, communication and language. These are the capabilities that employers in Chapter 3 describe as missing. the ability to make eye contact, to handle a difficult interaction, to work confidently alongside others. Research conducted in the United States shows that social skills in kindergarten are associated with employment outcomes in adulthood. Note 276. Jones, D.E., Greenberg, M. and Crowley. M. Early Social Emotional Functioning and Public Health. American Journal of Public Health. https://ajph.aphapublications.org/. Published 10th of February 2015. Available at https://ajph.aph.2015.2015.2015.302630. And the text continues. The soft skills deficit that employers describe has its roots not in the teenage years but in the first years of life. 304. The scale of inequality is stark. For the most advantaged child, the probability of becoming NEET is 1%, rising to 3% without a good level of development. For the most disadvantaged, it is 25%, falling to 17% if they reached a good level of development. Note 277. Warburton, M. et al. Risk of not being in employment, education or training, NEET, in late adolescence is signalled by school readiness measures at 4 to 5 years. BMC, Public Health. https://link.springer.com/journal/12889. Published 22nd of May 2024. Available at https://hmc.ncbi.nih.gov/articles/PMC11110409/. And the text continues. Deprivation multiplies the risk eightfold. The gap between 3% and 25% is not a gap in ability. It is a gap in circumstance. Figure 20. The proportion of children achieving a good level of development and proportion in sustained EET destinations at ages 16 to 18. Combined bar and dot chart showing two measures for 6 pupil groups. Coloured bars show the percentage of children achieving a good level of development at the end of reception in 2024/25. Black diamond markers show the percentage in sustained education, employment or training at age 16 to 18 in 2022/23. The chart is divided into 2 sections by a dashed vertical line. FSM status on the left and SEND status on the right. Among FSM groups, children eligible for free school meals achieved GLD at 51.3%, compared to 72.5% for those not eligible. Among SEND groups, children with an EHCP achieved GLD at only 4.0%, while those with no SEND provision achieved 76.5%. The sustained EET gap is smaller but consistent, ranging from 74.1% for EHCP pupils to 87.2% for those not eligible for FSM. Source: Analysis of LSYPE2 DFE Early Years Foundation Stage Profile Results. Note 278. Analysis of LSYPE2 DFE Early Years Foundation Stage Profile Results. 1. Headline Measures by Child Characteristics. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 2nd of April 2026. Available at https:// //AF9DEE69-10DF-4F42-543/08D8E3C247E. And the text continues. 305. Pupils eligible for free school meals are over 21 percentage points less likely to reach the good level of development, 51.3% compared to 72.5%. Figure 20. Note 279. Early Years Foundation Stage Profile Results. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 5th of February 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/early-years-foundation-stage-profile-results. And the text continues. Deprivation and special educational needs are both independently associated with worse attainment and higher NEET risk. Note 281. Warburton M. et al. Risk of not being in employment, education or training, NEET, in late adolescence is signalled by school readiness measures at 4 to 5 years. BMC, Public Health. https://link.springer.com/journal/12889. Published 22nd of May 2024. Available at https://hmc.ncbi.nih.gov/articles/PMC11110409/. And the text continues. Where they intersect, the effect is not addictive, but multiplicative. Vulnerabilities compound from the earliest age. The system sees this. It does not act on it early enough, consistently enough, or at sufficient scale. Call for evidence. Child Poverty Action Group response. From early years all the way through to post-16 education, there is a stubborn and pervasive poverty-related attainment gap, which means that children from lower-income households achieve lower grades in comparison to their peers. 306. Early years services over recent decades have effectively become a new arm of the welfare state. There have been some notable successes within this period. In England, Sure Start produced sustained improvements through the provision of integrated health, parenting, early learning and employment support. Children eligible for free school meals living near a Sure Start centre experienced GCSE improvements of 3 grades compared with similarly disadvantaged children without access. Note 282. The short and medium-term impacts of Sure Start on educational outcomes. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 9th of April 2024. Available at https://publications/short-and-medium-term-impacts-sure-start-educational-outcomes. And the text continues. The IFS found improvements across education, health and crime, and that later cuts to Sure Start centres, with over 1,300 centres closing between 2010 and 2022, were associated with increases in childhood obesity. 307. More broadly, upstream investment in preventative services was severely cut during that decade. The health visitor workforce declined by over 40% after 2015. Combined spending on early intervention services was 44% lower in 2023/24 than in 2010/11, while late intervention spending on youth justice, safeguarding and children in care rose by more than 50%. Note 283. Struggling against the tide. Children's services spending 2011 to 2023. Children at the Table. childrenattetable.org.uk. Published September 2024. Available at https://children-at-the-table.org.uk/children's-services-spending-final-report.pdf. And the text continues. Reductions were greater in more deprived areas. The places where the need is greatest lost the most. Any serious attempt to reduce NEET levels cannot be predicated on this funding model. 308. The government has begun to correct these mistakes. It is welcome that early years are once again a policy priority. The Giving Every Child the Best Start in Life strategy, note 284. Giving Every Child the Best Start in Life, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published July 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications/giving-every-child-the-best-start-in-life. And the text continues. Sets out action being taken to support children and families during the early years. Measures focus on improving availability of early education and childcare, increasing government-funded childcare hours, increasing the availability of places, especially for those on low incomes and for children with SEND, and investing in improving quality in early years services. In addition, the government is committed to delivering a free breakfast club in every state-funded school with primary-aged pupils in England to help to drive improvements in behaviour, attendance and attainment. Note 285. Magic Breakfast Evaluation Report and Executive Summary. Education Endowment Foundation. educationendowmentfoundation.org.uk. Published December 2019. Available at https://d2tic/projects/magic-report.pdf?v = 1760706022. And the text continues. Investment to transform children's social care, worth more than £2 billion since November 2024, aims to boost early intervention for children and families. Note 286. House of Commons Education Committee, committees.parliament.uk. Children's Social Care. Government Response. Published October 2025. Available at https://committees.parliament.uk/49799/documents/266904/default/. And the text continues. These are welcome steps, but the scale of the challenge is daunting. 4.3. Schooling. The Attainment Gradient. 309. Taken on its own terms, much of the school system looks relatively strong. England's 15-year-olds perform above the OECD average in reading, maths and science. Note 287. Curriculum and Assessment Review Final Report, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 5th of November 2025, available at https:// www.gov.uk/curriculum-and-assessment-review-final-report. And the text continues. Level 2 attainment in English and Maths by age 19 reached 76.1% in 2023/24, the second highest on record. Note 288. Level 2 and 3 attainment age 16 to 25, academic year 2023/24, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 4th of July 2025. Available at https://find-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/level-2-and-3-attainment-by-young-people-age-19/2023/24. And the text continues. Although it has fallen back slightly to 73.2% in 2024/2025. Note 289. Level 2 and 3 attainment age 16 to 25, academic year 2023/24, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 4th of July 2025. Available at https://find-statistics/level-2-and-3-attainment-by-young-people-age-19/2023/24. And the text continues. 16 to 19-year-olds score above OECD average in literacy and adaptive problem solving, with significant improvements in literacy and numeracy since 2012. Note 290. Curriculum and Assessment Review Final Report, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 5th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/government/publications/curriculum-and-assessment-review-final-report. And the text continues. Only around 5% of non-disadvantaged young people fail to enter a sustained destination after Key Stage 4. Note 291. Key Stage 4 Destination Measures, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 23rd of April 2026. Available at https://key-stage-4-destination-measures/key-stage-4-destination-measures/73DF-disadvantage-status. And the text continues. 310. And yet the relationship between social background and educational attainment in England is unbroken. It has survived every reform of the past 3 decades. Disadvantaged children still perform substantially worse at every stage of education. The gap does not close as children move through the system. It widens. 311. At age 7, the most disadvantaged pupils are 16 percentiles behind their most advantaged peers. By age 18/19, the same young people are 29 percentiles behind. Note 292. Crawford C., Macmillan L., and Vignoles A. When and why do initially high-attaining poor children fall behind? Centre for Analysis of Social Exclusion. https://sticerd.lse.ac.uk/case/ Published July 2025. Available at https://stig.lse.ac.uk/spcc/wp20.pdf. And the text continues. 12 years of schooling, and the gap has nearly doubled. 312. The damage begins early and locks in at primary school. At Key Stage 2, just 47% of disadvantaged pupils reach the expected standard in reading, writing and maths, compared with 69% of their peers. A 22 percentage point gap. Note 293. Key Stage 2 Attainment, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 23rd of April 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/key-stage-2-attainment/2024-25-revised. And the text continues. 313. Primary schools do not receive the same level of attention in the public debate on education as secondary schools. Perhaps that is why the ambitions that have been set for primary school children are surprisingly low. On the face of it, it is astonishing, for example, that successive governments have set targets for primary schools to only have 75% of their pupils leaving with the age-appropriate level of numeracy and literacy skills. In other words, the state assumes that 1 in 4 will never achieve that standard. 314. This is building in failure at a critical juncture in too many young people's lives. Only 8% of pupils who do not reach the expected level at the end of primary school go on to achieve grade 4 at GCSE in English and Maths. Note 294. Farquharson, C., McNally, S., and Tahir, I. Education Inequalities, Oxford Open Economics. https://academic.oup.com/OOEC, published 17th of July 2024. Available at https://academic.oup.com/article/3/I760/770859. And the text continues. The system has, in effect, determined who will fail at 16 by the time they leave primary school. At GCSE, 38.7% of FSM children achieve 5 good GCSEs, including English and Maths, compared to 67.7% of their peers. Note 295. Key Stage 4 Performance, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 23rd of April 2026. Available at https://data-tables/7link/C04D15B6-CAE3-464F-7E4A-08DE9EE328C6. And the text continues. 315. The consequences cascade. By age 18, 29% without GCSE equivalent qualifications are NEET, compared with 8% of A-level equivalent. Note 296. Youth Jobs Gap, Exploring Compound Disadvantage, Impetus, impetus.org.uk. Published May 2025. Available at https://impetus-org.files.svdcdn.com/production/assets /publications /report /impetus youth job gap exploring compound disadvantage.pdf DM equals 1747140,359. And the text continues. Young people, including disadvantaged young people who achieve GCSE qualifications, are more likely to reach sustained destinations after school than those without those qualifications, even though disadvantaged students are less likely to enter sustained education, employment or apprenticeship destinations than their peers, 83% compared with 95%. Note 297. Key Stage 4 Destination Measures, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 23rd of April 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics /key-stage-4-destination-measures/2023-24. And the text continues. 316. Worryingly, however, there seems to be emerging evidence that educational qualifications on their own are becoming less protective against the risk of young people becoming NEET. F. For example, Department for Education Analysis finds that missing out on 5 good GCSEs has a weaker link to being NEET than having an EHCP or persistent absence. Department for Education. Risk Factors for Becoming NEET. To be published May 2026. Link to published report on www.gov.uk. Not available at the time of publication. And the text continues. The growth in the proportion of NEET young people with A-level qualifications or above has outpaced the rise in the proportion of young people attaining those qualifications overall. Note 298. The Employment of Disabled People 2025. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published November 2025. Updated 24th of March 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/statistics /the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025 /the-employment-of-disabled-people-2025. And the text continues. This may be because other aspects of the school system are not sufficiently developing students' capabilities or work readiness. Teaching quality. The children who need the most get the least. 317. Teacher quality is the single largest in-school determinant of pupil outcomes. A year with a good teacher can add months of progress. Note 299. Improving the impact of teachers on pupil achievement in the UK. Interim findings. The Sutton Trust. www.suttontrust.com. Published September 2011. Available at https://www.suttontrust.com /wp-content/uploads/2019 /12 teachers-impact-report-final-1.pdf. And the text continues. A year without one can set a child back by the same margin. For disadvantaged children, the cumulative effect over a school career is the difference between catching up and falling irretrievably behind. Note 300. Improving the impact of teachers on pupil achievement in the UK. Interim findings. The Sutton Trust. www.suttontrust.com. Published September 2011. Available at https://www.suttontrust.com /wp-content/uploads/2019 12/2 teachers-impact-report-final-1.pdf. And the text continues. 318. The young people who most need high-quality, sustained teaching are the least likely to receive it. Disadvantaged pupils are on average more likely to have out-of-subject, inexperienced or unqualified teachers. Note 301. Teacher recruitment and retention in schools in socio-economically disadvantaged areas in England. Review of practice. Education Endowment Foundation. educationendowmentfoundation.org.uk. Published February 2024. Available at https://v/v01ius.cloudfront.net/v/documents/pdf. And the text continues. Schools in the most deprived areas, in coastal towns, in post-industrial communities, in the places where NEET rates are highest, struggle hardest to recruit and retain good teachers. Note 302. The Teacher Labour Market in England. Education Policy Institute. epi.org.uk. Published August 2018. Available at https://epi.org.uk//2018/teacher-labour-market_2018.pdf. And the text continues. The geography of teacher shortage maps onto the geography of youth detachment. The system creates a perverse pattern, with the children who need the most from school getting the least. Secondary schools in the least deprived areas were 3 times more likely than schools in the most deprived areas to be rated as outstanding by Ofsted, and more deprived areas tend to have a higher proportion of inadequate or requires improvement schools. Figure 21. Note 303. The Health Foundation. Inequalities in Quality of Education by Income Deprivation. April 2025. Available at https://www.health.org.uk/evidence-hub/education/in-quality-of-income-deprivation. Figure 21. Number of schools rated as outstanding requires improvement or inadequate by deprivation quintile. 1 equals least deprived, 5 equals most deprived. England 2024 to 2025. A stacked bar chart showing the number of schools with different Ofsted ratings across 5 deprivation quintiles. 1 equals least deprived, 5 equals most deprived. The green outstanding segments are largest in the least deprived quintiles and smaller in the most deprived. Conversely, the light blue requires improvement and gold inadequate segments grow larger with increasing deprivation. Quintile 5 has 70 inadequate schools compared to 20 in Quintile 1. Source: Ofsted inspections carried out between 1st of September 2024 to 31st of August 2025 and published by 31st of August 2025. And the text continues. Resources not aligned to need. 319. Per pupil school spending in England fell by around 10% in real terms between 2010/11 and 2019/20. Note 304. Annual Report on Education Spending in England 2025/26. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 21st of January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk/publications/annual-report-education-spending-England-2025-26. And the text continues. All school spending per pupil has nearly recovered to 2010-11 levels in real terms. Note 305. Annual Report on Education Spending in England 2025-26. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 21st of January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk/publications/annual-report-education-spending-England-2025-26. And the text continues. But the demands on schools have intensified dramatically. Rising SEND prevalence, worsening mental health, higher energy costs, increased staff absence, and the need for pandemic catch-up have all eroded the real value of school budgets, even where headline figures have risen. 320. The national funding formula for schools was intended to distribute resources more fairly. Whether it adequately weights deprivation relative to the scale of need in the most disadvantaged areas remains contested. Deep inequalities in the local government funding formula over more than a decade have led to materially worse spending power in many of the most deprived areas of the country compared with many better off areas. 321. Overall, 92.4% of funding through the national funding formula is allocated based on pupil numbers and characteristics. 74.1% is allocated through the basic entitlement that every pupil attracts. The rest of the pupil-led funding is allocated towards additional needs. For those living in the most deprived, 37.5% of areas attract additional funding based on where they live, with more funding towards those in the very most deprived areas. Note 306. National Funding Formula for Schools and High Needs 2026-2027 gov.uk www.gov.uk. Published 17th of December 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/formula-formula-formula-needs-from-2025. And the text continues. There are concerns with how deprivation funding is allocated. For example, the Education Policy Institute argued that the national funding formula should target additional funding towards persistently disadvantaged pupils who face worse outcomes. Note 307. Tackling the Persistent Disadvantage Gap. Education Policy Institute, epi.org.uk. Published November 2024. Available at https://epi.org.uk/2024/epi_persistent_disadvantaged_funding.pdf. And the text continues. Whilst the IFS has described FSM eligibility as a blunt measure of deprivation. Note 308. Annual Report on Education Spending in England 2025-26. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 21st of January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk/publications /annual-report-education-spending-England-2025-26. And the text continues. In the 2026 Schools White Paper, the government recognised these challenges, committing to develop and test a new model for targeting disadvantaged funding to help narrow the attainment gap in England. It will consult on proposals in summer 2026. Note 309. Every Child Achieving and Thriving. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 23rd of February 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/every-child-achieving-and-thriving. And the text continues. 322. The pupil premium was a serious attempt to direct real money to real need. The evidence shows it has been associated with measurable improvements in some outcomes. It has narrowed some gaps in some places. Note 310. Stephen Gorard, Nadia Siddiqui and Beng Huat Se, Taylor and Francis, t&fonline.com. Published March 2021. Available at https://www.tnfonline.com/DOI/10.1080/026152.20221.190775. And the text continues. But the gap between what the pupil premium provides and what a disadvantaged pupil with SEND, mental health needs and fragile attendance actually requires is substantial. The funding was designed for a pre-pandemic problem. It is being applied to a post-pandemic crisis. A school in a deprived area with a SEND population of 25%, a persistent absence rate above 20%, and a teaching vacancy it cannot fill, faces costs that up to £1,515 per disadvantaged pupil does not begin to cover. Note 311. Pupil Premium. Overview Guidance. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published March 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/pupil-premium/funding-rates-for-the-2025-2-2026-financial-year. And the text continues. 323. Schools now face 3 new challenges, all of which drives NEET rates up and which they are struggling to address. 4.4. SEND and mental health. 324. Young people with SEND are 80% more likely to be NEET. Note 312. Youth Jobs Gap. Exploring Compound Disadvantage. Impetus. impetus.org.uk. Published May 2025. Available at https://impetus-org.files.svd-cdn.com/production/assets/impetus_youth jobs gap_exploring compound disadvantage.pdf ?DM equals 1747140359. And the text continues. Having an education, health and care plan, EHCP, during school is the strongest single link to becoming NEET at 17 to 19. Note 313. Department for Education, Risk Factors for Becoming NEET, to be published May 2026. Link to published report on www.gov.uk. not available at the time of publication. And the text continues. SEND designation is also a compounding factor for other forms of disadvantage. Note 314. Youth Jobs Gap, Exploring Compound Disadvantage, Impetus, impetus.org.uk, published May 2025. Available at https://impetus-org.files.cvd/cdn.com/production/assets/youth-jobs-gap_exploring compound disadvantage.pdf DM equals 1747140359. And the text continues. Overlaps are common. For example, children looked after for at least 12 months were over 6 times more likely to have an EHCP than the overall pupil population. Note 315. Outcomes for children in need, including children looked after by local authorities in England, reporting year 2025. gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 2nd of April 2026. Available at https://for/find-statistics.service.gov.uk/in-need-including-children-in-dash-local-authorities-in-2025 section-special-educational-needs. And the text continues. 325. SEN prevalence in England has risen from 14.4% in 2015/16 to 19.5% in 2024/25. Note 316. Special educational needs in England, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 12th of June 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/special-educational-needs-in-England/2024-25. And the text continues. Today's 12-year-olds require more support than current 22-year-olds did at the same time. The number of EHCPs has risen from just over 350,000 in 2018/19 to nearly 640,000 in 2024/25. Note 317. Education, Health and Care Plans, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 26th of June 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/education-health-and-care plans/2025. And the text continues. Driven mainly by autism and speech and language needs. Note 318. England SEND crisis, costs, challenges and the case for reform. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 12th of September 2025. Available at https://articles/England-SEND-crisis-costs-challenges-and-case-reform. And the text continues. The proportion receiving SEND support more broadly rose from 11.9% to 14.2% over the same period. Note 319. Special educational needs in England, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 12th of June 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/special-educational-needs-in-England/2024-25. And the text continues. Spending on SEND has risen from £7.8 billion to £11.8 billion between 2015-16 and 2023-24. Note 320. Annual Report on Education Spending in England 2025/26. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 21st of January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk/annual-report-education-spending-England-2025-26. And the text continues. Yet in many cases, pressure on local authorities and schools means young people do not receive the support they need, leading to breakdown in provision, non-attendance, and itself driving mental ill health. 326. Meanwhile, schools have become the front line for a youth mental health crisis the health system has been unable to absorb. CAM's waiting times leave schools holding young people in distress without clinical support. Teachers are acting as counsellors. SENCOs are managing caseloads that would overwhelm a qualified social worker. Schools were not designed for this and frequently have not been resourced for it. 327. The government has recognised the scale of the challenge. Its SEND reforms are a welcome step in the right direction. Improving mainstream provision, reducing reliance on EHCPs as the only gateway to support, and strengthening early identification are the right priorities. The question is whether the pace and scale of reform will match the pace and scale of the problem. The risk is that SEND need rises faster than the system is capable of reforming. For the young people already in the pipeline, many of whom may be in the NEET statistics within 5 years, the reforms need to deliver quickly. Good intentions announced in Whitehall take time to reach a classroom in Blackpool. 4.5. School absence. 328. School absence has become a crisis in its own right. In 2024/25, around 1.34 million pupils, 18.1%, were persistently absent, missing at least 10% of school time. Before the pandemic, the proportion was just below 11%, around 772,000 pupils. The number has nearly doubled. Severe absence, missing 50% or more of school time, has risen even more steeply. 176,000 pupils in 2024/25 in England, up from 60,000 in 2018/19. Unlike persistent absence, which has begun to fall year on year, severe absence continues to rise. Note 321. Pupil absence in schools in England, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://find-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/pupil-absence-in-schools-in-England/2024-25. And the text continues. Evidence shows that pupils from different ethnic groups may face different experiences of suspensions and exclusions. For example, Gypsy or Roma pupils had the highest rate of suspensions and permanent exclusions, followed by Traveller of Irish heritage, and white and black Caribbean pupils. Note 322. Suspensions and permanent exclusions in England, academic year 2023/4, gov.uk/www.gov.uk, published 18th of November 2025. Available at https://schools.gov.uk/data-tables/7f87b32d-5a69-497a-6d07-08de 267b3206. And the text continues. The 2026 Schools White Paper sets out how the Race Equality Unit will commit to completing research into exclusion by different ethnic groups to help inform future policy development. 329. The consequences for attainment are direct and measurable. For pupils who attended school at least 95% of the time in Year 11 were 1.9 times more likely to achieve Grade 5 in English and Maths GCSE compared to pupils who attended 90 to 95% of the time, and 3 times more likely than those attending 85 to 90%. Missing just 10 days of Year 11 reduced the likelihood of achieving Grade 5 by around 50%. Note 323. The link between attendance and attainment in an assessment year. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 14th of March 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/link-between-attendance-and-attainment. And the text continues. 330. The characteristics of absent pupils are predictable. The persistent absence rate for FSM eligible pupils was 32.4%, compared with 12.1% for those not eligible. The number of FSM eligible persistently absent pupils has increased by more than 154% between 2018/19 and 2024/25. Note 324. Pupil absence in schools in England. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/pupil-absence-in-schools-in-England/2024-25. And the text continues. The Education Policy Institute finds that the increase in the disadvantage gap in attainment since 2019 can largely be explained by higher levels of absence among disadvantaged pupils. Note 325. Breaking Down the Gap. Education Policy Institute, epi.org.uk. Published 17th of March 2025. Available at https://epi.org.uk/publications-and-research/breaking-down-the-gap/. And the text continues. 331. Persistent absenteeism is associated with a 3.9 times greater risk of being NEET at age 16 to 18 and a 6.3 times greater risk of being persistently NEET. Note 326. School absence and not in education, employment or training. Vulnerability and Policing Futures Research Centre. vulnerabilitypolicing.org.uk. Published 5th of September 2024. Available at https://vulnerabilitypolicing.org.uk/school-absence-and-not-in-education-employment-or-training/. And the text continues. Persistent absenteeism is more than 70% higher in 2024/25 than in 2018/19. including around 370,000 more secondary-age pupils who will be at a greater risk of becoming NEET as a consequence. Note 327. Department for Education. Absence rates by geographic level for special state-funded primary and state-funded secondary in England between 2017/18 and 2024/25. Published 14th of May 2026. Available at https://4/data-tables/permalink/d A403C/16-2C966-4A30-D0EF-08A3771. And the text continues. 332. The 2026 Schools White Paper sets a target to reduce the overall absence rate by 1.3 percentage points by 2028/29, from 7.15% in 2023/24 to 5.85%. Note 328. Every child achieving and thriving. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 23rd of February 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/every-child-achieving-and-thriving. And the text continues. If achieved, this would be equivalent to 20 million more days of school and the fastest improvement in a decade. The target is welcome, as are the measures the government has announced to deliver it. They signal priority. They create a benchmark. But even if met in full, the rate would still be above the pre-pandemic level. Risk of NEET indicator, RONI tools. The risks of becoming NEET are amplified by having an EHCP, being absent or excluded from school. All of this is well known. Schools even have tools available to them to track at-risk pupils so they can put in place mitigating strategies. There are good examples of risk of NEET indicator tools across some places in England, but best practice is not spread widely and their use is variable and often focused late in the education journey. Limiting early intervention. Note 329. Research into the use and effectiveness of risk of NEET indicators, RONIs. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published April 2026. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/wp-content/use-into-the-use-and-effectiveness of-risk-of-NEET-indicators-RONIs-1.pdf. And the text continues. The fact that the use of these RONI tools is so variable tells a story of how marginal preventing young people becoming NEET is to the school system as a whole. If the system genuinely treated youth disengagement as a priority, every school in the country would be using these tools from Year 7. The government is committed in the Post-16 Education and Skills White Paper to develop new RONI tools for use by local authorities where needed, but does not currently mandate the use of RONI tools. Note 330. Post-16 Education and Skills White Paper, gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 20th of October 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/post-16-education-and-skills-white-paper. And the text continues. 4.6. Suspensions, exclusions and home education. 333. Exclusion amplifies the problem. School suspension rates have been rising since 2016/17, driven by secondary schools. Note 331. Suspensions and permanent exclusions in England. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 20th of November 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.surveys.gov.uk//and-permanent-exclusions-in-england/2024-25-autumn-term. And the text continues. The overall rate was around 4% in 2024/25, up from 1.6%, with the number of pupils suspended at least once doubling from 79,000 to 166,000. 47% of those suspended were receiving SEN support or had an EHCP, despite SEN pupils making up around 18.5% of the school population. Over 55% were eligible for free school meals, despite FSM-eligible pupils making up around 25% of the school population. Call for evidence. Disability Rights UK. Disability Rights UK shared that, despite comprising less than 20% of the school population, SEN students account for 45% of all suspensions and 52% of permanent exclusions. Note 332. Suspensions and permanent exclusions in England. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 20th of November 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.surveys.gov.uk/find-statistics/and-permanent-exclusions-in-england/2024-25. And the text continues. This means a disabled pupil is 3 times more likely to be suspended than their non-disabled peers. Evidence from England also shows that autistic children are twice as likely to be excluded. 333. Goldberg, K. et al. Investigation of the causes and implications of exclusion for autistic children and young people. University of Birmingham, birmingham.ac.uk. Published December 2021. Available at https://documents/causes-social-sciences/causes-causes-and-implications-of-exclusion-for-autistic-children-and-young-people.pdf. And the text continues. Whilst evidence from Scotland suggests children with ADHD are 6 times more likely to be excluded, and over twice as likely to leave school before age 16. Note 334. Fleming M. Fitton C.A. and Steiner M.F.C. Educational Health Outcomes of Children Treated for Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder. JAMA Pediatrics. JAMA Network. JAMAnetwork.com. Published 3rd of July 2017. Available at https://jamanetwork.com/journals/JAMA Pediatrics/full article/2624340. And the text continues. 334. The number of children in elective home education in England has also risen from 116,300 in 2021/22 to 175,900 in 2024/25. Note 335. Elective Home Education, gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 15th of January 2026. Available at https://elective-home-education.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/elective-home-education/2025-26-autumn-term. And the text continues. Mental health is now cited as the main reason in 16% of cases, up from 9%, overtaking philosophical or preferential reasons. Note 336. Elective Home Education, gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 15th of January 2026. Available at https://elective-education.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/elective-home-education/2025-26-autumn-term. And the text continues. Due to issues including limited available data, it is difficult for us to be sure about outcomes for those in elective home education. For qualitative research suggests they may face barriers to progression, including obtaining necessary qualifications and some practical barriers to higher education. Note 337. Graham L. and Mountford Zimdars. A. Home Advantage. The experience of home-educated students in English higher education and recommendations for new wise practices. Quality education for all. Emerald. www.emerald.com. Published 30th of April 2025. Available at https://www.emerald.com/QEA/QEA/09-204459/QEA-0998EN.pdf. And the text continues. 335. To help local authorities to best support home-educated children, the government is committed to introducing compulsory children not in school registers in every local authority in England, alongside powers to intervene and require school attendance where necessary, and a duty to support parents of home-educated children. 4.7. School belonging. 336. The risk factors in school of becoming NEET are growing. SEND, absence and exclusion are all increasing in prevalence. Despite the challenges they face on these and other fronts, schools and teachers are doing often heroic work to optimize the life chances of their students, especially those from disadvantaged backgrounds. And it is welcome that government is putting in place new approaches to help schools and teachers confront those challenges. 337. The deeper question is whether those efforts and measures, however well designed, are working against greater forces within the school system itself that drive disengagement. Only 64% of UK pupils say they belong in school. Note 338. PISA 2022 Results, Volume 1 and 2. Country Notes. United Kingdom. OECD. OECD.org. Published 5th of December 2023. Available at https://www.oecd.org/en/PISA-2022-results-volume-i-and-country-notes ed6fbcc5-en-United-Kingdom _9C15db47 ms-en.html. And the text continues. Just 19% of secondary pupils in England describe themselves as very motivated to learn. Note 339. Pupil experiences in school, academic year 2024 to 2025, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 27th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/pupil-experiences-in-school-academic-year-2024-2-2025. And the text continues. The UK has seen the largest fall in sense of belonging in the OECD. Note 340. We used to have it all. Is there a trade-off between well-being and attainment in schools? Social Market Foundation, smf.co.uk. Published April 2025. Available at https://www.smf.co.uk/we-use-2-have-it-all-april-2025-1.pdf. And the text continues. 338. The white working class inquiry provides the sharpest evidence of how this plays out for one of the groups most at risk of disengagement. White working class children are less likely to enjoy or feel successful at school than any other group. Note 341. Parent and young people polling findings. Inquiry into white working class educational outcomes. https://educationaloutcomes.org.uk/ Published January 2026. Available at https://educationaloutcomes.org.uk/wp-content/wwci%20 findings%20 website %20 January %202026.pdf. And the text continues. 27% of white working class pupils say they rarely or never enjoy lessons, compared with 18% of white middle class pupils and 12% of non-white middle class pupils. 23% say they rarely or never feel confident about what they are learning, compared with 13% of white middle class and 9% of non-white middle class pupils. These are not small differences. They describe a group that has already mentally withdrawn from the experience of education by the time they are in secondary school. As described in Chapter 2, we heard sometimes shocking testimony from our conversations with NEET young people about an experience of school often characterized by bullying and boredom. 339. The School's White Paper. Note 342. Every Child Achieving and Thriving. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 23rd of February 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/every-child-achieving-and-thriving. And the text continues. Recognizes some of this, proposing a regional improvement in standards and excellence, RISE, Key Stage 3 Alliance, an enrichment framework, closer links to families, and a focus on white working class communities. These are the right instincts. Ensuring that they produce the right results, fewer young people leaving school at risk of becoming NEET, depends on getting the right balance in the school curriculum and the right exposure to work experience and careers guidance. 340. Schools, of course, have multiple roles. They need to equip students with knowledge, love of learning, understanding of the world and life skills. Not everything can or should be reduced to a utilitarian conceptualization of schools purely preparing young people for the world of work. The trick is to get the balance right. That is not what schools are currently achieving. In essence, schools are doing too little both to help the cohort most at risk of becoming NEET and to prepare young people for the world of work. 4.8. The School Curriculum. 341. Qualifications are one of the most powerful protective factors against the risk of becoming NEET. Note 343. Youth Jobs Gap. Exploring Compound Disadvantage. Impetus. impetus.org.uk. Published May 2025. Available at https://impetus-org.files.sbdcdn.com/production/impetus-report/impetus-impetus_youth-jobs-gap_exploring compound disadvantage.pdf?dm equals 1747140359. And the text continues. Where the system fails to provide them, it leaves young people exposed. The nature of the curriculum, issues with the amount of school time taken by the national curriculum, as highlighted by the Curriculum and Assessment Review in England, and the limited range of assessment approaches in KS4 in England means that some students are effectively set up to fail. Overwhelmingly, they come from less advantaged backgrounds. That is not because they lack ability. It is because the system defines ability in ways that exclude them. The question is not whether some young people fall short. It is whether the assessment system and the curriculum are designed in ways that make that outcome unavoidable. Most respondents to our NEET survey believe the current curriculum does not prepare people for work, 67%, in addition to over half feeling that the current education system does not suit people like them, 55%. Note 344. Survey of NEET young people. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 342. This is contested terrain, which is why the government established its Curriculum and Assessment Review, CAR, immediately on taking office in 2024. The government's response to the review maintains the primacy of the knowledge-rich curriculum. To better prepare young people for life and work, it plans to better articulate skills development within programs of study, introduce a new oracy framework, embed knowledge and skills in financial, media and digital literacy, and remove the EBACC accountability measure. It is also developing a new enrichment framework for schools, establishing an entitlement for every pupil to activities covering civic engagement, arts and culture, sport and physical activities, and developing wider life skills. These are welcome steps. Whether they prove sufficient depends on whether they change the experience of school for those most at risk of becoming NEET. 343. There is currently wide variation in access to enrichment opportunities in schools. Participation is lower for children and young people eligible for free school meals and children in need. Note 345. Parent, pupil and learner voice. Omnibus surveys for 2024 to 2024, June 2025 and December 2024. Gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 28th of April. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications. /parent-pupil-and-learner-voice-omnibus-surveys-4-2024-2-2025. And the text continues. There is an overlap between young people less likely to participate in enrichment and those at risk of being NEET. Note 346. Characteristics of young people not in education, employment or training. NEET. England, March 2021. Office for National Statistics. www.ons.gov.uk. Published 27th of March 2026. Available at https://www.ons.gov.uk/employment and labour market/people not in work/economic inactivity/bulletins/characteristics of young people not in education, employment or training. NEET. England /March 2021. And the text continues. 344. The question is whether enriching the school experience with extra activities will be enough to reform the curriculum in ways that allow each child to feel their passions and their aspirations are being recognised. Without that, the risk of disengagement for those most at risk of becoming NEET will remain high. 345. The transition from primary to secondary school is perilous for precisely that cohort. Evidence collected from the southeast of England found pupils on free school meals and those with SEN were most likely to develop mental health problems during the transition to secondary school. Note 347. Donaldson C., Hawkins J., Rice F. and Moore G. Trajectories of mental health across the primary to secondary school transition. JCPP Advances. Association for Child and Adolescent Mental Health. https://acamh.onlinelibrary.wiley.com/. Published 16th of May 2024. Available at https://doi/10.10.2.4/jcv2.12244. And the text continues. With evidence from Scotland finding children from the lowest income group being the most likely to report a negative experience of moving to secondary school. Note 348. Jindal Snape D., Bradshaw P., Gilbert A., Smith N., and Knudsen L. Primary-secondary school transition experiences and factors associated with differences in these experiences. Analysis of the longitudinal Growing Up in Scotland dataset. Review of Education. BERA Journals. https://bera-journals.onlinelibrary.wiley.com/ Published 8th of December 2023. Available at https://bera-journals.onlinelibrary.wiley.com/ DOI/10.1002/REB3.3444. And the text continues. Moving from an often small and safe primary school with a single classroom teacher into a large secondary school with multiple teachers and a more rigorous focus on academic attainment can often be the point where students conclude they are bound to fail rather than succeed. A flexible curriculum that allows every student to find something they can excel at can help mitigate disengagement. But the reasons for absence and disengagement are multifaceted and not all can be addressed through curriculum design alone. 346. There have been repeated attempts to broaden the curriculum and open up vocational pathways. Since 2010, effort has focused on offering better quality vocational options at Key Stage 4, including through the introduction of technical awards and much discussed reforms to BTECs. We have also seen the introduction and growth of university technical colleges, aiming to embed more technical education alongside the core curriculum for young people from age 14. These attempts have consistently aimed to rebalance academic and vocational learning for 14 to 16-year-olds before they move into post-16 provision. 347. But these routes remain marginal rather than mainstream within the school system. Technical awards at Key Stage 4 make up only around 6% of grades awarded. Note 349. Curriculum and Assessment Review Final Report. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 5th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/curriculum-assessment-review-final-report. And the text continues. Despite 69% of school leaders perceiving them as better preparing some students for post-16 pathways. Note 350. School and College Voice, November 2024. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 27th of November 2025. Available at https://school-and-college-voice-November-2024. And the text continues. And evidence that they are associated with lower absence and exclusion. Note 351. Non-GCSE qualifications in England. Key Stage 4 entries and absence and exclusions outcomes. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 19th of March 2019. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/qualifications/in-england-key-stage-4-entries-and-exclusions-outcomes. And the text continues. The academic track continues to dominate, shaping both expectations and outcomes. 348. Teachers confirm the picture. Pearson School Report 2025. Note 352. School Report 2025. Pearson. Pearson.com. Available at https://www.pearson.com/en-gb/school/insights-and-events/topics/school-and-college-report/2025.html $SRSLTID equals AFMBOOPGF0UR UVVS RJOY U7IV APCMGV9 TZNEA ZALIE 7WK TZEH5Y2YFG. And the text continues. Found 38% of secondary teachers selected adapting the curriculum as a priority to improve student learning. Only 1 in 5 say the system prepares students for further study or training. Just 8% say it prepares for future careers. 42% called for more vocational options. Students suggested more focus on creative skills at 37% and digital skills at 30%. 349. Our survey of teachers found that 3/4 agreed that the curriculum put too much emphasis on passing exams. 74%, and not enough focus on preparing young people for employment, 73% in agreement, or teaching soft skills for employment, 73% in agreement. Note 353. Survey of education professionals. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. Nearly 3/4, 73%, of teachers also believed it possible for the curriculum to be adapted to provide a broader set of skills for work and employment while still maintaining high academic standards. Note 354. Survey of education professionals. See accompanying analytical annex. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/people-and-work-interim-report. Full research report to follow publication. And the text continues. 350. Employers see the same gap from the other side. Only 3% of those who recruited 16-year-olds cite a lack of literacy or numeracy skills. Note 355. Employer Skills Survey 2024. England results. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 27th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/employer-skills-survey-2024-England-results. And the text continues. They point instead to lack of work world experience, maturity and confidence. The education system produces qualifications. It does not reliably secure student engagement or produce work readiness. My assessment is that the curriculum is currently too imbalanced. The government has made a start with its plans to enrich the curriculum, but without throwing the baby out with the bathwater, better balance is needed. Despite improvements in the basics, for the majority, not just those who become NEET, the system is not yet preparing young people for the world of work or a rapidly changing economy. 4.9. Careers Guidance, Work Experience and Employer Engagement. 351. Only 47% of 18 to 24-year-olds and just 36% of those who are NEET agreed that they felt ready for work when they left education. Note 356. Towards Universal Opportunity for Young People, IPPR. ippr.org. Published 8th of July 2025. Available at https://www.ippr.org/articles/towards-universal-opportunity-for-young-people. And the text continues. Less than half of young people agree that their place of study sufficiently supported them to develop the skills they need for the future. Students with additional needs report worse than average on this measure. Note 357. Youth Voice Census 2025 Report. Youth Employment UK. youthemployment.org.uk. Available at https://www.youthemployment.org.uk/youth-voice-census/results/. And the text continues. 352. Lack of adequate careers guidance at schools is an often cited reason for young people not being prepared for the world of work. How young people have their eyes open to employment options has changed markedly in recent decades. England's Careers and Enterprise Company, CEC, was established in 2015 to improve employer-school connections and has supported progress on the Gatsby benchmarks a framework of 8 guidelines defining world-class career guidance for schools and colleges. Over 90% of schools now benchmark against the framework, meeting 5.8 of 8 benchmarks on average, up from 1.9 in 2018. Note 358. Good Career Guidance, the Next 10 Years, Gatsby, gatsby.org.uk. Published November 2024. Available at https://www.gatsby.org.uk/education/good-career-guidance/. And the text continues. Where schools achieve more benchmarks, NEET likelihood is reduced. Note 359. Looking deeper at destinations. The Careers and Enterprise Company. careersанdenterprise.co.uk. Published 4th of March 2024. Available at https://www.careersandenterprise.co.uk/evidence-and-reports/careers-education-2022-now-next. And the text continues. This has been built on a growing digital infrastructure, including the Future Skills Questionnaire completed by over 330,000 learners in 2024/25. Note 360. Insight Briefing. Learner Career Readiness in 2024/25. The Careers and Enterprise Company. careersанdenterprise.co.uk. Available at https://www.careersandenterprise.co.uk/insight-briefing-learner-career-readiness-in-2024-25.pdf. And the text continues. Progress is real. 353. According to the CEC, the highest quality careers provision reduces the likelihood of young people being NEET by 8%, post-16 and post-18. Note 361. Looking deeper at destinations. The Careers and Enterprise Company. careersанdenterprise.co.uk. Published 4th of March 2024. Available at https://www.careersandenterprise.co.uk/evidence-and-reports/careers-education-2022-now-next. And the text continues. With double the impact for high free school meals, FSM cohorts. Note 362. The benefits of Gatsby benchmark achievement for post-16 destinations. The Careers and Enterprise Company. careersанdenterprise.co.uk. Published 9th of June 2021. Available at https://www.careersandenterprise.co.uk/benefits-of-gatsby-benchmark-achievement-for-post-16-destinations. And the text continues. This is currently generating £300 million in annual fiscal savings through reduced NEET outcomes. Note 363. Technical note. Fiscal benefit of inferred NEET reductions due to careers education. Updated analysis for 2020/2021 to 2024/25. The Careers and Enterprise Company. www.careersandenterprise.co.uk. https://www.careersandenterprise.co.uk/sites/cweb/files/3wtgnaf technical-note-fiscal-benefit-of-2020-21-2-2024-25.pdf. And the text continues. Evidence that primary school careers education works is also compelling. Note 364. Insight Briefing 3. The Promise of Primary. The Careers and Enterprise Company. careersанdenterprise.co.uk. Published 6th of October 2025. Available at https://www.careersandenterprise.co.uk/evidence-and-reports/insight-briefing-3-promise-of-primary. And the text continues. Research shows children start to form ideas about their future as they start primary school. Note 365. What works? Career-related learning in primary schools. The Careers and Enterprise Company. careersandenterprise.co.uk. Published December 2018. Available at https://1.145/01/0145/01/07/2019.pdf. And the text continues. And yet most primaries have no formal career strategy. Note 354. Critically, access to high-quality careers advice remains deeply unequal. Only 32% of young people reported receiving face-to-face careers advice in 2025. Note 366. Youth Voice Census 2025 Report. Youth Employment UK. youthemployment.org.uk. Available at https://www.youth-employment.org.uk/youth-voice-census/results/. And the text continues. Apprenticeships were discussed with just 18%. Note 367. Youth Voice Census 2025 Report. Youth Employment UK. youthemployment.org.uk. Available at https://www.youthemployment.org.uk/youth-voice-census/results/. And the text continues. Only 49% feel they understand employers' expectations. Note 368. Youth Voice Census 2025 Report. Youth Employment UK. youthemployment.org.uk. Available at https://www.youthemployment.org.uk/youth-voice-census/results/. And the text continues. Only 35% feel confident they have relevant work experience for employment. Note 369. Youth Voice Census 2025 Report. Youth Employment UK. youthemployment.org.uk. Available at https://www.youth-employment.org.uk/youth-voice-census/results/. And the text continues. Younger people and those with additional needs are less likely to report understanding what employers seek. Note 370. Youth Voice Census 2025 Report. Youth Employment UK. youthemployment.org.uk. Available at https://www.youthemployment.org.uk/youth-voice-census/. /results /. And the text continues. Guidance is most lacking for those considering vocational pathways, including those at risk of NEET. 355. Lack of work experience is the single most cited barrier to work amongst young people. Note 371. Youth Voice Census 2025 Report. Youth Employment UK. youthemployment.org.uk. Available at https://www.youthemployment.org.uk /youth-voice-census/results/. And the text continues. At present, the provision of work experience is an afterthought for many schools. Students are often told to find their own placements. Unsurprisingly, those without strong networks and connections are more likely to miss out. School capacity and local employer willingness are weakest in the areas of highest need. The young people who most need early exposure to work are the least likely to receive it. The vast majority of young NEET people we spoke to had done no work experience at all. Call for evidence. Amazon response. Amazon suggested that workplace readiness gaps at scale are one of the main barriers preventing young people from entering and starting in employment. They stated, "It is widely recognized that this generation of young people entering the labour market have experienced a unique set of circumstances which has disrupted their learning and made their transition into work more challenging." 356. The government is committed to reforming work experience so that every pupil can access 2 weeks of multiple, meaningful and varied workplace experiences across key stages 3 and 4, progressively increasing work readiness through secondary education. But the concept of work experience also needs broadening. It is meaningful employer encounters that can have the biggest impact. Volunteering, projects, mock interviews, work taster sessions. Amazon argued in its call for evidence response that government should require careers services to develop sustained employer partnerships to help employers hire more young people who are NEET. Where schools and employers do collaborate effectively, outcomes are measurably better. Young people who receive sustained, high-quality work experience are more likely to understand what employers expect, more likely to develop confidence in workplace settings, and less likely to become NEET. The problem is not that no one knows what works, but that what works is not happening at scale, and is least available where it is most needed. 357. Students in England are less likely than OECD comparators to be enrolled in combined school and work-based programs. Note 372. Education at a Glance 2025 OECD OECD.org, published 9th of September 2025, available at https://www.oecd.org/en/education-at-a-glance-2025 1C0D9C79-en.html. And the text continues. In Denmark, Hungary, Ireland, Latvia and Switzerland, all of which have below average NEET rates, note 373. Youth not in employment, education or training, NEET, OECD, oecd.org, available at https://www.oecd.org/en/youth-not-in-employment-education-or-training-NEET.html. And the text continues. 90% or more of students are enrolled in such programs, compared with around 40% in the UK. The UK has seen the largest decline since 2013 in the proportion enrolled in these programs. Note 374. Education at a Glance 2025 OECD OECD.org, published 9th of September 2025. Available at https://www.oecd.org/en/publications/education-at-a-glance-2025 1C0D9C79-en.html. And the text continues. Employer co-production in the design and delivery of education and skills is central to successful youth transition schemes. Note 375. What works in reducing NEET rates? A comparative study. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published November 2025. Available at https://rand-report-nov-2025.pdf. And the text continues. 358. Employers are not involved at scale in creating opportunities and building pathways towards work. The system cannot claim to prepare young people for the labour market while keeping employers at arm's length from the classroom. The education system too often ends at the school gate, while the labour market begins beyond it. More effort is needed to bridge the gap if more young people are to be work-ready by the time they leave school. 4.10. What the system measures, recognises and rewards. 359. It is often said that what is measured in the public services is what they end up delivering. The school system primarily measures attainment. It too often counts qualifications rather than student destinations or labour market participation. That is a design choice with consequences. 360. How schools are currently measured, recognised and rewarded drives them towards more focus on students acquiring qualifications and less on work readiness or employment outcomes. Ofsted inspects quality of education, behaviour, personal development and leadership. It does not inspect or report on whether young people end up in sustained employment or learning after they leave. 361. Evidence from the Department for Education shows that those who attended outstanding or good Ofsted-rated institutions at the end of Key Stage 4 were less likely to be NEET for a year 3 years later. Note 376. Characteristics of young people who are long-term NEET. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 8th of February 2018. Available at https://www.gov.uk/characteristics-of-young-people-who-are-long-term-NEET. And the text continues. A more recent study looking at the relationship between school characteristics and NEET status found that schools with lower suspension rates, higher student progress, Progress 8, and on-site post-16 provision had lower rates of students becoming NEET. Note 377. Evans R. et al. The relationship between school characteristics and students becoming not in education, employment or training. Royal Society Open Science. The Royal Society Publishing. royalsocietypublishing.org. Published 1st of April 2026. Available at https://rsos.org/RSOS/article/1/4/252154/25481203/the-relationship-between-school-characteristics And the text continues. Single-sex and faith schools also exhibited reduced NEET rates. Note 378. Evans R. et al. The relationship between school characteristics and students becoming not in education, employment or training. Royal Society Open Science. The Royal Society Publishing. royalsocietypublishing.org. Published 1st of April 2026. Available at https://royalsocietypublishing.org/RSOS/252154/254/the-relationship-between-school-characteristics. And the text continues. 362. But overall, the inspection framework is blind to the outcome that matters most for this review. School performance tables reinforce the same distortion. They rank schools by exam results. They drive parental choice, resource allocation and reputational reward. 363. Similarly, there are few, if any, financial incentives in the school system to drive a bigger focus on outcomes and destinations. The only way in which you can really argue that the system financially rewards well-performing schools is that because funding is based largely on pupil numbers, then those that are successful and maintain high intakes tend to maintain higher funding. This is a weak lever. 364. The Department for Education does publish destination measures. They exist. Schools and colleges can see where their leavers end up for 6 months of the year after leaving, and the government is taking steps to improve transparency and accessibility of performance information. But destination measures do not in general drive Ofsted judgments or funding. They do not trigger intervention when outcomes are poor. A metric that carries no consequence is not accountability, but at best information. 365. Government holds through its longitudinal education outcomes dataset one of the most powerful tools in the world for understanding what happens to young people in England after they leave education. It links education records to tax, benefits and employment data. It can show at a granular level which courses, which institutions and which pathways lead to sustained employment, higher earnings and reduced benefit dependency, and which do not. Yet this data is not routinely available to schools, colleges, local authorities, or the strategic authorities that are being asked to plan and commission provision locally. It is used primarily for national research and policy analysis within Whitehall. The people who most need to see where young people end up, the teachers guiding subject choices, the college principals designing course offers, the local leaders trying to understand why their NEET rate is rising, cannot currently access it in any usable or timely form. 366. This is symptomatic of a wider failure. Data on young people sits in departmental silos across DFE, DWP, DHSC, HMRC and the NHS. No single institution has a complete picture of a young person's journey from school through to sustained employment. Local authorities lose sight of young people at 18. Job centres see only those who claim. Colleges know enrolment, but not what happens after a student leaves. The NHS records treatment, but not whether a young person returned to work. Each institution holds a fragment. Nobody holds the whole. Until the data that the state already collects is shared, linked and made available to those working with young people on the ground, the system will continue to operate blind to the outcomes it is supposed to improve. Jobs Growth Wales Plus, a Welsh Government programme supporting 16 to 19-year-olds to gain the skills, experience and qualifications needed to progress into employment, further education or apprenticeships. The programme offers tailored pathways including work placements, training and employer engagement, with a focus on young people who may be at risk of disengagement. 4.11 Skills, Training and the Post-16 Cliff Edge. 367. Moving out of compulsory schooling at age 16 is a critical transition point for young people. So too the point where they leave education provision at the age of 18 or 19. These should be the points where they progress towards work. Unfortunately, many of the pathways during and after secondary education fail to support young people as they should. 368. As the previous section of this chapter establishes, the school system is built on young people gaining qualifications, which is not the same as ensuring they are ready for work. As the evidence of young people in Chapter 2 makes clear, schools often push the academic route to university as the most valued route. The focus on qualifications and competition for those most likely to achieve them is often crowding out preparation for jobs and working lives, especially for the more disadvantaged. What makes the situation worse is that the skills system from 16 upwards is highly fragmented, complex and confusing. It contains very different accountability and policy regimes which cover schools, further and higher education, adult learning and work-based training, including apprenticeships. Funding varies considerably across these different areas, and there is little coordination between providers or coherence in the system overall. Few, if any, parts of this system have a focus on young, NEET people as a primary role or responsibility. Funding is typically insufficient, and other incentives are weak or piecemeal. There are many good examples of partners working together in different areas across England to try to overcome these issues to provide the right support for young people at risk of becoming NEET. These efforts are a response to system failures, but in truth it is a misnomer to call it a system. 369. The consequences are borne by young people at risk of becoming NEET. At its best, there is strong evidence that vocational training, apprenticeships and other kinds of work-based learning help young people get into work, especially those who face additional barriers. Note 379. Youth Employment Toolkit, Youth Futures Foundation, youthfuturesfoundation.org. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/tools/youth-employment-toolkit/. And the text continues. 370. We are concerned that these kinds of pathways are narrowing for young people leaving school, especially those with lower levels of attainment and those already or at risk of becoming NEET. Overall, by age 18, a lower proportion of young people were in education or apprenticeships in 2024 than 10 years earlier. Note 380. Participation in education, training and employment age 16 to 18. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 26th of June 2025. Available at explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/participation-in-education-and-training-and-employment/2024. And the text continues. Figure 22 shows that of those that were in education, more were in higher education and fewer were in further education or apprenticeships, even though the latter two routes are the ones that are most accessible to those most at risk of becoming NEET. Note 381. Participation in education, training and employment age 16 to 18. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 26th of June 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/participation-in-education-and-training-and-employment/2024. Figure 22. Index change in participation type for 16 to 18-year-olds, England, 2014 to 2024. Index line chart tracking participation changes across post-16 pathways from 2014 to 2024. with 2014 set as the baseline index of 100. Employment shows growth to 120.0 by 2024, while higher education rises modestly to 115.8. Further education declines to 95.6, and apprenticeship/work-based learning drops significantly to 74.6. NEET numbers increase to 118.7. Other training remains relatively stable at 102.1. Source: DFE, Participation in Education, Training and Employment, age 16 to 18 Statistics, June 2025. And the text continues. Further education, weaker and smaller. 371. Further education should be the main sector delivering vocational education and preparation for the workplace. It is also the primary recovery layer for those who leave school without strong academic results. Young people with lower prior attainment and from less advantaged socioeconomic backgrounds are more likely to enroll in FE colleges at age 16. Note 382. Crawford C., Meshi E. and Vignolis A. Post-16 Educational Choices and Institutional Value Added at Key Stage 5. Centre for Economics of Education. Published January 2011. Available at https://files.eric.gov/full/text/ed529851.pdf. And the text continues. Less than 15% of those from the most disadvantaged backgrounds and with lower attainment go on to academic routes post-16. Note 383. The Road Not Taken. Review of Literature and Survey Evidence. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 30th of March 2021. Available at https://the-road-not-taken-drivers-of-course/selection/the-road-not-taken-review-of-literature-and-survey-evidence-html. And the text continues. England and Wales have a relatively high proportion of 16 to 17-year-olds attending FE colleges, 42 and 53% respectively. Note 384. Comparing inequality and outcomes across post-16 education in the UK. Education Policy Institute, epi.org.uk. Published July 2025. Available at https://epi.org.uk//2020/across-post-16-education-in-the-UK.pdf. And the text continues. FE is not a marginal part of the post-16 landscape. For young people at risk of becoming NEET, it is the landscape. 372. Compared to some high-performing countries such as Germany, the Netherlands and Denmark, the UK's higher NEET rate may in part be attributable to lower participation in vocational education. Analysis from the Resolution Foundation suggests that while slightly more young British people aged 18 to 21 are in general education than in these countries, 36% compared to 32%, significantly fewer are in vocational education at just 22% compared to 35%. Note 385. Lost in Translation. Resolution Foundation. resolutionfoundation.org. Published April 2026. Available at https://www.resolutionfoundation.org/app uploads /2026 /04 lost-in-translation.pdf. And the text continues. 373. In recent years, further education in England has been significantly weakened, with reduced funding and capacity. FE colleges are in practice serving those with the most complex needs with some of the most constrained resources. Student numbers fell by around 14% from 2016/17 to 2023/24. Note 386. Education and Training Statistics for the UK. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 13th of November 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/for-the-UK/2025. And the text continues. The number of classroom-based qualifications started has fallen dramatically. Note 387. Participation in classroom-based further education qualifications by adults 19+ in England. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 16th of January 2025. Available at https://ifs.org.uk/data-items /participation-classroom-based-further-education-qualifications-adults-19 And the text continues. Despite increased funding promised through the government's post-16 Education and Skills White Paper, real-term spending for age 16 to 18 education in England will remain well below early 2010s levels at a time of growing demand. Note 388. Annual Report on Education Spending in England 2025-26. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 21st of January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk/publications/annual-report-education-spending-England-2025-26. And the text continues. There have been substantial declines from a peak in the early 2000s in adult education and skills. Funding for work-based learning, especially apprenticeships, has risen, but there have been large reductions in funding for classroom-based learning. For example, secondary school funding has fallen by 3% since 2010/11 and further education by 8%. Figure 23. Note 389. Annual Report on Education Spending in England 2025-26. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published 21st of January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk/publications/annual-report-education-spending-England-2025-26. Figure 23. Spending per pupil or student per year at different stages of education, England, 2010/11 to 2025/26. A group bar chart showing real-term spending per student across 4 education sectors from 2010/11 to 2025/26. In each year, 4 bars represent primary, dark blue, secondary, gold, further education, dark green, and higher education, light blue. Higher education spending declines from approximately £10,500 to £9,900. Further education also falls from £8,500 to £7,900. Secondary school spending sees a dip and recovery to £7,800. Primary spending rises from £6,200 to £7,000. Source: reproduced from the Institute for Fiscal Studies. Spending per pupil or spending per year at different stages of education. 2025/26 prices. And the text continues. 374. Requirements for young people in England to achieve Level 2 English and Maths qualifications continue to stop some 16 to 18-year-olds from accessing and progressing into FE and apprenticeship routes. Only 20.2% of those who had not achieved Level 2 English and Maths at 16 had achieved both at 19 in 2023/24. Note 390. Level 2 and 3 attainment age 16 to 25, academic year 2024/25. Gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 23rd of April 2026. Available at https://find-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-3-attainment-by-young-people-age-19/4/level-2-and-3-find-age-9 And the text continues. The requirements also further constrain limited FE capacity. The system as currently designed risks locking out a significant minority of young people from taking meaningful steps towards work at a critical age. 375. FE is often also the poor relation to higher education. In England, funding per student in HE is £9,906, while in FE, for students aged 16 to 18, it is £7,860. Note 391. Spending per pupil or student per year at different stages of education. 25/26 prices. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk education-spending/annual-reports. And the text continues. The gap has more than halved in the last 10 years, from £4,829 in 2015/16 to £2,046 now. Note 392. Spending per pupil or student per year at different stages of education. 25/26 prices. Institute for Fiscal Studies, ifs.org.uk. Published January 2026. Available at https://ifs.org.uk education-spending/annual-reports. And the text continues. But the FE sector still plays second fiddle to HE. 376. Whereas university places are uncapped, college numbers are tightly managed and based on historical recruitment data. There are active disincentives against growth, especially for students at risk of non-completion. Because colleges are funded for 16 to 19-year-olds largely based on the previous year's intake, and in-year growth funding is paid towards the end of the academic year as a contribution towards additional costs. Note 393. 16 to 18 funding, 2026 to 2027 rates and formula. Gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published March 2026. Available at https://www.gov.uk/16-2-19-funding-16-2027-rates-and-formula. And the text continues. Colleges fund growth at their own risk until it is reflected in future allocations. Given funding allocations are reduced for students who fail to complete their course, Those at risk of non-completion are financially risky for colleges seeking to grow. These rules also limit college capacity to offer flexible roll-on provision during the year for NEET young people. 377. Estimates suggest there are currently 32,000 unfunded students in England's FE sector. Note 394. To reduce NEET numbers, invest in colleges, says AOC, Association of Colleges, aoc.co.uk, published 16th of March 2026. Available at https://www.aoc.co.uk/2-reduce-needs-numbers-invest-in-colleges-says-aoc. And the text continues. The institution that serves the young people most likely to become NEET is placed under pressure by a system that doesn't fund what it currently delivers, never mind what it could deliver. Improving NEET outcomes also depends on the strength and stability of the FE workforce. The learners most at risk of disengagement are those who benefit most from consistent, skilled FE teachers. However, high vacancy rates, 3.9 per 100, rapid turnover, circa 50% leaving within 5 years, and inconsistent professional development undermine this support. Drivers include uncompetitive pay, workload pressures, and limited progression. Note 395. The Further Education Teacher Workforce in England, Annual Report 2026. National Foundation for Educational Research, nfer.ac.uk. Published 12th of March 2026. Available at https://the-further-education-teacher-workforce-in-england-annual-report-2026/ and the text continues. 378. But the winds of change are now blowing in favour of vocational education. The primacy of higher education is under challenge. Skills shortages in the economy, especially in sectors like construction, manufacturing and health and adult social care. Note 396. Skills England, sector evidence on the growth and skills offer. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published July 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/skills-england-skills-for-growth-and-opportunity. And the text continues. Have led policymakers belatedly to call for a rebalancing in the post-18 landscape. In the context of a growing population aged 16 to 24 over the next few years, with an extra 241,000 young people in this age bracket projected by 2032 compared with 2022, policymakers will need to urgently confront how to meet increased demand for education, training and employment, especially for pathways beyond the standard academic route where funding is not demand-led. The changing challenges facing further education. 379. Vocational education needs more than the right level of resources. It needs to respond to the particular challenges today's cohort of young people bring with them through the college gates. Retention is one such issue. The raising of the participation age policy is associated with significant and disproportionate increases in dropouts from FE. Note 397. Dixon M, Maguire S, Alfaro MJV, Laxic A, Dabus D, Newton O and Thompson D. Keeping young people in learning until the age of 18. Does it work? University of Bath, bath.ac.uk. Published July 2025. Available at https://www.bath.ac.uk/attachments /IPR-report-keeping-young-people-in-learning-until-the-age-of-18.pdf. And the text continues. Dropouts during Year 12 and Year 13 from FE increased by 1.7 to 2.4 percentage points from baseline dropout rates of 9.1 to 9.3% prior to the policy. The effect was larger for low attainers. Qualitative fieldwork across 6 local authorities suggests that young people who drop out often do not reappear until they reach the benefit system age 18. This is the at-risk cohort of becoming NEET. 380. Research suggests mental health and well-being play an important role in FE withdrawal. 53% of Welsh FE learners who withdraw cited personal factors, with 67% of those flagging mental health. 40% expressed a lack of satisfaction with perceived personal development, and 33% disclosed that demands of employment while studying contributed to their decision to withdraw. Note 398. Wixie H. et al. Does Wellbeing Matter? Exploring the reasons for learner withdrawal from further education in Wales. Journal of Further and Higher Education. University and College Union. ucu.org.uk. Published 31st of October 2022. Available at https://www.tnf.online.com/DOI//0309877x.2022.2138285. And the text continues. But systemic issues also matter. Around 1 in 10 learners aged under 19 fail to complete their FE course each year, and close to 1 in 6 fail to achieve their qualification up to Level 3. Note 399. Further Education and Skills, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 31st of March 2026. Available at https://4/education-statistics.service.gov.uk/78B98B03-B7BA-4A05-7548-08DE8E3B CD13. And the text continues. Retention rates are worse for those taking vocational and technical qualifications than for those taking A-levels. Only 71% of T-level students starting in 2022 finished their course after 2 years. Note 400. Provisional T-level results, academic year 2024/25, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published August 2025. Available at https://find-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/provisional-t-level-results/2024-25. And the text continues. Disadvantaged students have retention rates at least 7 percentage points lower across all qualification types at Level 3. Note 401. A-level and other 16 to 18 results, academic year 2024/25, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published November 2025. Available at https:// explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics /a-level-and-16-2-18-results /2024-25. And the text continues. 381. FE staff often perform informal brokerage and pastoral roles that are invisible in policy but critical for at-risk students. Lecturers act as mentors, employment coaches and referral agents to health and social services. These functions are not funded, not measured, and not recognised in accountability frameworks. When college budgets are constrained, as they have been for over a decade, these informal support functions are the first to erode. Apprenticeships have drifted away from young people. 382. The apprenticeship system ought to be one of the other main routes through which young people transition into the world of work. Too often it is not operating that way. In England, apprenticeship starts for under-19s fell from around 130,000 in 2014-15 to around 75,000 in 2024-25. Figure 24, Panel 1. Note 402. Apprenticeships, Academic Year 2025-26. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.gov.uk/find-statistics /apprenticeships /2025-26. And the text continues. The share of starts going to under 25s has fallen from over 57% to just under 49%. Note 403. Apprenticeships, Academic Year 2025-26. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics /apprenticeships /2025-26. And the text continues. The levy, introduced in 2017, was intended to boost investment in training. In practice, it has been disproportionately used to fund higher-level apprenticeships for older existing employees, with the number of higher apprenticeship starts increasing from just over 2,000 in 2010-2011 to more than 140,000 in 2024-25. Figure 24, Panel 2. Notes 404, 405. 404. Historical series. Starts participation by age level SSA for advanced apprenticeship, higher apprenticeship and intermediate apprenticeship in England between 2010-11 and 2024-25. Department for Education. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk /data-tables /permalink /48A/C6AB-48A0-C6AB-70F0C75. 405. Balancing Act, Youth Apprenticeships and the Case for a Flexible Skills Levy. CIPD. CIPD.org. Published 20th of May 2024. Available at https://www.cipd.org/uk/knowledge/apprenticeships-skills-levy/. And the text continues. The levy coincides with the sharp decline in apprenticeship starts at SMEs. Note 407. Balancing Act, Youth Apprenticeships and the Case for a Flexible Skills Levy, CIPD, cipd.org, published 20th of May 2024. Available at https://www.cipd.org/uk/knowledge/apprenticeships-skills-levy/ And the text continues. The entry-level provision that matters most for young people outside work has been hollowed out. 383. Participation among young people from the most deprived areas has declined particularly sharply. Note 408. Balancing Act, Youth Apprenticeships and the Case for a Flexible Skills Levy, CIPD, cipd.org, published 20th of May 2024. Available at https://www.cipd.org/uk/knowledge/apprenticeships-skills-levy/. The text continues. The system has strengthened progression for those already inside the labour market while narrowing access for those outside it. For the young people for whom apprenticeships matter most, the bridge has been pulled up. 384. OECD data shows that students in the UK are less likely than average to be enrolled in work-based learning programmes like apprenticeships. Note 409. Education at a Glance, 2025, OECD, oecd.org, published 9th of September 2025. Available at https://www.oecd.org/en/publications/education-at-glance-2025_1C0D9C79-en.html. And the text continues. The UK has also seen the largest decline in the proportion of young people enrolled in these programmes since 2013. Note 410. Education at a Glance, 2025, OECD, oecd.org, published 9th of September 2025. Available at https://www.oecd.org/en/publications/education-at-glance-2025_1C0D9C79-en.html. And the text continues. Looking at England specifically, a far smaller proportion of apprenticeship starts are made by younger people aged 16 to 18, around 20%. Note 411. Apprenticeships Academic Year 2025/26, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk, find-statistics/apprenticeships/2025-26. And the text continues. Compared with Scotland and Northern Ireland at around 40% and 46% respectively for 16 to 19-year-olds. Note 412 and 413. 412. Modern Apprenticeship Statistics. Skills Development Scotland. skillsdevelopmentscotland.co.uk. Published 10th of February 2026. Available at https://www.skillsdevelopmentscotland.co.uk/modern-apprenticeship-statistics-quarter-3-2025-26.pdf. 413. Apprenticeships NI Statistical Bulletin. Northern Ireland Statistical Research Agency, nisra.gov.uk, published 30th of January 2026, available at https://datavis.nisra.gov.uk/economy/apprenticeships NI_JAN26.html#3_ And the text continues. The post-16 system needs to learn from parts of the UK and examples internationally where younger people are more effectively connected to work-based pathways from compulsory education. 385. Where apprenticeships do work, they work powerfully. Note 414. The net present value of further education in England, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 13th of February 2025. Available at https://government/measuring-the-net-present-value-of-further-education-in-England. And the text continues. For each young person who starts an apprenticeship, the lifetime economic value amounts to £56,000 at level 2 and £104,000 at level 3, compared with £54,000 and £67,000 respectively for equivalent classroom-based qualifications. At level 3, the apprenticeship route delivers more than 50% greater lifetime value than the classroom alternative. Work-based training is shown to be effective in supporting young people into work. The challenge is to help more young people access it. 386. Apprenticeships can be a route out of NEET status, but retention is significantly lower for those who were previously disengaged. Only 49% of previously NEET apprenticeships were still employed by the organisation afterwards, compared with 68% of those who were not previously NEET. Note 415. Apprenticeship Evaluation 2023. Learner and Non-Completer Surveys. Gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 27th of September 2024. Available at https://www.gov.uk/apprenticeship-evaluation-2023-learner-non-completer-and-employer-surveys. And the text continues. The route exists, but without additional support it does not hold. 387. Quality remains a serious concern. England has comparatively high apprenticeship dropout rates, higher than France, Germany, Ireland and Austria, which sit between 20 and 30%. Note 416. Field S. A World of Difference. The Sutton Trust. suttontrust.com. Published June 2025. Available at https://wp-content/uploads/wp-content/04/wp-uploads/06/a-world-of-difference-3.pdf. And the text continues. Slightly more than 1 in 3 apprentices fail to achieve their apprenticeship, although this has improved over recent years. Note 417. Apprenticeships Academic Year 2025/26. Gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 26th of March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk find-statistics/apprenticeships/2025-26. And the text continues. The most common reasons given by non-completers were the apprenticeship being badly run or poorly organised at 49%, and the training not being as good as hoped at 46%. Note 418. Apprenticeship Evaluation 2023. Learner and non-completer surveys. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 27th of September 2024. Available at https://www.gov.uk/apprenticeship-evaluation-2023-learner-non-completer-and-employer-surveys. And the text continues. 40% of apprentices report not receiving the required off-the-job training. Note 419. Apprenticeship Evaluation 2023. Learner and non-completer surveys. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 27th of September 2024. Available at https://government/government-evaluation-2023-learner-non-completer-and-employer-surveys. And the text continues. Around a quarter of the apprenticeship budget, an estimated $620 million in 2021/22, was wasted on training for apprenticeships that were not completed. Note 420. Balancing Act, Youth Apprenticeships and the Case for a Flexible Skills Levy, CIPD, cipd.org, published 20th of May 2024. Available at https://www.cipd.org/uk/knowledge/apprenticeships-skills-levy/ And the text continues. 388. Reform since 2010 has sought to tackle the issue of low-quality vocational qualifications and training provision, including for apprenticeships. This focus on quality and genuine additionality must continue, but it must go hand in hand with a focus on creating and opening up high-quality opportunities at the scale needed to get more young people into pathways towards work and away from the risk of becoming NEET. Quality without quantity leaves too many young people with nowhere to go. Quantity without quality wastes their time and the public's money. We need both. 389. We know many young people want to have the choice of an apprenticeship, but too often that option might not be clear or even exist where they live. Note 421. Equalising Access to Apprenticeships. National Foundation for Educational Research, nfer.ac.uk. Published 16th of June 2022. Available at https://www.nfer.ac.uk/equalising-access-to-apprenticeships/ And the text continues. In the sector they want to work in. Note 422. Youth Employment 2024 Outlook. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published August 2024. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/publication/youth-employment-2024-outlook/ And the text continues, or at the level they need to get started. Application processes for apprenticeships are much more complex than for the higher education equivalent, UCAS. Young people often do not know where to find the opportunities that do exist. Apprenticeship start dates do not align with the academic year, making a seamless transition out of school more difficult. There is no equivalent centralized system to that in higher education. 390. Foundation apprenticeships, launched by Skills England in August 2025, are entry-level paid jobs with structured training at Level 2 for younger learners aged 16 to 21. or those aged 22 to 24 facing additional barriers to work. Up to 30,000 young people are expected to start a foundation apprenticeship over the current Parliament. This is a welcome step, as is the new hiring subsidy for employers taking on young apprentices. Recent reforms to the Growth and Skills Levy aim to shift participation away from older employees taking higher-level apprenticeships towards lower qualifications and young people. At the same time, new flexibilities in the levy may further broaden the choices employers and providers make. The long-term effects on opportunities for young people are yet to be seen. These new initiatives represent progress and should be acknowledged. Whether they prove sufficient to reverse the structural drift away from young people depends on their scale and sustainability. Figure 24. Apprenticeship starts by age group and level. England 2010/11 to 2024/2025. Two faceted line charts in one panel. One is showing apprenticeship starts by age group and the other showing apprenticeship starts by qualification level. The first chart shows annual apprenticeship starts in England for three age groups: under 19, dark blue, 19 to 24, yellow, and 25 and over, green, from 2010/11 to 2024/25. A vertical dashed line marks the introduction of the apprenticeship levy in April 2017. All three age groups declined following the levy, with the 25 and over falling from approximately 230,000 in 2012/13 to 155,000 in 2017/18. The under 19 group falls from 132,000 to around 65,000 by 2020/21, before partially recovering to approximately 75,000 by 2024/25. The 19 to 24 group follows a similar pattern. All groups remain substantially below their pre-levy peaks by 2024/25. The second chart compares apprenticeship starts by qualification level between 2010/11 and 2024/25. Three levels are shown: intermediate level 2, dark green, advanced level 3, light blue, and higher level 4 and above, grey. Intermediate starts fall dramatically from 293,000 in 2012/13 to 66,000 in 2024/25. Advanced starts also decline but more moderately from 208,000 to 147,000 over the same period. Higher apprenticeship starts rise sharply in every period, from just 9,800 in 2012/13 to 141,000 in 2024/25. By 2024/25, higher apprenticeships account for nearly as many starts as advanced apprenticeships, a fundamental structural shift in the composition of the programme. Source: Department for Education, Apprenticeship Statistics, Level and Age, published March 2026. And the text continues. Qualifications and Progression. 391. The options selected by younger learners are changing, opening doors for some whilst creating barriers for others. In England, more 16 to 17-year-olds were taking GCSEs in 2024 compared to 2014, but the proportion taking other Level 2 qualifications and Level 1 qualifications had dropped. Note 423. Participation in education, training and employment aged 16 to 18, calendar year 2024. Gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 26th of June 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/in-education-and-training-and-2024. And the text continues. At Level 3, T levels were taken by 2.3% of 16 to 17-year-olds, but fewer were taking A/AS levels and other Level 3 qualifications than in 2014. Note 424. Participation in education, training and employment aged 16 to 18, calendar year 2024. Gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 26th of June 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/find-statistics/in-education-and-training-and-employment/2024. 392. Completing Level 3 qualification provides a range of benefits. Those who study Level 3 qualifications are more likely to progress into sustained education or employment than those studying at Level 2, and see a significant wage premium. Note 425. Curriculum and Assessment Review Final Report, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 5th of November 2025, available at https://www.government/government/curriculum-and-assessment-review-final-report. And the text continues. 393. But not all vocational routes deliver equal returns. At Level 3, qualifications in construction, engineering and ICT attract the greatest wage premiums. Note 426. Alcejo E, Upcal C and Ruiz Valenzuela J. Where versus what? College value added and returns to field of study in further education. Centre for Vocational Education Research, cver.lse.ac.uk, published June 2020. Available at https://cver.lse.ac.uk/text only /cver/pubs/cverdp030.pdf. And the text continues. Subject choice matters, but so does progression. Moving from one qualification level to the next in any subject is consistently associated with higher earnings, greater employment, and reduced benefit dependency. Note 427. Pattiston A. et al. The Value of Progression in Further Education. Centre for Vocational Education Research, cver.lse.ac.uk. Published August 2019. Available at https://cver.lse.ac.uk/text only /cver/pubs/cverdp022.pdf. And the text continues. 394. There is significant variation in the quality of different Level 3 vocational pathways. Students who enter university with only vocational qualifications such as BTECs are almost twice as likely to drop out before their second year compared to similar students with A-levels, increasing their risk of becoming NEET. Note 428. Dilnot C, Macmillan L, and Wyness G. Educational choices at 16 to 19 and university outcomes. Nuffield Foundation. nuffieldfoundation.org. Published January 2022. Available at https://project/educational-choices-at-16-19-adverse-outcomes-at-university. And the text continues. The government is introducing V-levels as the flagship vocational qualification at Level 3 from 2027. as an attempt to offer a clearer choice for learners with vocational interests on par with A-levels and T-levels. 395. Pathways into Level 3 for Level 2 learners also need strengthening. 37% of those studying at Level 2 at age 16 progress to Level 3 qualifications or apprenticeships by age 18. Note 429. Curriculum and Assessment Review Final Report, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 5th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/curriculum-and-assessment-review-final-report. And the text continues. Only 8% of those on the T-level foundation year in 2021/22 progressed into T-levels. Note 430. Introducing T-levels, House of Commons Committee of Public Accounts, published 27th of June 2025. Available at https://publications.parliament.uk/cm590one/cm-pub-acc/report.html. And the text continues. The government has recognised this in its response to the Curriculum and Assessment Review and will develop separate pathways at Level 2 that specifically support progression into Level 3 study and employment respectively. Note 431. Government response to the Curriculum and Assessment Review, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published November 2025. Available at https://government.uk/government_assessment_review.pdf. And the text continues. 396. It is too soon to make a clear judgment on the overall quality of T-levels. The Curriculum and Assessment Review was generally positive, but noted challenges, including the volume of assessment and securing the necessary quality of industry placements. Note 432. Curriculum and Assessment Review Final Report, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 5th of November 2025. Available at https://www.gov.uk/government/publications/curriculum-and-assessment-review-final-report. And the text continues. 397. We should also note that there are substantial numbers of the current NEET population that are achieving key qualifications at both Level 2 and Level 3 and progressing through the system, including into higher education. They are obtaining qualifications but not securing jobs. This requires further examination and suggests the need for wider policy changes to bridge the gap between educational achievement and employment outcomes through which currently too many qualified young people end up becoming NEET. Declining employer investment in training. 398. Alongside the contraction of publicly funded provision, there has been a long-term decline in employer investment in training. This reduces the opportunities for young people to learn on the job and progress. 399. According to the Learning and Works Institute, employer investment has fallen by 36% per employee since 2005. Note 433. Falling short. Understanding further falls in employer training. Learning and Work Institute. learningandwork.org.uk. Published December 2025. Available at https:///uploads/2026/falling-short-4.pdf. And the text continues. The biggest falls have been in sectors traditionally offering significant numbers of entry-level opportunities: public administration, hotels and restaurants, and health and social care. What is spent on skills tends to be skewed towards already highly skilled people and is often on shorter, more light-touch provision than in other countries. Note 434. Training and skills needs. Trends and challenges in UK growth sectors. Learning and Work Institute. learningandwork.org.uk. Published 13th of March 2026. Available at https://learning-and-work.org.uk/training-and-skills-needs-trends-and-UK-growth-sectors/ and the text continues. 400. The combined effect is clear. Public funding for FE and adult skills has been cut. Employer investment in training has fallen. The two institutions that should be building the skills of young people outside the academic track are both retreating. The young people left behind are those the system most needs to reach. Policy churn and fragmented skills system. 401. The pace of policy churn and the constant creation and abolition of qualification types, institutional forms and funding streams creates uncertainty for colleges, employers, careers guidance and for young people, all of whom struggle to keep up with the changing landscape. Most starkly, this churn is focused largely on non-academic parts of the post-16 system. The academic route remains largely untouched for the past 75 years, making it recognizable and easier to navigate. 402. The system's fragmentation is hardwired through arbitrary age thresholds that divide responsibilities at the precise moment continuity is most needed. Post-age 18, the landscape becomes even more incoherent. A patchwork of competing responsibilities sits across local authorities, mayoral strategic authorities, and DWP. Adult skills funding is spread across a wide range of needs. Adult careers guidance provision is insufficient. Qualification reforms focused on age 16 to 19 pathways, such as V and T levels, are not necessarily tailored to the needs of those aged 19 and above, including for part-time adult learning. Skills England has been established to improve the national skills offer, working across government and with employers and local and regional stakeholders to create solutions that can deliver skills needs. Its success is vital to help bridge this fragmentation and build order to the system. The question is whether on its own it can bring order out of chaos. 403. Right now there is no single view of the young person, the challenges they face, the support they need, the provision that would help. The system cannot tailor support because no actor holds a sufficiently complete picture without placing the burden on the individual to repeat the same story to multiple services. It struggles to learn what works because outcomes are not consistently defined or reliably linked to interventions. And it lacks the foundations for effective data sharing and interoperability. 404. The post-16 landscape is not merely underfunded. It is confused, fragmented, and designed around institutional convenience rather than the needs of the young people navigating it. For those with the fewest resources and the most complex needs, it is close to impossible. The system loses young people not because they vanish but because no one is looking. Participation is mandated but not enforced. 405. Even when there is a legal requirement to ensure that young people are in education or training, the system fails some youngsters. The raising of the participation age (RPA) policy requires all young people in England to continue in education or training until 18. The main intention behind RPA was to better address the rising numbers and risks for young people becoming NEET. However, although participation is mandated, it is weakly enforced with fragmented responsibility. Progress in reducing the NEET rate among 16 to 17-year-olds has largely stalled since its introduction, remaining around 4 to 5% between 2013 and 2025. In 2025, almost 57,000 16 to 17-year-olds in England were NEET. Note 435. NEET age 16 to 24, Department for Education and Department for Work and Pensions, March 2026. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.service.gov.uk/fine-statistics/annual-brief/NEET-statistics-2025. And the text continues. 406. Responsibility for local authorities remains unclear on this issue, and is not clear that all local authorities believe they have clear powers and funding to meet their duties. This can lead to young people who drop out becoming hidden, cut off from support. This entrenches disengagement before they even reach the benefit system. A statutory requirement without aligned architecture does not in itself improve outcomes. Government reforms. 407. The Post-16 Education and Skills White Paper 2025 signals recognition of many of the failures in the current system. It aims to better join up the system and smooth transitions, proposing automatic college places for those without a post-16 study plan, an enhanced role for strategic authorities, and reforms to post-16 English and Maths. A range of measures are intended to strengthen the FE system and make sure there are high-quality opportunities and pathways for some of the most at-risk learners, including those at lower qualification levels and those with SEND. And the government has sought to rebalance the apprenticeship system back towards young people, including through new foundation apprenticeships and wider reform. The Skills White Paper outlined work with employers to create a joined-up skills system to help drive growth. When Skills England was established in June 2025, it was charged with a mission to support better skills for better jobs. 408. Specialist technical institutions such as Institutes of Technology, IOTSs, University Technical Colleges, UTCs, and Technical Excellence Colleges, TECs, have shown promise. UTCs boost vocational achievement without harming academic achievement for students who enter at 16 and improve enrolment in apprenticeships and employment prospects by age 19. Note 436. Mackin S. et al. Closing the gap between vocational and general education. The Journal of Human Resources, jhr.uwpress.org. Published 8th of July 2025. Available at https://jhr.uwpress.org/content/04/2025/07/04/jhr.0223-12768R1. And the text continues. However, the same analysis shows a sizable negative effect on academic achievement for those who enter at age 14. More time and evidence are needed to understand how best to utilize specialist institutions like UTCs as part of the broader education offer. 409. Supported internships, one of the few structured pathways specifically designed for learners with EHCPs, and which are being piloted by the DFE for those without EHCPs, face significant barriers to scaling. Employer willingness, provider capacity, and funding availability, including through access to work, all constrain supply. Note 437. Evaluation of the Strengthening Supported Internship Programme, gov.uk, www.gov.uk, published 6th of November 2024. Available at https://government.uk/supported-internship-program-evaluation-of-investment. And the text continues. A young person with an EHCP who wants to work, whose family wants them to work, and whose school believes they could work, can still find that no supported internship is available within a reasonable distance. The system has created a model that works. Note 438. Shall see et al. Competitive Employment for Transition-Aged Youth with Significant Impact from Autism. A multi-site randomized clinical trial. Journal of Autism and Developmental Disorders. springer.com. Published 1st of March 2026. Available at https://link.springer.com/article/10.10/s/1083-019-03940-2. And the text continues, but not to date the infrastructure to deliver it at scale. 410. In principle, these measures could address many of the issues identified here if transitions ended at age 18. For most young people, they're only just beginning by then. Whether these measures prove sufficient depends on whether they are backed by funding, data infrastructure and accountability mechanisms that previous reforms lacked. They will also need clear and focused coordination across the system, with buy-ins from young people and those who support them, educators, employers and policymakers. Higher education, not always the answer. 411. As the numbers accessing further and adult education have declined, more young people are participating in higher education. The higher education entry rate for 18-year-olds in the UK has increased from 24.7% in 2006 to 36.3% in 2025. Note 439. Higher education student numbers. House of Commons Library. commonslibrary.parliament.uk. Published 20th of February 2026. Available at https://researchbriefings.files.parliament.uk/cbp-7857.pdf. And the text continues. For many, this is the right path. Graduates in general continue to be more likely to be employed. Note 440. Graduate Labour Market Statistics, Calendar Year 2024. gov.uk. www.gov.uk. Published 5th of June 2025. Available at https://explore-education-statistics.gov.uk/find-statistics/graduate-labour-markets/2024. And the text continues. Earn more and access higher skilled work. Note 441. Graduate outcomes. What the latest data reveals about employment, pay and job quality. Universities UK. universitiesuk.ac.uk. Published 29th of October 2025. Available at https://www.universitiesuk.ac.uk/latest-insights-and-analysis/graduate-outcomes-what-latest-data. And the text continues. However, there is some provision where this is becoming less likely, with higher rates of non-completion and poorer destination and wage return data. Note 442. Student loans issued to those studying at franchised higher education providers. House of Commons Committee of Public Accounts. https://committees.parliament.uk/committee/public-accounts-committee/ Published April 2024. Available at https://committees.parliament.uk//814//franchise-higher-education-loans-issued-2-those-studying-at-franchise-higher-education-providers/ And the text continues. There are significant differences between local economies, with many regions struggling to generate sufficient graduate-level opportunities or wages. Research shows the graduate premia in regions outside of London and the South East are falling for the majority of subjects. Note 443. Stansbury A, Turner D and Balls E. Tackling the UK's regional economic inequality. Finding constraints and avenues for policy intervention. Contemporary Social Science. Academy of Social Sciences, acss.org.uk. Published 24th of August 2023. Available at https://www.tnf.online.com/DOI//10802041.2023.22507445. And the text continues. A concerning proportion of the NEET population hold a degree or other higher education qualifications, around 13%. Note 444. Trends in young people not in education, employment or training. January to March 2025. Youth Futures Foundation. youthfuturesfoundation.org. Published May 2025. Available at https://youthfuturesfoundation.org/publication/trends-in-young-people-not-in-education-employment-or-training-January-March-2025/ And the text continues. 412. The expansion of higher education has been a significant achievement. The question is not whether higher education is valuable. It is whether it is too often being positioned as the default at the expense of high-quality alternatives that might serve some young people better. In this regard, there is a particular fault line in the broader system where the numbers in higher education and access to student loans are currently uncapped, whereas the number of places in further education colleges are more rigorously controlled and typically funded at much lower rates. 4.12. Conclusion. 413. Britain has much to be proud of in our school, college and university system. Attainment standards have improved. Careers guidance has advanced. There are many schools, colleges and programs doing exceptional work in the most difficult circumstances. Education remains a critical protective factor against young people becoming NEET. The higher the qualification, the lower the likelihood of a young person becoming detached from the labour market. But there is evidence that education attainment is not as protective as it once was. And the ways young people are taught and made familiar with the world of work is not keeping pace with the fast-changing labour market. Schools are struggling with new challenges and more young people are feeling the system isn't working for them. 414. The education system knows who will struggle. It knows at age 5. It knows again at age 11 and then at age 16 too. It has the data, the evidence and the research. It has had them for decades. What it does not have is the architecture, the funding or the accountability to act on what it knows. Schools are measured by exam results, not by whether young people end up in work. Colleges are funded for enrolment, not for sustained destinations. Careers guidance is a statutory duty without enforcement, and work experience is haphazard. 415. The skills system beyond school tells the same story. Critically, the number of young people participating in post-18 education is falling. This is particularly true for those on the vocational path where opportunities have been shrinking. Further education has been hollowed out by a decade of real-term cuts. Apprenticeships have drifted away from the young people who need them most. The levy has been captured by employers upskilling existing workers rather than bringing in new ones. Quality is uneven and dropout rates are too high. Foundation apprenticeships, supported internships and specialist technical institutions show what is possible, but none yet operates at the scale the problem demands. These fault lines are compromising the role that education participation has played over recent years in compensating for the decline in labour market participation by young people. This is a serious concern. 416. The education and skills system does not fail by accident but by design. It is designed to produce qualifications rather than working adults. Until that changes, until schools are held accountable for what happens to their pupils after they leave, until colleges are funded for outcomes not headcounts, until the post-16 cliff edge is bridged, and young people the system loses are the young people it works hardest to hold, the tale of failure will persist. And nearly 1 million young people outside education and work will continue to pay the price for a system that saw them coming, watched them fall, and never caught them. This concludes Track 5.